Square for SDPN. I'm Adam Wylde. This is your Steve Dangle Watchalong pre-show. Steve's joining us in 40 minutes for the start of Game 5. Right now I'm with Jesse and Maddie.
Hello.
Mad Dog. What's up?
Maddie, say hi. Maddie, say hello.
Hello.
Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Hello.
Yeah. All
Hello.
right. It's a gorgeous day inside SportChek at Maple Leaf Square for Game 5, Leafs Panthers. Series tied 2-2, and like I said, gorgeous day. It's amazing how much can change when you get into the second round of the playoffs, and I keep referencing the weather because look at it. It's stunning. It's stunning. And when we started this, it was cold and rainy and wet. So it's kind of nice. And, you know, I was talking to one of the managers here at SportChek downstairs, guys, and all they said was, listen, wouldn't it be great if they could just do it tonight? If we could just get to the second round. Now, we can't get to the second round tonight, but damn, wouldn't it be great?
Adam, they're playing while the weather is nice.
I know.
Like, that's not something that happens every year with the Leafs. Usually, they're out by the time it's still muggy late April. But now we're mid-May, and the weather's heating up. It was like 22 the other day, and they're still playing.
That's right.
That's a good thing.
Imagine, Jesse, it could be 30 degrees, and they're still playing.
Oh, what?
Ooh, all of our American listeners are like, that sounds cold.
Yeah.
In a pool. In a pool, Jesse.
In a pool while the Leafs are playing? That's impossible.
That'd be crazy. So listen, before we get started here, Maddie, who was the guy that made this for us? I want to show you our Brad Marchand rat trap.
That was Jack from Cresting.
So Jack does all the cresting. So if you come into SportChek at Maple Leaf Square, Jack made one of these for us. And Jack wants to snare the rat, Brad Marchand. And the way to do that is to get the only man he ever kissed, Leo Komarov. So delicious. Anyway, I want to shout him out for that. Going into tonight, we got our 3 top stories. And Jesse, the first thing is a question.
Okay.
Is it playoff demons or is it sickness? There are various reports, and Steve obviously mentioned it, and maybe it's a whole big bag of cope, but OEL mispractice.
Big bag of what?
Cope.
Okay,
Cope.
okay, you got to get that P in
cope.
there. Yeah, bag of what?
Yeah, I wondered if sickness has played a bit of a role in why the Leafs have not had the same pop, specifically in Game 4, that they did in the first 3 games, and seems to be missing. Now, I'm sure part of it is you took 4 penalties in the first period of Game 4 and you were exhausted the rest of the way. I can understand that. But OEL missed practice. Austin has missed a couple practices. He was obviously sick last year during the playoffs. There is some thought that perhaps Anthony Stolarz was maybe not throwing up because of a concussion. Maybe it was sickness too. Matt Murray missed a game in backup. So Dennis Hildeby had to dress. You were at morning skate today. Did you get a sense of things?
So the question was asked to Craig Berube directly, is the team dealing with something? Is there a bug going around? And he denied it, I think, is the smart thing to do, because you don't want to present that as an excuse for your team. And if you think they underperformed in game number 4, which I think everybody can agree they did, you don't want to say that to the media and then people start running with that and becomes a storyline. So I understand why he said that. Whether or not it's true or not, whether there is a bug going around or not, he said no.
Okay.
So it's a matter of, are you taking the coach at face value, or are you believing in the conspiracy theories? Or just not even the conspiracy theories, just the evidence we have in front of us about the amount of guys who have missed time.
This time of year, if you take a coach at their word, you're a fool, I think. There's the point of coaching is to misrepresent everything, play head games. Paul Maurice is a master at it. John Cooper is a master at it. Craig Berube has been, honestly, most of the season, Jess, like a pretty straight shooter. Mm-hmm. But I even think he's getting into the head games.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely he's not going to show all his cards. He's not going to admit that they're sick or anything like that. And I don't think it's to the point where we have to be concerned about their performance every single game. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like, oh, they're done for the series because a couple guys got sick. Maybe a few guys were a little sluggish in Game 4 because of the illness, but still, that's something that I don't think is going to hamper them for this series in game number 5 and game number 6 and 7, I think it'll go. So, like, it's a storyline, but I don't think it should be that big of a storyline. Because it's not going to be the thing that stops the Leafs from winning.
Now, something that is a big storyline is point number 2, lineup changes. We've got a couple losses in a row. The Leafs have not really changed their line since Game 4 or Game 5 against Ottawa. And we know, or we think we know, that David Kampf and Nick Robertson are getting in. But Craig Berube wouldn't talk about that today, would would he?
Yeah, so if you want to know the biggest thing from morning skate this morning, it was that. It was the line changes, because we all snuffed out that something was amiss. Because usually the Leafs, how optional skates work is the guys go out there, like Domi was out there first doing some skills work, and then a couple other guys will join him, and then all of the scratches come out. And then the scratches always stay late. But today, the scratches went off with everybody. It was a coordinated effort by the Leafs management and whoever's in charge of the practice to get everybody off the ice at once, so there was no hints as to who was on late with a scratch and who was on late or who was leaving early because they're in the game. So David Kampf leaves the same time as Calle Järnkrok, and you don't know which one left early or stayed on late because they're a scratch. Right. So we're all like, why are you guys trying to hide something from us? What's going on here? So then that's the first question that's asked. CJ, because he's the best guy ever, asked Craig Berube in a couple like different ways about the lineup decisions, and still Berube was not able to give anybody any info.
Now
they're hiding something.
The top six has not really changed all that much. Nyes, Matthews, Marner, Pacioretty, Tavares, Nylander. That could change with maybe a Bobby McMann moving up, although I think perhaps we haven't seen the best of Bobby McMann yet in these playoffs. But the bottom six is probably most likely to be affected by this. Lorentz, Lawton, Järnkrok have been a pretty solid shutdown line that just generates a ton of offensive zone faceoffs and not much else, but you never really worry when they're out there. McMann, Domi, Holmberg was a weird sort of Franken line that we didn't see playing together much during the regular season or even in the first round against Ottawa. Where do you think, if Robertson goes in, do they reunite McMann, Domi, Robertson? And if Kampf goes in, where?
So, yeah, that's the fun thing now. Everybody gets to guess about what the lines are going to be. I had it written down here. It's probably, my best guess is McMann, Domi, Robertson, Lorentz, Lawton, Kampf. Because I think they like Lawton in the center there on the fourth line, but it could also be Kampf moving to the center. But I think that's how it kind of plays out. You have David Kampf out there, and there's extra defensive help there with David Kampf, and then you're looking for that extra scoring threat with Nick Robertson.
And I'm wondering, Jesse, too, like with David Kampf going in, that is the interesting one for me because David Kampf is a great penalty killer. He is a good force for good when you have him in your bottom six for defensive stuff. He is where offense goes to die. But if you have a line like Lorentz, Lawton, and, say, Kampf, you're not really worried about offense from that line anyway. And with Kampf, you could slot him in a few of those shifts that Austin Matthews has been taking on the penalty kill and maybe free Austin up to do some other things.
Yeah, so I think that's the important question, and I'm very happy you started with that, is penalty killing ability, because on the surface level, it feels redundant to put Kampf in there when you acquired Lawton. Like, Lawton's done everything that Kampf can do, and he's done it as well, if not
Scores
better.
more points, too.
He gets more points, and his penalty-killing ability, I would say, is on par with Kampf. So, like, why you bring Kampf in? But if Berube uses Kampf to alleviate time for Matthews on the penalty kill, then it makes a lot more sense to have Kampf in there.
Right. Okay. All right, so hopefully some confidence tonight. What do we think about McMann, Domi, Robertson on home ice? You get final change. They are outscoring opponents. I know Steve hates this line. I don't. They are outscoring opponents when they play together in these playoffs. They do allow some goals, but I believe the goals for are 10-7 goals against. A net positive line.
Well, I've struggled with Domi's game lately. Like, watching it, it's been a little ugly in my eyes. And, like, he started the penalty train that the Leafs had in the first period of last game, which you can't get out of your third line. They've kind of been the fourth line lately. Because Domi's been playing the least amount of minutes out of any forward. And it's because he's not really helping. He doesn't help out on the penalty kill.
Well, he's sitting in the box, too.
And he's sitting on the box, and then he's only out there on the power play if they get, like, deep into power play 2. And I hope that reuniting him with Robertson can spark his game a little. You know, let him focus on more of the offensive side of the game and make him use that shot that we all know he has. And he works a lot in practice. He was working on it again this morning. First guy out there on the ice. Hopefully having Robertson there on his wing allows him to do more offensive things and gets him out of this rut I think he's in so far in this series.
Robertson obviously is famous for being shot out of a cannon after being scratched. He's got to be pumped to get back into this, get into this series for the first time. Haven't seen him since Ottawa, but he did, he's done some big scoring in scratch games. Is this one of those situations where we see some of that magic tonight, or is that kind of too much to expect?
No, I think that's exactly what you got to get out of Robertson. It's either you're going to perform or we got somebody else who's going to take your spot.
Okay.
And unfortunately for Robertson, that's the position he's been in all season long, where it's like, we have to see something really good out of you, or we're going to scratch you and put somebody else in, because there's always somebody on his tail, whether it was Pacioretty all season when he was healthy, or it's like Calle Jarnkrok coming back from injury, or it's like Holmberg coming out and into the lineup. Like, somebody's always on Robertson and trying to push him out of the lineup. So we need something from Robertson to prove that he can stick in the lineup.
Matthew Tkachuk, speaking of Max Domi, I always called him Ty. Matthew Tkachuk said he was going to go after William Nylander after Domi bumped Barkov from behind and was fined $5,000 for it. I know Domi today didn't want to talk about it. He wants to move on, right? And I think Mark Masters was it Masters asked him a couple different ways, or
today I didn't speak to Domi.
You didn't speak to Domi.
No.
So that would have been, I guess,
maybe it was practice yesterday
or something like that. It was a funny clip because somebody asked him, and then Masters followed it up. And Masters, being the nicest guy in the room, Max didn't give him any attitude, but he said, "Mark, I'm going to move on." So I thought that was funny. It was a good little exchange.
I was never that one.
Do you think that the Florida Panthers will actually try to target people tonight? I mean, Matthew Tkachuk has not skated well in this series. When he's standing still, he's spectacular, but he's clearly injured. Is that something that, after 2 days, you just don't think about it and you try to win? Or is it a target kind of game?
There's no targeting done by the Florida Panthers, but to think that they won't have it out for everybody on the ice is you're lying to yourself. I think it's a concerted effort by every single player on the Florida Panthers who's on the ice at that moment to go hammer whoever else is on the ice in terms of their opponent. So I don't think they're targeting anybody specific, but will they be doing everything they've been doing this entire postseason? Yes. Which means they're going to hammer some guys and they're going to do a lot of stuff after the whistle, and some guys are going to get injured.
Okay.
That's what the Florida Panthers do, unfortunately.
Yeah, no kidding. Luke Fox called this a legacy on the line game for Matthews and Marner. Now, William Nylander has always come through in the playoffs with balanced scoring throughout, and it's not about your PPG. It's not about your points per game. It's about having that spread, right? Scoring later into series, not just at the beginning of them. And obviously, Marner's got a goal in this series. Matthews does not. They have primary assists. Matthew Nyes is scoring for them. But for those two guys, a lot of people are going to say, this is at home. This is the furthest you have ever been in this era in the playoffs. Legacy, legacy, legacy. What an opportunity. What a pressure cooker. What do you think, Jesse? What do we expect from those two tonight?
Yeah, whether you think it's fair or not.
And do you think it's fair?
I'm of the opinion I like looking at the larger picture of their performance so far in this series, which is kind of the micro picture, because that takes away all of the years before where they didn't perform.
Right.
But so
the bigger picture, but this year.
Exactly. So whether you think it's fair or not, everybody who is a Leaf fan is waiting for Austin Matthews to have a playoff moment. He's never had that in his career yet. That moment in the highest stakes of this sport, the Stanley Cup Playoffs, that can define his legacy, and we see him step up and score whatever big goal it is to push this team forward. And I think he's done a lot of great things so far defensively, and he's had his chances offensively, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to bury the puck in the back of the net. He's been able to miss the net a lot, but hasn't been able to bury one. And I think it's fair for a fan base to look at their highest paid player, their best player in terms of regular season performance by far, a Hart Trophy winner, a two-time Rocket Richard winner, and expect him to step up to the plate.
Craig Berube said, big goals coming. That's the way you got to think about it. And who knows when it's going to happen, but just focus on playing the game. Austin leads all forwards in the NHL, and actually all players in the NHL in these playoffs, in missed shots, Jesse. Is that big goal coming tonight?
Ooh, I'm not good at predicting goals in one night. That's
You're not manifesting like Steve is with the Boston Pizza thing?
I think he's gonna have one of those nights. I think eventually Austin's gonna show up and have one of those nights. Whether it's tonight, whether it's Game 6, whether it's Game 7, I'm not sure. So it could be tonight, but I don't think this scoreless streak lasts very long for Austin.
Right.
He's too good for that. Like you said, the shots on net are there. He's missing a bunch of them, and if he can just dial in and get that little X factor that he hasn't shown he has yet. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's done it ever. I think it's in him, though, and he has that ability.
It's funny, we call it an off season for Austin. I mean, he falling from 69 goals to 33 is a big fall, but, he played a lot less games this year than he did last year. And scoring was down league-wide. We only had one guy eclipse 50 goals this year, which is kind of unbelievable. Matthews had 33 in 67 games. So as much as everybody calls it an off season, yes, it's the lowest of his career, but it's also, there's other factors that lay into that. I think, Jess, here's the thing. Great that he can play defense. Great that they're shutting down Barkov. But people look at hockey the way they look at hockey cards. Goals, assists, points. It's got to happen soon.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's coming about time. You know, it's about to be midnight. The clock's going to strike on Austin Matthews if he doesn't eventually have one of those moments. Because, like I said, the fans are waiting for it.
Yeah.
And whether it's fair or not, he's set that expectation because he's Austin Matthews. And it needs to happen eventually.
This is the Steve Dangle Watchalong pre-show from SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. I'm Adam Wilde, and make sure you get into SportChek and get your jersey crested like me. Look. Oh, Jesse's got one too, and we made him get one that has his name on the back, and he won't wear it.
I did it wrong though, because
Why?
I put number 5 on it, but I should have put 55 for Jason Blake,
Oh,
and then I could have worn it because then it's not a jersey with my name on it.
Well,
because
there
I
you
think
go.
that's a jersey faux pas. Because I didn't play for the team. Why is my name on the back?
Now, if you put Jason Blake's jersey, or if you put his name on this jersey, and it's out of time, right? So if I put Doug Gilmour in the back of this jersey, is that a jersey foul?
No, not at all.
He didn't play in this jersey, though. He played in a different
Yeah,
press.
but I can't go back to 19-2 and get the jersey. I'm not a time traveler. Do you think the people at SportChek would take the 5 off of my jersey
And just move it up?
and add a 5?
I'm sure they would.
We should go down and ask.
Yeah,
I think that'd be fun.
Remember when William Nylander changed his jersey and they offered free number changes?
Yeah, because he went from 29 to 88, right?
That's right. Yeah, I feel like that they could probably do that.
Okay.
I feel like that's possible.
Let's
now,
ask.
we should mention this: that Doug Sifu, who was a guest on this show and is a Panthers minority owner, was suspended indefinitely by the NHL. He's going to have I don't even know if I call it a hearing, but a quote-unquote meeting with head office over some tweets. Obviously, there was a Leaf fan account that was tweeting and trolling, and he trolled back. The difference, Jesse, is because people are like, well, the Leaf fan account said some bad things. Yeah, but he's not Doug Sifu.
What? Are people defending?
Yeah,
him?
well,
What?
I mean, they'll defend anything.
My goodness.
My question is this, and I believe I know the answer, but I still want to ask it, okay? Does this play into the game at all, even a little bit?
No.
Okay.
This is so outside of the game. That's some other thing, and yeah, Gary's going to deal with that with his little sit down. I hope there's some sort of punishment, handed down.
Well, if the Panthers do anything in these playoffs, he won't be able to be a part of it, and he owns the damn team.
Yeah, his name is also on the Stanley Cup.
Yes.
I don't know if people are aware, but when the team wins it, certain executives go on there, certain owners, and he's on the cup. So I don't know what happens with that kind of stuff, but this is not a great situation for Mr. Seafood.
Not great, buddy. If I had spent tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions to buy an NHL team, you bet your ass my name would be on that cup. I'm like, people are like, why are owners on the cup? They financed it.
They own the thing.
Yeah, I think they should be on it.
That makes sense.
Now, around the league, obviously we've got Edmonton, Vegas tonight, but I'm going to save that game for a second because I want to talk about Dallas and Winnipeg, and we're coming up on 22 minutes till Steve joins us here on the stream. Connor Hellebuyck struggles on the road in these playoffs leading in to this game, Jesse. Leading in, okay? Mm-hmm. This is before last night's game. I'm just loading it up, and oh my God, of course. 0-8, now 0-9, a .583 goals against average, and a save percentage of 827. Not quite as bad last night, but Granlund still gets the hat trick. Mikko Rantanen didn't have to do everything, although he had some great opportunities. Listen, the book is out on this guy. Glove side, glove side, glove side. Those were all, Granlund's goals were all on the glove side of Connor Hellebuyck. What does Winnipeg do? This is a guy that's going to win the Vezina. He's probably going to win the Hart as well. What do you do now?
I think not everything should fall on Connor Hellebuck.
Okay, give it to me.
In terms of the goals that were allowed. I see a defensive structure that seems to break down in a lot of moments because the Dallas Stars are a very good hockey team, and they're able to penetrate a very good defensively sound team in Winnipeg. I think Scott Arniel is getting out-coached. He's getting outclassed by Pete DeBoer in every single way in terms of matchups, in terms of structure, in terms of just every way his team plays on the ice in comparison to Winnipeg. Like, it's not even close. Winnipeg plays a great game with speed, and Dallas doesn't allow them to play that game at all. And nothing has been easy for Connor Hellebuck so far in this series, and I think he could definitely make a couple extra saves, but I think the Winnipeg Jets as a whole are just getting outclassed by a better Dallas Stars team.
There you go. Now, if you look at Sportsnet stats during a Winnipeg-Dallas game, it's just and it's not their fault, but like it's literally just dunking on Connor Hellebuck. I gotta give you another stat.
No.
Sportsnet stats tweeted out at 8:53 last night, so basically second period. Connor Hellebuck has now allowed 11 goals this postseason from 30 plus feet out.
That's not because he's just bad at goaltending. That's a Dallas Stars team. Well, I guess both teams in the Blues they played before, like the Winnipeg is allowing too many bodies in front.
Yeah.
The reason long distance shots go in isn't because they're point blank on the goaltender. It's because there's 800 6'2" guys in front of the goaltender.
Yeah.
And if you're the Winnipeg Jets, you can't allow people just to stand in front of your goalie and take those shots from distance and they sneak through. The Winnipeg Jets aren't playing great postseason hockey right now. Like, they're not able to play in the trenches there, and they're allowing too many bodies in front, and that's where you're getting numbers like that. And they look bad on Hellebuck, but overall their team isn't structurally sound right now.
I just want to say that I cannot believe how much Cody Ceci and Michael Granlund have added to this team. Like, and I'm not trying to listen. I've never been the biggest Cody Ceci fan, but
Well, that's Kyle Dubas.
Yeah.
He's
It's really
the world's biggest Cody Ceci fan.
100%. And it wasn't Cody's fault. I just felt like they set him up to fail in Toronto.
Yeah.
In
Because the
divorce.
GM loved him too much.
Yeah. Oh,
Like-
hey, you look really bad with Morgan Riley. Let's try it again 82 times.
Oh, jeez.
I'm looking at how he fits into this system, and I'm looking how Granlund fits into this system. Pretty eventful pickup for Dallas at the deadline. That's just massive, right? It does go to show that deadline pickups do matter. They do factor in, and especially this year. There's actually an article on Sportsnet about it right now about how great a lot of the deadline pickups are doing. Leafs, Dallas, Florida. Obviously, Brad Marchand's been a huge factor. It's kind of important.
Yeah, and like with Granlund, you got to think about the list of guys on the Stars you would have ahead of him in terms of who would score a postseason hat trick.
Yeah.
Like if I asked you, Adam, to list the guys you think are going to score a hat trick before going into that game, Granlund's got to be what, like sixth on the list?
I think so. Okay, I would take Hintz, I would take Rantanen, I would take Duchesne, I would take Sagan, Johnson, Robertson. Maybe then you get to like Granlund and Ben.
Yeah.
But like,
so that's 6, 7.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, so it speaks to the Dallas Stars and just how good they are. They get this type of scoring from anybody in the lineup. Like, that's a dude who could be playing anywhere in the lineup, up and down it, and he scores a hat trick for them. You know, they're incredibly deep.
Amazing to see Miro Heiskanen back too.
Yes.
He's just
limited minutes, but he was out there, which is so cool for the Stars fans.
And there are reports, speaking of, that the Stars' potential third-round opponent, and I say potential in both cases because the series ain't over, the Edmonton Oilers could be getting Matthias Ekholm back right at the beginning of the third round. Maybe. It could wrap up tonight, though, and this is what's going to be interesting. We call it the Steve Dangle Watchalong. It is going to be a Leafs Watchalong, but as soon as the Leafs game's over, I'm taking over on the same stream. There won't be a different stream, and we're doing Edmonton-Vegas. And, Jess, it's in Vegas. It could end tonight.
It could. Vegas is a really good team. Like, I don't think they're going out without a fight. They look like they were in that game for moments, Game 4, and it didn't seem like it was going to get to 3-1, but, like, all credit to Edmonton because right now they're the best offensive team in the world. Like, nobody can match what they dish out offensively. So if any series is going to end quickly in 5, it's probably this one.
It's never worked in the history of the National Hockey League, but in the Oilers' case, the best defense is a good offense. What's crazy, Jess, is they, instead of allowing their goaltender to tend the goal, they just said, how about you just don't take any shots at all?
Yeah.
Like, literally, they're like, I don't think Stuart Skinner's that good, but it doesn't matter if they get 6 shots a period.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen Stuart Skinner's Game 4 numbers. Like, the dude is unreal in Game 4s throughout his last couple of postseason
So that's weird,
runs.
right?
I think Stuart Skinner might be clutch.
Oh my God.
Is that crazy to say?
Man, yo, they tried to tell me the same thing about Binner. I didn't believe them, and look at that.
Like, Stuart Skinner might be a clutch performer, and there's a reason that this team was in the Stanley Cup Final with him last season, because when the moments get tight, he does enough for them to win. And like, I can't say it enough how surprised I am that they've been able to pull this out, because it never looked like all regular season that the Edmonton Oilers had this again in them. And then it got to Game 5 against the Kings, when they didn't have a good first 4 games, and then in that game where Jim Hiller allows them to turn their season around, since then they've looked like that team, and they have it once again. And getting Ekholm back would be a monster boost for this team.
Evander Kane has been a real difference maker.
Yeah.
They shook up the lines, and Evander Kane's was the only line that scored, Jess. Like, it was crazy what happened, and I have to give Knobloch credit, because the Oilers had already been doing well, but when you got Kane, Henrique, and Connor Brown, and it's Henrique on hat-trick watch, it goes to show, first off, what Evander Kane brings to the lineup, but second, the options that Chris Knobloch has available to him throughout this series.
And I think the Kane thing might be an underrated storyline because of all the stars they have in McDavid and Draisaitl.
Yeah.
You want to talk about Bouchard, and you want to talk about the goaltender, and you want to talk about Perry, but Evander Kane was out all season.
Right.
And they didn't really look comfy all season. Evander Kane's back, and now he's got his legs under him, and all of a sudden the Oilers are good again and playing like the Stanley Cup contenders. I think Evander Kane is a really important cog in this wheel. You know, like, I feel like he gets everything kind of moving with his presence in the lineup, and he's super important to the Oilers.
Well, and I couldn't agree more, and it helps that he's fresh, right? He doesn't have 82 games under those skates, right? He's completely fresh, clean off an injury, and ready to go. Now, the other thing I'm going to be watching out for tonight, actually 2 more things. First off, the matchup of Adin Hill versus Zach Hyman. Hill hates Zach Hyman and was pushing him around after whistles. And, you know, Janmark tried to trip Adin Hill. Like, they're trying to get in his head, and it seems to be working.
In Adin Hill's head, yeah. Anytime you see a goalie shaky like that, it's never a good sign. Like, I like my goalies to be feisty, but I don't like when my goalies go full Binnington.
Yeah.
You know, you never
go full Binnington.
You never go full Binnington, and in that moment, Adin Hill went full Binnington.
Yeah.
You know, so.
The other thing, the last one I want to mention is Mark Stone is likely not to be in the lineup tonight. He's been struggling. We think
confirmed out.
Oh, it is confirmed. Yeah. So as you know, as of the start of this recording, I didn't know, but yeah.
No, he left last game. Or the game before that, and then he's been out ever since.
Yeah,
you know? And that's so important to their team. Like, it's been a lot of strain on a guy like William Karlsson, who's like trying to get the heavy load for him and fill in these parts of the lineup. And like, they have a lot of depth, the Vegas Golden Knights do, but when you miss Mark Stone, it's a big part of your lineup that you're missing.
You're never going to get – you can't replace Mark Stone, and you can't replace him in the aggregate. He's the takeaway king. He is a great turnover machine.
Yeah, you can't
in the positive.
You can't moneyball Mark Stone.
No. And, you know, I also love to see Kasperi Kapanen out there in the year 2025. Like, every time he gets out there, he's going to play like 5 minutes a night. But when he gets out there, he's just going to throw body, and that's what he did. Hit, and that's what the Oilers need. That's what the coach needs from him, just energy. So it's working out for the Oilers, and we will see you tonight for the watch-along immediately following Steve Dangle's Leafs watch-along, and it'll be on this very stream, so don't go anywhere. Now,
and Adam, if that game starts before the Leafs end, you're still going to wait until the Leafs end, just for everybody watching.
If the Leafs game goes to triple overtime, we won't get an Oilers stream tonight. We'll put it that way. It's not because we don't want to, but because it doesn't make sense to do dueling streams on the channel, so we're just going to wait until the Leaf game ends and go from there.
Yeah, so just stick around till whenever the Leafs game's over, Adam will hop on your screen.
Exactly. So with that said, I want to move on to the last series. And The Washington Capitals are on the brink tomorrow night. That could be it for the league's second best team. I keep saying they won the President's Trophy. They didn't. Jets did. But it could be it for both of those teams because the first and second place teams are now on the brink. I have to give a shout out to Heat Daddy on Twitter, who did a live stream where he slept through the entire Canes-Washington game and got 81,000 people watching because it's so boring. But the Carolina Hurricanes might just boring their way back to their second Eastern Conference final in 3 years, Jess.
I think if we're looking at any team to be the Cup favorites right now, it might be the Hurricanes.
No.
Because, like...
Stop. No.
No, honestly.
That's outrageous.
Oh, outrageous. They've only played games where they play their game this entire playoffs. That first round, they played, was it 5 games?
Yes.
Of Carolina Hurricanes hockey. So far, they're 4 games into this series. They've only played Carolina Hurricanes hockey. I don't think there's been a game this playoffs where they haven't controlled what type of game they want to play. So if we're talking about teams going into the conference finals who are fresh and ready and just humming and firing on all cylinders, it's got to be the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Dallas, if they get through this round, they have to go through a war with Colorado.
Yes.
Like, let's not forget that wasn't a normal series. That was a Stanley Cup final we saw Colorado and Dallas play. And then on the other side, you got to think about all the hockey that Edmonton has played so far in this postseason, and then last year to the Cup final run. So they've got some legs that are a little tired there. And then we're talking Leafs or Florida.
Yep.
We know about Leafs in Florida. They're going through a war right now. Carolina's fresh. Carolina's playing Carolina hockey. They've dominated the 1 seed. They made quick work in the first round. I think they got to be the Cup favorites.
Oh, man. I don't know. That would be horrible because what would happen, Jess, is everybody would copy them. I hate it.
Okay.
No.
So you're worried about next season everybody playing this, let's just get a bunch of low-quality shots on the board and play boring hockey.
Think of the effect the 2011 Bruins had on the rest of the league. You cannot do that to me. It would be like the Devils in the late 90s. Everybody copied them too, and the game sucked.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
I didn't even think about the consequences.
Oh, there are massive consequences. You can't let the Canes do this to us. Not our beautiful game. Okay, it's on a roll. You can't do it.
If the Canes make it through, and like I'm making a lot of assumptions that they're going to knock off the Capitals, but I think they are. Are you making them the favorite against the Leafs or the Panthers?
No.
Okay.
No. I think. Oh shit. I mean,
Nay,
honestly,
no swearing.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I just. So. Like, you make some really good points, but I don't want to concede them. I'm being hard-headed about this.
No. If you disagree, disagree.
Here's the thing about the Canes is that if you can get shots, I do think that Freddie is beatable. I do. But it's a question of how do you get those shots. Jake Slavin is a monster. Their team defense is monstrous. I think you have to beat them into submission. Like, I think you got to do, like the Florida Panthers have got to do what they do to everybody and forecheck the hell out of them. And I think the Leafs would have to do the same thing. The Leafs would have to mimic what the Florida Panthers do and just wear them down game after game.
The Leafs have that ability.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the Leafs play a rough style of hockey.
Yep.
Everybody in the Atlantic really does, I find.
Well, yeah, if somebody's playing rough like the Bruins did for so many years, you kind of have to match it, right?
Yeah.
There's no other way around it. Now, around the league today, and by the way, Steve is going to join us in about 7 minutes for the watch-along tonight with the Leafs taking on the Panthers. Adam Wylde, Jesse Blake, Maddie's here too for the SDPN YouTube channel at SportChek in Maple Leaf Square.
Hello.
Around the league, we got Ken Holland, new general manager of the Los Angeles Kings. I did have somebody tell me that it might be the worst hire. This is somebody that we know. It might be one of the weirdest, worst hires ever.
Was it Steve Dangle?
No, it was not Steve Dangle. And it was not a former Oilers or Detroit fan either. Maybe. But I want to say this, Jess.
Yeah.
Ken Holland is a very interesting hire for the LA Kings because they're at a bit of a crossroads. They have some young players that are coming up. They also have some old guys who are still performing. But the question is, do they have enough star power to compete with the Oilers and the Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche? They're a good team. They're not great. I didn't see a lot in Edmonton that led me to believe Ken Holland can acquire great, other than the Matthias Ekholm trade. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to run down in my mind some of the moves that Ken Holland did. I'm just trying to do it off the top of my head because I don't have it in front of me. But I think it's like the Hyman deal he did. Evander Kane, I think the trade he acquired
yes, he did do that.
After that whole hoopla with Kane, he became available and all that, and he got him. And like you said, the Ekholm deal. So and the Bouchard, his RFA deal, it would have been too. So like, there's a couple things you look at. And
did he also do the Nurse extension though?
He did do the Nurse extension, which is one of the uglier contracts in the NHL at the current moment, based on Darnell Nurse's play right now. So like, there's a big mixed bag of stuff. He also didn't win. I think like his heyday are like well past him in terms of his good general managing days. And I don't know what the Kings are right now, and it seems like they require a lot of tinkering. And Ken Holland in a position where you need a lot of tinkering isn't somewhere I want him to be. I would rather him be in like the finished product stage, and you just gotta like fix a few pieces here. I don't know if I want Ken Holland to be doing the overhaul of the Kings lineup, because I think it needs a bit of an overhaul.
It does. Needs something bold.
They're not good enough right now based on the last 4 years of going out in the first round to the Edmonton Oilers. And I don't really trust Ken Holland based on his track record to make those bold decisions.
105 points, though, this year, Jesse. And people are going to be like, well, they got 105 points. They got 2 wins in the playoffs.
Yeah.
2 wins.
No. Tell the Caps how, like, regular season works when they go in the second round, you know? Like,
yeah.
Tell the Winnipeg Jets how important the regular season is when they go out in the second round. Like, regular season points don't mean anything.
5 minutes till Steve joins us, so we're going to move through these a little bit quick. Rick Tocchet, now the new head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers, feels like this was the worst-kept secret in the league from literally the moment that John Tortorella was let go. Rick Tocchet is a career Flyer, basically, Flyer and Ben. Loves the franchise, had huge success there, wasn't able to win a Stanley Cup there, but, this seems like a good fit.
Yeah, no, I actually really like this move because it feels like Daniel Briere is building an organization from top to bottom of guys he knows and he trusts, and guys with the same mentality. Tocchet feels like he fits the ethos of what the Flyers are trying to build right now, from like Danny Briere down. And I think like the system he showed in Vancouver and what kind of coach he was, I think it's going to fit well with a Flyers team that's young and trying to rebuild and trying to get back to the playoffs. And he can build that like building mentality where you need to like grow every season and build on what you have. And I feel like Rick Tocchet's a good guy for that.
A real players coach too. Like Quinn Hughes loved him. Now, Adam Foote was evidently Quinn Hughes' pick to be the coach in Vancouver, and he is now the coach of the Canucks because the Canucks will do anything to keep him. And I'm not taking away from Adam Foote. He's a legendary NHL defenseman. What do you think about this fit?
It feels like it was a one decision hire.
Yeah, like Manny Malhotra obviously was in there, but I don't think
I don't know how to put it kindly. That's why I'm struggling for words here. But it feels like Quinn Hughes wanted this, so Quinn Hughes got it.
And what choice do the Canucks really have at this point?
Right.
Also today, the Canucks signed Tom Willander, who's a defenseman who was the 11th overall pick. Now, they had drafted him last year, and they had not been able to come to terms on a deal because the Canucks did not want to give him Schedule A rookie bonuses, and those are the ones that can take your contract to about, if you hit these particular markers, $3.25 million from the $900,000 base rookie salary. Seems kind of hilarious that a team would draft a guy 11th overall and then try to stiff him on those types of bonuses. Ultimately, they capitulated.
Yeah, it's so little money. Like, I don't know why you're fighting with this stuff.
Yeah, you should want him to hit that.
Also, it's good.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to hit the bonuses, I think everybody wins because then he gets his money and you get a good player. I never understand why teams are so stingy with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know what? The Leafs did it to Marner, and I think the Marner camp was pissed about it, and rightfully so. They gave it to Matthews, wouldn't give it to Marner.
Yeah, and then the Marner camp made them pay on the next deal.
Yeah, so they got their money back. It's okay. Also, and this is you
got 1 minute here,
1 minute to go. I'm looking at this. One last thing. Lou Lamoriello was spotted at the airport in Buffalo. They've had some shifting. Obviously, Eric Stahl hired on as an assistant to the general manager. And people were like, well, Lou's a free agent. Is he going to join? Apparently, he was in Buffalo to renew his lease on his Lexus.
No, his Nexus.
Oh, his Nexus. I read Lexus.
No.
Lexus is way better than Nexus.
Darren Dreger tweeted that he was renewing his Nexus, like the thing you used to cross the border.
Well, I read that after taking a nap, so there you go. I'm glad you picked that up.
That was an all-timer.
I was
happy that
I was going to ask you, my
live.
follow-up, it's in my notes. It's like, why did he need to go to Buffalo for a Lexus?
No, Nexus.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. All right. Now, listen.
That makes a lot more sense, I would say.
With 10 seconds to go, I'm just going to remind you, Steve's joining us in 10 seconds. He doesn't have a Lexus. And then I'm going to join you immediately following the Leafs game on this stream for the Oilers and Knights. Go Leafs, go. We hand it over to Steve Dangle right now.
Is it sane? Is it possible? Still I ask myself, are we our game? It's not logical, but you contemplate, are we am I?
Yes. 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 Game 5. Steve Dangle here on the SDPN YouTube channel. This watch along is brought to you, presented by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. It's a 2-2 series in Toronto where the Leafs fought so hard for home ice advantage. It's now a best of 3, and 2 of those 3 are in Toronto. They just showed Steven Lorenz butt-ending Simone Benoit in the balls in the tunnel. That was very playful. There might not be 3. The Leafs might win this in 6. Panthers might win this in 6. Who friggin' knows? All I know is Friday is an elimination game. Sunday is a potential game 7. But tonight is game 5, and tonight will dictate. Tonight will decide who has a 3-2 lead in this series. Whoever wins tonight wins the series, says Sports Talk Chud. Maybe. Poppy with the Hattie. I like the attitude. Does Bobrovsky have new pads? Wes Richard, 5 SDPN memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Luke Vela says, yes, yes, yes. We got a new look Leaf lineup. Nyes, Matthews, Marner. That is the same. Pacioretty, Tavares, Nylander. That is the same. McMahon, Domi, Robertson makes their triumphant return. They have had 2 games together, all of them at home in Toronto. They were game 1 against Ottawa, game 2 against Ottawa. Then Berube switched and never went back. He goes back now, and Scott Lawton is going to be on the wing with David Kampf making his playoff debut this year, and Steven Lorenz on the right. Yarncroke, who has 5 goals in 103 playoff games, is out. So is Pontus Holmberg. Nicholas says, yes, yes, yes. Game 5, here we go, manifesting a Leafs win. Go Leafs go. Who else is fired up? I am. Leafs 0-2 on TNT this series. This game is on ESPN. Ooh. Anyone else feel like puking? I felt nauseous about half an hour ago. Lioness. Here's hoping they're done pooping and puking. I think they are. Berube said there was no illness going through the team. I feel obligated to mention that. I think he's lying. Love from Portland, Maine. I'm a Wings fan, but Steve, you'd make me root for the Leafs in this series. Go Leafs, go. Oh my goodness. Luke Lesnar drafted in the WHL. That's right. Brock Lesnar's son was drafted in the WHL. 6 foot and 160 pounds at 14. Pretty sure he's going to end up being more than that. Give us a battle cry. How was that? Robert Bett saw Scotty Bowman today on Leafs Nation. The man is 90 years old, looks better than I do. Looks like he can still step behind the bench. Is Cliff and Scotty related anyhow? Cliff Fletcher and Scotty Bowman. I know Cliff Fletcher used to work for the Habs organization. I don't know if they worked there at the same time. Big Go Leafs Go chant in Toronto before the anthems. Could I trouble you for a Go Leafs Go? Go Leafs Go! Go Leafs Go! All right. Listen. Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. This watch along is presented by SportChek. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. Hey, have you got the passion? Chronically? Do you want others to know you've got the passion? Well, SportChek has new Maple Leafs tees, hoodies, and hats in stock from Mitchell & Ness. I keep walking by these things every time I go into the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. I just saw the new collection downstairs here at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. And everything I saw looked incredible. Oh, I want the Nyes one so bad. They have Matthews, Nylander, and Nyes. I got my eyes on Nyes. You wear these around town, you're going to be getting high fives from your fellow Leaf fans all day until your hand hurts. Check them out. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. And tomorrow, win or lose, we are going to be at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square recording a brand new Steve Dangle podcast right a little after 11 in the morning. Please come hang out with us. We have chairs and also a pleasant demeanor. Steve, if you were a coach, would you disclose whether or not there was an illness going through the locker room in the playoffs? F no. No, of course I wouldn't. Leif Opstead, thank you. Shout out to my 5-year-old Jake and a maximum Domi. We could use a maximum Domi tonight. I've seen betting lines for Marner shots 0.5 and Matthews shots on goal 0.5. Betting apps be wildin'. I think they beat them. I think they beat both of those tonight. Yeah, Drew's pointing out like Matthews has been missing a lot. He has 3 shots like every game. I'd love to know what his shots are for the series. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have none. 3 shots in every game for 4 games. Oh, well, there you go. Tom Wiley. Steve, I'm on a work trip in the middle of nowhere, South Dakota. Last time I was here, Bobby McMahon had his breakout Hattie, and y'all figured out how to turn on gifted memberships. Here's to more of both. Was that game? Because I remember both of those things separately. I didn't realize they were the same night. You guys like moved me to tears that night. And by the way, memberships. If you become an SDP VIP, my wife is informing me that I accidentally destroyed something in the backyard. Whoops! Hey, if you become an SDP VIP, you get access to our special VIP episode every week. We do 3 regular episodes of the Steve Dangle podcast every single week. The VIP episode is our 4th episode. We do stuff like Fat Guy Corner. Could 100 guys beat up a gorilla? And a bunch more. Become an SDP VIP today. Lower right-hand corner of the chat box. The puck is dropped. In Toronto, Riley with it in his own end. Around for Carlo. And Pacioretty, almost had a one-on-one there with Ekblad. Nylander after it. Ekblad's probably going to beat him there. He does. Marchand. So the Lundell line is going to be matched up against the Tavares line if Berube has his way. Jones on. That is blocked. Panthers can't hold the zone. Willie, standing stock still. I don't know if I agree with that decision. Panthers shovel it back in. Wool out of his net to play it. Back out to Riley. Riley off the glass. Not quite out. Nyes is out there now. Like the stream to keep Steve out of the doghouse. Yes. All eyes on Nyes. Premonition of an LFR name. I would like that. Marner for McCabe. There's lots of traffic in front. Oh, not able to get that shot through. Here comes Reinhart through the neutral zone. He'll ring it around the boards. It's behind the Leafs net. Reinhart to the point. Marner challenging. Kulikov with it at the point. Nyes pressuring him. Gets him to turn it over to Tanev. Tanev back to McCabe. McCabe airmails it. Not out. Held by Reinhart. Tanev drops it for McCabe. The Barkov line out there against Matthews. Lorentz. Up the ice for Lawton. Oh, Lorentz played it with his feet. Didn't quite work, but he hits it back to Benoit. To Lawton, who chips it in. Kampf after it for his first shift to the playoffs. Lorentz. Puck knocked off his stick. Benoit comes in. Throws it around to Ekman Larson. Lawton was filling in for Benoit. Ekblad has it behind the Panthers net. Now it's in the neutral zone. Where is it? Benoit carrying it. Hands it off to Ekman-Larsson. Almost 2.5 minutes gone already. Lorentz. Kulikov collects it. 17:30 to go in the first. The Domi line gets their first line shift. Riley is blocked at the point. Wool comes out of the net to prevent a breakaway. Riley, good play with the stick. Out into the neutral zone. McMahon falls down, pursuing the puck. Shot from Gadjevich. That goes wide. Riley gets it around Greer to Carlo. Noshik. Blocked by his own teammate. Fired. Blocked by his own teammate again. This line is in their own end. This is when they are not their best. Have your espresso, Steve. Double. Don't know if this helps, but watch Braveheart summoning my battle cry. Oh, hell yeah. In the neutral zone. Nylander after it. Is this icing? It is not. 16:30 to go in the first. Marchand digging. Marchand and Tanev in a good battle there. Pacioretty can't quite get it out against Jones. McCabe steals it off Marchand. Out of the reach of Tanev. McCabe. Up the ice for Pacioretty. Into the corner. Oh, no! It was gloved by Bobrovsky, who dropped it, and that was almost a chance for Tavares, but the Panthers are on the counterattack. Fans booing. Something happened behind the play. Matthews is out there now. Marner. They gained the zone. Marner to Matthews. Matthews, fans on the shot. Here comes Reinhart again. That is blocked, sort of. Barkov. That goes way over the net. Matthews battling Reinhart. Matthews comes up with it. Out to Nyes. Dumps it for himself. Nails Kulikov. No, he doesn't. Mikkola. Nails Mikkola. One wears 7, the other wears 77. Has there been a whistle? Ah, that's crazy. Whistle right there. 15-12 to go in the first. That's the first whistle. Just refreshing my feed there, folks. Oh. Face off in the leave zone. Puck is... Nope. Jumped the gun. Panthers win the draw. Kachuk. On. That's wide of the net. Played at the point. Deflected. Stopped by Wool. Whacked around the Panthers attacker. Here come the Leafs. Lorenz trying to get around Schmidt. Doesn't work. Lawton pursuing Kulikov. Takes off one of his gloves. Here comes Lawton. Blown tire from the Panthers. Leafs trying to take advantage. Down low. Domi after it now. Berube trying to keep the lines chaotic. Robertson is out there. McCabe. He's got a lane. Passes to Domi. Domi whacks it on net. Stopped by Bob. I don't hate that from Domi. Hoping for a rebound there, probably. Whoop. A little bit more neutral zone chaos. Tanev. Tanev gain center, dumps it. Tavares after it. Nylander gets it to Tavares. Tavares hard around for Pacioretty. Tavares with it behind the net. Much different start here in Toronto than in Game 4. Misplayed and out. Shots are only 1-1. No icing there. Shots are only 1-1, but the Leafs have had the lion's share of the puck to start. Through the neutral zone. That won't be enough for icing against the Leafs. 13:30 to go in the first. Lusterinen taken into the boards by Carlo. Kampf trying to shut him down. Carlo. Lorentz off the boards, out. Corrupted. Sorry for being late. Positive vibes only tonight. I agree. Shot from Ekblad. That would have been terrible timing. Out into the netting. 13:02 to go in the first period. Excuse me. Schmidt. Oh boy. They showed a replay of that shot. It went off Lorentz, off Kampf, but Wohl made the save. We got a commercial break here, folks. Steve Dangle here on the SDPN YouTube channel. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Tell all your friends. Hey, SportChek. It's this place. Is your destination to gear up for playoff season. Did you know you can get your jersey crested at select SportChek service shop locations? SportChek service. Did you know you can get your jersey crested at select SportChek service shop locations? I did it! Yes! We even heard they may be the fastest in the biz to do it. Stop by the Maple Leaf Square location for all your playoff gear and a chance to personalize your jersey with player cresting. I'm going to bring my son's jersey tomorrow and get it crested. I asked if he wanted Dangle. He doesn't. He wants Matthews. And that's okay. MLB and NHL Heat Press Cresting. Player name and number, $59.99. Jersey not included. Same day turnaround for Blue Jays and Maple Leafs jerseys. Same thing goes for MLB and NHL Heat Press Cresting. Custom name and number, but that's $49.99. And stitched cresting, you're looking at $89.99. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. What do we think of the start so far, folks? What do we think? Take a shot for every stop by Wohl. Oh my God, please don't. So apparently Sergei Bobrovsky, after a shutout, gives his teammates, some of his teammates, an autographed bottle of wine. They were just saying. Puck is dropped in the leave zone. That's a face-off won by Matthews. A little out of the reach of Tanev, but he catches up to it. It's through the neutral zone. Will this be enough for icing? No. Jones being pursued by Nyes, who lays a hip into him. But the Panthers break out regardless. Wohl out of his net to play it. Gets it to Tanev. Tanev thought about going up ice. Gets it to Marner. Diane, thank you for the 5 SDPN memberships. Marner to Matthews. Matthews harassed. Gets it through everybody. Nice. This line's been kept to the outside so far. We don't want that. Nice being double teamed. He needs help. Matthews trying to help. Matthews takes it off Barkov. Gets it to Marner. Again, they're on the outside though. Marner button hook to Benoit. Geez, that could have been dangerous, but it's Mitch. He's confident. Barkov comes up with it. Panthers break it out. And now here they come with speed. Shot! Wide. That was Carter Verhaeghe. 12 minutes to go in the first. Bennett! Shot! Just missed. Oh boy. Wide open hockey here. Move your feet, boys. Move your friggin' feet! And Verhaeghe airmails that out of play. Thank goodness. 11:45 to go in the first. Not a good shift there. Goodness gracious. Oh, that was off the crossbar from Verhaeghe. I don't think that Bennett one missed by much either. I didn't see what that hit. Not the back of the net. Thank goodness. 11:45 to go in the first. Official shots on goal are still 1-1 because goalposts are not counted as shots on goal. I understand. I still think it's weird. Leafs win the draw in their own zone. Pacioretty can't get it out. Lundell on. Stop it. Wohl rebound. Cleared by Pacioretty. Lusterinen battling for it. So is Marchand. He gets it to the point. It's Ekblad. And this is going to be a breakaway for William Nylander. Here he comes, Willie! Stopped by Bob. Willie keeps it. Tavares battling for it, trying to get it back to Willie. Doesn't work. Lundell tries to chip it in. He does. It's behind the Leafs net. Oh. Carlo for Riley. Riley through the neutral zone. That's tipped. No icing. McMahon after it. Panthers 2-on-3 through the neutral zone. Good back check there by Robertson. Wool plays it high off the glass. Oh, I think that hit the linesman. Oh, no. No sick. Domi calmly corrals that. Air mails it to McMahon in front. Oh, almost off Nate Schmidt, sticking in. Where is it? It's in the neutral zone. 10:30 to go in the first. Here come the Panthers. Game's opening up a little bit. Stopped by Wool. Cheeky shot. Domi to Robertson, who gets it off the wall and out. Panthers have to clear. Oh, Domi got hit in the face. And here come the Panthers. Huge numbers. Stopped by Wool. Oh, my goodness. I don't think they realized they had like a 3-on-1 there. I don't think they realized. Hey, that was a terrible shot, Drew. Thank you to Corrupted for the SDPN membership. If the players get a delay a game penalty for shooting over the glass, why don't refs get one for fake puck drop? That's hilarious. McMahon laid a solid hit on Barkov. Was that McMahon's stick or Barkov's stick that hit Domi in the face? He doesn't get the call. The other one. Matthews, they're not the same. Loses the draw in his own zone. Florida throws it on. There's a rebound. Oh, there's another one. Ekman Larson helps clear it. Marner is there as well. Marner with it. Exactly halfway through the first period. Marner, that passes out of reach of Benoit. Oh, they called that icing. He was real close to beating that out. Yeah, Drew with a great point. Known speedster, Simone Benoit. Like, what are you throwing that pass so far ahead for? 5K here and not even 1,000 likes. Come on. I agree. Can't believe SDPN got me, a Bruins fan, to have a soft spot for the Leafs. Yes, you can. One gift for every breakaway that has been costly. I will take that. Face off in the Leaf zone off the icing. Scrum draw. Leafs do come up with it, but Nyes second on it. Matthews trying to draw a call on Bennett. Ekblad shoots. Blockered away by Wool. Marner after it. Matthews, Nyes. Geez, someone get it. Benoit, noted speedster. He gets it out of the zone at least. Panthers counterattack. Wool out of his net to play it. Benoit's going to take him out. He doesn't. Lorentz turns it over. On. Stopped by Wool. 9:19 to go in the first. After the Panthers were kind of on the ropes, courtesy of the Leafs through the opening 7-8 minutes or so, Panthers have a nice little counterattack here as we go into commercial break. Steve Dangle here on the SDPN YouTube channel. This watch along is presented by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. So, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are watching this stream with my sweet niece, Lillian. And apparently Lillian, who is, 18 months old, looked at the screen and she said, "Steve, no screaming." And she waved her finger. I know my son Leo is upstairs. He's got his playoff rally towels. He's going nuts. Woo! Let's go nuts. Cam, will you give away bottles of wine if the Leafs win? The cup. I will give away une bouteille de vin. S'il vous plaît. Michael Carnevale. Anyone else losing years off their life for every time Wool leaves the net. And Total Malarkey, thank you very much. You know, Michael, I was talking to someone today. They made such a good point. Like, Florida is all about forecheck. And having a goalie in there who's better at handling the puck really helps. That's Stolarz. So Wool is making save after save after save after save. And at the end of the day, that's a goalie's job. But not having that particular goalie to help against Florida might have been nice, you know? Curtis Allen, welcome to STP VIP. Chips, pick a player in his prime as a Leaf to add for remainder of the playoffs. Muzzin, Hyman, or JVR? Ooh, Hyman. Face-off in the Leaf zone. It's Kampf to take this. 9:19 to go in the first. Shots are 7-2 for Florida. Ref didn't like that draw. They'll do it again. Biggest problem about that abysmal Game 4 might be that they gave Bob his confidence. He was mediocre in games 1-3. Believe in Wool to match, though. I agree. Leafs win that draw. Riley. Up the middle of the ice. Oh, Lorentz, nearly a breakaway. Bob has to play it. Leafs can't take advantage of that decent play there. Here come the Panthers with speed. Lindell, it's knocked off his stick, but Marchand gets the shot off. Wool makes the save. 9 minutes to go in the first. And Marchand and Lawton were going at it a little bit. Eric Furlat said, knock it off. By the way, we talk about the Wes McCauley stats. Tonight's officiating crew is Eric Furlat and Kelly Sutherland. And the Leafs actually have a really, really, really good record when these guys are the officiating crew. Lawton going right at Marchand. I don't know what the history is there between those two, but they do not seem to like each other. Matthews taking the draw on his own end. Panthers win it on. Deflected. That's wide. Behind the net, McCabe digging for it with Reinhart. Can't quite get it out. Marner. Barkov has it. Pass off target for Reinhart. It's at the point. On. That's wide. Barkov gets the rebound to the point again. It's Mikkola. It's behind the net. Boquist is up on this line. Oh! Puck taken off of Barkov. And here comes Nyes. Nice, great forecheck, but not enough Leafs joining him. Panthers just turn it the other way. 8:15 to go in the first period. Tavares trying to get around Ekblad, two former first overall picks, 2009 and 2014. Panther taken down behind the play, I believe by Pacioretty. Tavares, as Pacioretty gets onside, stapled by Ekblad, though, all over him. Nylander helping out on defense. Bennett, shot! Stopped by Wool. Oh, boy. Tavares. To Riley. Shot counters really getting away from the Leafs here. 9-2 for Florida for the second straight game. Domi, good interception. He's out there with Nylander and Pacioretty. To Pacioretty, stopped by Bob. That's a good chance. Pacioretty to Carlo. Carlo on! Oh! Domi has to do the legwork here as the Leafs are changing. Another Domi tooth gone on a no call. Did he lose a tooth? I don't know if he did. It was a pretty bad high stick. Was it Barkov, though, or McMahon? It was Barkov. So if he did lose a tooth there, that's like 4 teeth Domi has lost to high sticks that weren't called. And that's not even just the Leafs. I think the first teeth he lost were with, was it Chicago? And it wasn't called. You can find the clip on YouTube. They're battling in the Leafs' end. Carlo to McCabe. Passed to Kampf. Underratedly fast. Every time I see him skate, I forget how fast he is. Robertson to Kampf. Kampf to Benoit! Oh, he missed! Oh, what a chance! Oh. That would have been the sexiest friggin' goal, and it would have been Kampf to Benoit. Damn. In the neutral zone. This looks like Marchand. He's hit, but he creates a play over the net. Jones. Stopped by Wool. Seeing the puck really well tonight. 6:03 to go in the first period. Flyers fan checking in. Lawton and Marchand have had beef since Marchie took a run at Braden Shen when they were with their not weird teams. Braden Shen, like at the very beginning of his career? I'm trying to remember when he was a Flyer. That was a long time ago. I don't think you're a team if Bennett doesn't get whooped. If the Department of Player Safety won't do it, go back to the old days. My FB coach told us after a guy suplexed our RB and sent him to the hospital, eye for an eye, blood for blood, 77 only. Hot damn. 77 was a well-known dirty player that hurt people. It's in the corner. Camera wasn't on the puck. It's down the ice. No icing. 5:50 to go in the first. Marner takes it off of Jones. Can he get it to Matthews? He can't, but Carlo does a good job keeping the pressure on. Panthers finally get out. This is a one-on-one attack here. Shot! Stop by Wool. Where's the rebound? Oh, there it is! Stop by Wool! Stop by Wool again! He's on fire again. I wish he didn't have to be. Here they come again. Leafs really playing with fire, and the Panthers score. What did you expect? Another brutal start for the Leafs, and Ekblad puts the Panthers on top 1-0. Shots on goal on the counter read 12-3 at home. You can't even blame the whistle this time. You haven't been shorthanded 4 times. That's your top line. That's the matchup you've been dying for 2 games. Horrible outcome, leaving their goalie totally out to dry. Brutal from the Maple Leafs. Brutal. Respect to Wool. That was sent earlier. Oilers beat the Leafs in 6 in the Stanley Cup final. Yeah, I would kill for that right now. Shots 13-3. If there's a Wool, there's a way. Maybe they can put Wool on the top line, get him going. Wool out of his net to play it. Benoit up the ice. Leafs tip it. This is going to be icing probably. Yep. 5:07 to go in the first. Unacceptable start. They looked all right through the first few minutes. Jesse just sent me a video of a linesman pushing Scott Lawton. That's cool. Tavares loses the draw. Matthew Tkachuk with it. Stapled by Nylander. Careful, Willie. He's after you. Tavares gets it to Willie. He's going to go around. Forsling shoots. Stop. Oh, there was a rebound. Golden for Pacioretty, but it goes over his stick. Here come the Panthers on a 3-on-2. It's Bennett. Where's that? It's in the slot. Up the ice. Here comes Willie again. He can't get around Schmidt. And he goes offside. A rare 88-on-88 battle. 4:42 to go in the first. Commercial break. So who's tying it up for the Leafs? Hey, Steve Dangle here, SDPN YouTube channel. This watch along is brought to you by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Now listen, Leafs got scored on. Leafs are losing. And you know what I noticed about that? The viewership for this stream spiked. Greetings, sickos. So here's your toll. Here's what you got to do for me. The sad clown, you've come to honk my nose. I get it. It's free. It takes a second, and it helps us out a lot. Click like. 6,700 of you in here, 1,800 likes. That's not good enough. Get us to 2,000, get us to 2,500, get us to 3,000, get us to at least half of you. Get that up. That is all I ask. All I ask. Jayu says, man, I really hate those Panthers faces so much. Same. Cerberus, finally a broadcast with no cat noises everywhere or after every announcement. Hey, Steve, do you think the winner of this, regardless of it, if it goes 6 or 7, will take the series? I mean, you lose this one at home. It's hard to picture you winning the next one, but it's possible. It's 1-0. It's early. There's lots of game left. Francois Labelle just came in. Are the Leafs as bad as the shot count would indicate? Yes. Not for the first few minutes, but then the Panthers came on and they've just sort of kept coming on. They need to get some pucks on net to tie it. No kidding. The Leafs have had chances, ironically. Not a sicko. Been here since puck drop. This is the Scott Lawton game. Oh, I would kill for that. 7,000 you in here, 2,600 likes. Those numbers do not make sense. Get it up. Hi, I'm a sicko. Toll paid. Thank you, Jeremiah. Panthers win that faceoff just outside their zone. Kulikov up the ice. Wool is going to cover it up. 4:33 to go in the first. Keep it going. We're not quite at 3,000. We should be at 3,500. Shades of Keefe's Leafs not showing up on time, says Adam. Oh, boy. I'll have you know that I tuned in right before Florida scored. Well, then it's your fault, Danny Heatley. How dare you? Domi against Lundell in his own zone. This is the matchup I was worried about, Drew. I thought Domi was getting waved out. He didn't. Wasn't. Oh, he was kicked out. Robertson is going to take the draw. Robertson wins it. I wonder what Robertson's career save percentage is. I feel like it's decent. He gets, I remember some winger wins, and there he is with the puck. Did I say save percentage? Face-off percentage, sorry. His save percentage is probably not as good. Domi flips it in, and the Leafs will change. They don't like this matchup. They are correct. 4:10 to go in the first period. Panthers with it. Kulikov behind his own net. And they got the Kampf line out there. What'd I tell you? Wool out of his net to play it. I know my Leafs. That's right. Panthers dump it in after getting stifled in the neutral zone. Lorentz to Kampf, into his feet. Loses the zone. Keeps the puck. Benoit chips it in. Lawton after it. Thought he should have maybe gone hard there. Again, take turnover, but the Leafs are going to change. Carlo and Riley. 3:20 to go in the first. Willie with it. Willie gets it in deep. Tries to get around Jones. Oh, stepped into by Pacioretty, but here come the Panthers once again. Goodness gracious, their counterattack has been absolutely killer so far tonight. That's behind the Leafs net. Pacioretty gets it out. Is that icing? It sure is. 2:56 to go in the first. Tyler Durden. Nick Robertson is a goalie. I'm calling it. McCabe is about to come up big, is what you said. Silence averted. Leafs are Kings East. Offense disappears after a close game 3 and a goalie keeping them in the series. I hope not. Bennett against Tavares in the faceoff dot. .256 to go in the first. Tavares wins that clean. Shots are 14-4. Panthers at the point on. The shot counter is not as concerning as the 1-0 score. Bennett tries to center it. Can't. Tavares cleans him out and breaks out. Off the boards, tries to go to himself. 2:35 to go in the first. Shot attempts are 31-8, says producer Drew. Wool gives it away. Kachuk behind his net. Wool is holding Bennett's stick. Tanev with 2:15 to go dumps it in. Matthews after it. Cleans out Mikkola. Ah! God, they just can't get anything done. McCabe. Down low to Matthews. Really frustrating game so far. The Leafs just chasing. Lundell gains, dumps. Marchand after it. On. Marner cleans it out. He's tripped. And they call it. 1:43 to go in the first. Leafs are going to go to the power play. Leafs 0-7 with Sutherland as ref. Are you sure? That might be in the playoffs. I think he might be talking playoff history. This season, they're undefeated with him. Yeah. I donated to a children's hospital today. Feel like the poor Leaf fan and he could use the support too. Gosh. Haven't seen your content in a bit. Was so happy this popped up on my feed. Let's go Leafs. Leafs just, you know how you can tell your algorithm that you like me. It's click like. Leafs just waiting to get to Florida for golf. And yes, this is how I'm coping with this lackluster performance so far. Lundell is in the box. This is a big break for the Leafs. You've had a dog's breakfast of a first period on home ice. And guess what? You're a shot away on the power play from erasing it entirely. 8 for 32 in these playoffs. Most of that came against Ottawa. You need one here. 5 forward setup. Tavares on the draw. Tavares wins it. Matthews on. Softly. Tried to get a tip. Panthers clear it. 1:35 to go in the first. I'm a Caps fan. How you feel it? Or how you feeling? I hear it now. I'm feeling mediocre at best. They have to score a goal to get momentum back. I agree. Here comes Tavares. Gets it to Marner at the point. Marner. Back to Tavares. God, the Panthers just smothering. Matthews intercepted by Reinhart. He'll skate it out. These guys are methodical. Reinhart is intercepted by Marner. 1:05 to go in the first. 1:20 to go in this power play. Leafs changing. Minute to go in the first. Matthews drops it for Domi. Nyes. Domi around. Tavares. Marner. On! Deflection! Rebound! Oh, nice! Robbed by Bob. Nice. Intercepted by Bob. Nice. Tavares. Matthews. Marner. Domi. Marner. 25 seconds. Domi. Matthews. Domi. Fight! .15 seconds. Panthers can't get it out. Off the linesman. Fortuitous bounce. Panthers clear it. Wool has it. There's not going to be enough time to do anything. And a smattering of boos at the end of the first period in what was an awful, awful first period for the Maple Leafs in Game 5. Oh, Bob absolutely robbed Nyes. That's a goal. Oh, my God. Oh. Leafs down 1-0 after 1. Thank you for 3,000 likes. But in the words of Kendrick Lamar, it's not enough. They got to score here, but it feels like last game. The Leafs will begin the second period with a power play, which is something, but it's not much of one, about 15 seconds. Not a great start, Steve. Do I need to let one rip in the locker room to wake them up? Don't worry. I think Berube is going to do that just fine. Marner could have shot 3 times and just didn't. Just shoot! It's beginning to feel like tee-off time. Knock it off. We're 20 minutes into a 1-goal game. Producer Drew telling me shot attempts are 33-11. Yuck. Imagine what this Leafs power play is going to look like if they face the Hurricanes PK. I would love the opportunity to find out. Is that an option in all this? Is that? I mean, the Panthers just skating the Leafs into the dirt in the first period. Man, oh man. Yeah, Drew's like, they just got to start throwing some pucks on net. Panthers were stapling the Leafs to the boards. They were first on pucks. The Leafs, a lot of dump and no chase, which shows up every playoff. It shows up every game where the Leafs look terrible. What's the stat, Drew? Leafs had 1 offensive zone faceoff. Florida had 11. And the only one they had was because of the power play. That can't be real. Who tweeted it? Michael Amato? Holy man. Why can't they rise to the challenge? Why? It's a question I'll be asking if they lose this game. I'm not ready to ask it yet. Paul Dinter, this is embarrassing. No heart, no effort. Standing still, I think. Watching Florida skate around them. Must win and we're flat. If the Leafs don't score on the power play, that's a dang it. Who should the Canes prefer to play? In my experience, neither. In my experience, don't ask for a certain opponent because their fans will make it their entire identity for several years, even though they won a cup. If it helps, my GF suggests they play like in game 1. She's right. And she should say it. 34, way too fancy. Move him down. Sorry. Matthews and his line did not have a good first period. Your feedback is he was fancy? The Panthers stapled him to the boards. Fancy? Trying to be too cute with what? The puck? You need the puck to be cute. Turn it over a couple times? I don't know. Oh, on the power play? So, like, move him down to what? The second unit? It's your captain, for God's sake. I heard Elmo is a big speech guy. What do you think he'd be telling the boys to motivate them? Let me see. Nah. It's not there, Wes. I don't have enough of my voice to hear it. Great moments are born from great opportunity. It's not really there. At this rate, Wool will score before a Leaf does. It's possible. We gave Matthews the C for this. Have some pride. Split up Matthews and Marner. I don't disagree with that. Does anyone want a cookie if I go get a cookie? Yes. Man, I don't even have this doom and gloom for my Golden Knights compared to this chat. I know. Well, your Golden Knights won the cup 2 years ago, so there's your answer. Is this going to be a one-taker? We'll see. Another period where the Leafs couldn't get it up. I love Matthews, but that's what the money is for. So here's what it is. If you're angry, I think you're doing it right. Everyone was so furious. And I'm mostly saying the media here. Everyone was so furious after Game 4. If the Leafs blow this Game 5, they have nowhere to go. I had faith in the Leafs, even though it was a one-taker. So here's what you got in Game 5. Either they win heroically on home ice, and it'll be a comeback now, and I'm vindicated, and I get to say I told you so. Or they lose, and now I get to lose my mind. You don't get to. You already did. You can't go from losing your mind to losing your mind. I've tried it. There's nowhere to go. You just start drinking on camera. That's what I did during the Peter Horachek days. Whiskey straight out the bottle. Ash Barber. I don't know about the Leafs were sick theory. Still sick. Listen, I think I was right, but they had 2 days off. Hey, it could be worse. You could be a Flyers fan. All I know is pain. Fair. Golden Knights haven't existed long enough to understand the feeling of Leaf fans. Ain't it the truth? Drew, what is our clip for the first intermission? It's us talking about the World Hockey Championship and evaluating the Blues' new logo. Don't forget, second intermission, we're going to be playing trivia with the Spark app. We got prizes. Click the link in the description.
The St. Louis Blues.
I'm so glad I don't have to go to any more work conferences
Town
and
halls.
applaud things that objectively suck.
Microsoft team meetings. But let's have a look at the St. Louis Blues' new logo. The one on the left is the one on the left facing you, by the way, is the current version. Obviously, the new version's on the right. A little bit more of an accent of white around the outside of it, and the music note's a little smaller. And so, Jesse, you didn't love this. You weren't a big fan.
Like I like the current version better.
Did you see the Tony
Right,
X
man.
tweet?
What happened?
He goes, not the Ozempic Blues logo.
Yeah, where you thin it out. Yeah.
They literally just made it thinner.
Yeah.
They just put it on like a diet or something for a few weeks.
So I'm
and
wondering-
it's skinnier.
How does this look against a Blues jersey?
All right.
Does it pop a little
that's
more?
the thing that matters the most, right? It's how it looks on the jersey. So it's hard to judge it. I don't know. I think the bigger note looks better to my eyes on these just logos here, but we'll see how it looks on a jersey.
Also key to the Blues, and they've been wishy-washy on this over the years, you're the Blues. So what does your jersey have to have a lot of? More than anything of? Blue, right? Okay. Remember when they wore red for a really long time?
Mm-hmm.
And they even had a primary red? That was weird, and they should stop that immediately. I'm okay with your weird skinny Ozempic logo as long as you don't bring back the red.
I'm gonna
The Gretzky Blues
get it for
jersey?
you. Yeah.
I don't mind
You.
that jersey.
No, yuck. You're
one-
the Blues! Easiest job in the world.
Yeah.
You are the Blues.
By the way,
your
that's-
jersey is blue.
When we did that segment last week, where we were talking about why is this team named this way?
Look at this stupid friggin' thing.
Yeah, it's bad. Okay, fair.
It's a red Blues jersey. Ew. Anyway, sorry.
I guess they did it for their reverse retro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Team names that don't make sense. The Blues should be up there, but the St. Louis Blues are named the St. Louis Blues because of W.C. Handy's favorite song, St. Louis Blues. I've never heard this song, but their owner, Sid Salomon Jr.
Handy?
I guess W.C. Handy was a big artist back then.
All-time unfortunate last
That sounds
name.
like a made-up character in a cartoon.
It sure does.
He owns all the businesses in the town.
Oh, that's W.C. Handy's
Yeah.
building.
I'm afraid to Google
like-
W.C. Handy.
So the team's owner, Sid Salomon Jr., not to be confused with Sid Salomon Sr., selected the nickname in 1967 as one of the 6
Boo!
expansion teams that joined
Sorry,
the
bad
NHL.
year.
Other names considered were the St. Louis Mercury, which I believe is a newspaper, and Apollo, inspired by the space capsules built in St. Louis.
Cool.
So they named it after a song. Better than your sister-in-law going, hey, this sounds nice.
Oh
Which
my
is the
God. Who was that? The Flyers?
The Flyers. By the way, I had Flyers fans reaching out and going, yeah, we think it's pretty silly too. But I'm like, it is a top 10 jersey. The jersey's great.
Yeah,
I
the
love
name
a Flyers
sucks.
jersey.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love the Flyers jersey though.
The
I've always loved it.
Flyers. And we're here talking about the Mammoth. Like, no. You're not putting enough thought into the dumb names that are already in this league.
Exactly. Now, I did want to mention a couple of things. The World Championships are on, and they're usually, if you want to watch hockey and the playoffs aren't on, the World Championships are great. And
And it's on in the afternoon.
That's what
which
I mean,
I also
right?
love, yeah.
That's the point, right? It's not on at the same time as the playoffs. And, you've got, so Canada rolled a line. Crosby, McKinnon, Celebrini.
Lol. All first overall picks.
Outrageous. Like,
Oh
that's
my
what, that alone is worth the price of admission.
2005, 2013, and 2024.
Four.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 4. They beat Latvia and they beat Slovakia so far. They should win.
Heroic.
But what was interesting, as I was watching this, as I was prepping some of the show yesterday afternoon, France almost beat Finland yesterday.
Well, I love the World Championship for this crap.
So France was up 2 goals. They were up 3-1 with 2 minutes to go. And then Eli Tolvanen scored 2 in the final 2 minutes of regulation and then set up Juuso Parssinen in overtime. But France has only beaten Finland once, and it was in 2017.
Who are the 2 goal scorers for France? Go.
Tim and Kevin Boson, the Boson brothers. That is a great, by the way, Boson brothers. Come on, I wish they were in the NHL.
I might actually recognize that.
And
name.
Antoine Keller, 47 saves for France. I remember back in the day when Cristobal Huet used to play for them.
I do remember that.
And I believe, is it Pierre-Marc Bellemare?
Pierre-Edouard Bellemare.
Pierre-Edouard. There's a Pierre
Antoine Roussel.
Terrible.
There's been a handful.
But Bellemar's playing for them.
He
now.
is?
Yeah, he's 40. And he's playing for them. He's a man.
Is he still playing pro?
I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't go that deep into Team France. I'll be honest.
Why not?
That might be like a Jeff Merrick question.
There was a time in our podcast history where we would go through every name.
That was for the Olympics when we tried to announce all the Austrian names.
And we knew none of them.
None of them. But anyway, just thought World Championships were worth mentioning.
My favorite subplot of the World Championships is Sidney Crosby's neck guard, because Sidney Crosby in this photo is wearing a neck guard. They are required at the World Championships. Do you know where he got this neck guard from?
I do, but I don't. I want Steve to guess.
From his childhood days, back when he was playing for Rimouski, there is a picture of him on Rogers' local television wearing that exact same neck guard.
He's had it since he was 14.
That's cool.
Yeah, and he has not changed. And there it is on him today.
He's
like,
had
that's
it
insane.
for well over half of his life. That neck guard is older than a chunk of people watching this show right now.
Like a lot.
A lot. Yeah. It is. Wait. Is that neck guard older than Macklin Celebrini, his line mate?
I don't know when he acquired the neck guard.
It has to be.
It could be.
Well, because let's say he was 15. Crosby's what, 37, 38?
37, yeah.
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 It's like significantly older than Celebrini. That's crazy.
But like Crosby's always been this kind of guy. If you know about his undershirt he wears when he plays hockey, it's still a Reebok Penguins one from like when he initially joined the Penguins, and he still wears it. If you watch him in any post game when he's sitting out a locker, it's that same stupid Reebok Penguins shirt.
Yeah. And his like salty, literally salty hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hat's the same thing.
Oh man. Remember when he had the mumps that he was wearing that hat?
It's a hell of a picture.
That hat has seen a lot of things.
It sure has.
By the way, Kasperi Kapanen off the ice at Oilers practice before Arvidsson could be potential change. Kasperi Kapanen could be playing in the year 2025.
Is he part of the mishmash?
He might be. I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's
okay. Man, I'll just get right to it, because there's a bunch of super chats because everyone's pissed. Who is the harder opponent, Panthers or Hurricanes? Hurricanes, because you'll be playing them in the 3rd round. The boss gets bigger every time. I don't know. At this point, I don't give a flip who on the Leafs scores as long as somebody on the Leafs scores. Dude, I have never cared who on the Leafs scores. Just score. Trying to stay positive, but 16 and 34 are not making it easy. Can the coaches just fight to see who moves on to the 3rd? Drew, do you have the thing I sent? No, not that. Not that, Jesus. No. The expected goals that he gets. I didn't? No, it's in the CJ show chat. Oh, I thought I sent it. So anyway, the worst line for the Panthers by far is their 4th. The worst line for the Leafs by far is their top line. And Nyes had their probably best chance of the 1st. If not, it was Willie's breakaway. And that was on the power play. Matthews and Marner, who have been the poster boys of this thing, suck. They suck right now. Look at this nonsense. Look at this nonsense. I thought that was a flat line at the bottom to indicate the ending of the chart. Nope. That's just Matthews, Marner, and Nyes. They're having as good of a game as Nosek, Gadjevich, and Greer. Look all the way up there, and there's Barkov. Max Pacioretty was the Leafs' best forward, according to this thing. Guys, Matthews and Marner have to be better beginning middle end. Yeah, everyone's got to be better. It's the playoffs. Nope. There's a salary cap, and you guys make the most. Tavares needs a contract. Play like it. Marner needs a contract. Play like it. Like someone, who was it? Buchagros? John Buchagros? He's like, someone's going to give Marner $13.5 million? I wouldn't give him double digits. Not for this. What? Ew. I'm trying to do that Ryan Gosling. No. There's 40 minutes left in this game, but you're shocking. Crazy how upset Leaf fans are when no one is lost at home. Yeah, but scar tissue. When do you give up cheering for the Leafs? Never. For some reason, Craig, thank you. Welcome to SDP VIP. I'm a Crosby fan forever, but I have to say Matthews is so overrated. Steve, your content is great, but I love it when you lose your mind. Thank you. Hey, Steve, at what point do we just accept Matthews doesn't have the gear we were hoping for? Not yet. Would Marner be better on the Oilers? Everyone would be better on the Oilers. It's the Oilers. How about Willie with Austin, Mitch with Tavares? I mean, if that period doesn't make you switch it up, then you're just not going to. That's what the money is for, says Francois LaBelle. Let's see what we got. Second period about to begin. Long change here. By the way, you can sign up for trivia. Link in the description. It's coming up at second intermission, and you can get a text notification if you put in your number so that you know when trivia starts. You screamed it last year. The mix doesn't work. I did, and here we are. My algo keeps recommending your Zamboni driver vid. Screw your algo. Do the Oilers need to teach the Leafs how to play playoff hockey? FYI, in 82 playoff games, McDavid has 39 goals and 130 points. Oh, my God. So the Leafs begin the second period with a heavily abbreviated power play. They have 10 seconds. Matthews to Marner. Marner chips it into no one. Loses the puck. Like, what are you doing, bro? Who was that to? Panthers just got to even strength, and it's already like a catastrophe in the Leaf zone. Lundell with it. Centered. Off target. Willie is out there. Thank God. The adult in the room. To Kampf. Cross ice for Willie. Shoots! Oh! Oh, I thought Kampf was going to get that rebound. Shot! Off the post! Was that McMahon? Lawton. Oh! All I saw was a blur in the number 4. I wasn't sure. Well, that's good. That's nice. That's a good way to make everyone feel a little bit better. A goal would have been better, but that was pretty tight. That's Lawton's second goal post of the playoffs that I can remember. Lorentz to Benoit. Kampf changing. How long do we wait until we admit that Matthews is just a regular season performer like Hellefrod? Not yet. Wool plays it to Benoit. Carlo up the ice. Robertson deflects it. Panthers dump it. Where is it? That went out. 18:25 to go in the second. Brandon Huey, welcome to SDP VIP. Willie, I think he hit the side of the net there. 6,300 of you in here, 3,400 likes. That does not add up. Click like. It's free. It takes a second, and it helps us out a lot. Ozone draw for the Leafs. Tavares, Pacioretty, Nylander. Leafs winning the faceoff battle, which they've done consistently. It's maybe the one area where you can say they're clearly better than Florida. But they lose that one. Panthers into the neutral zone. OEL with it. Some players get you to the show, some play in the show, and Marner and Matthews are understudy, says Robert Bett. We'll soon see. Willie. Nice move. In front! Oh! Doesn't find Tavares or Patches. And now here come the Panthers on a counterattack. Verhaeghe. Bennett. Shot! Wide. Where is it? Cameraman's been a little off tonight. Willie. Tavares. Willie. Shot! Stop by Bob. Rebound! I don't think Tavares got that on goal. Tavares tries to center it. Tries to get it around Forsling. McMahon trying to steal it off Schmidt. Neutral zone. Marchand and Tanev after the same puck. Is your feed sticking too? Yeah, okay. Panthers with it in their own end. McMahon after it, excuse me. Hard around. Whoop! Weird bounce off the stanchion and Wool covers it up. 17-17 to go in the second. Sorry I'm late, Alex. Have you checked out the new Oshawa North Costco? It's amazing. They must do something special there. The gravy is outstanding. Thank you, Alex. Some players get you to the show. Oh, I already read that one. I think the faceoff stat is a bit misleading in this series because the Panthers will lose a faceoff but end up with the puck a moment later. I've long wondered how faceoff stats are taken, because there's a lot of faceoffs where I don't think either center should be awarded a win, and they're going to redo that one. There's a lot of faceoffs where like Tavares will tie it up and Willie comes in, or like the center will do everything they were supposed to but the winger fails them. Anyway, it's part of your job as a center, says Drew. Damn. Panthers on, wide, not covered up by Wool. Matthews out against Barkov. McCabe. How don't you go hard around there? Marner can't get it around friggin' Boquist, dude. Like, trapped in their own end again. Panthers with it at the point. On. This first line is abysmal. Barkov. Across for Reinhart. Wide. Ekblad holds the line. Another solid shift of running the frig around for the top line. Awful. Bennett. Fans trying to muster a Go Leafs Go chant this team doesn't deserve. Wide. Wool gloves it. 16-17 to go in the second. Piece of garbage shift for the top line. Big smiles on the faces of the Panthers. Why wouldn't they? They're killing these guys. Crazy Leafs do more. The second 34 and 16 leave the ice, says Huff Dud. And you sent that before that shift. Happy birthday to Frankie from Morin Heights, Quebec, says Clutch Entertainment. Yeah, Willie and JT are getting chances, Drew. Kampf with the D-zone draw against Bennett. He wins it, and they're going to redo the faceoff again. Good Lord. Drop the puck! They do. Kachuk, stopped by Wool. Shoveled by Bennett. Someone punch him! Good Lord! It's going to be another face-off. Let's get to 4,000 likes. Let's control what we can control. Lawton against Bennett. Bennett gets kicked out. We're going to be here all night. Who is this linesman? Get out of here. Verhaeghe wins it against Lawton. Kachuk in front. Shot is blocked. Leafs don't clear it, apparently. Bennett hit by Benoit. Kampf to a streaking Lawton. 2-on-2. He's got Carlo with him. Offside. Lawton taken to the ice by Bennett. And that's a loud F word on national television. The Panthers look like they want it more. Why are the Leafs different? A different team in front of Woll. We need gamers and... I'm not reading that. Freak. Something has to change on the Leafs top line, but I have no idea what it is. Do you flip Marner and Willie? You could start there. Or flip Matthews and Tavares. Like, take your pick. Would this be a good time to go back to Matthews Domi? I don't know where Marner would go. It's an interesting thought. Marner, what would that be? Domi McMahon? Yeah, I don't think he can. Don't. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, my bad. Well, you can't do Marner, Robertson, McMahon. There's no centers there. So Lawton would have to go up. Yeah, no. Maybe in the third if you're down and desperate, but like it's the second period. There's lots of time left. You're still a shot away from tying it. What was that? Pacioretty off the wall and out, and it won't be enough for icing. So that's cool. When does Shanahan start printing out resumes? Maybe second intermission, depending on how this goes. Tavares around Forsling. Tries to shovel it in front. Pacioretty and Willie digging for it. OEL holds the line. Jeez, the feed's real sticky tonight. Willie, cross for Riley. OEL! Stopped by Bob. Yeah, 15-12 to go in the second period. Imagine if the Mitch for Mikko deal went through. I haven't given it much thought. If you want the Leafs to tie it up right now, give me a hell yeah. What? 15-12 to go in the second. Offensive zone draw. It's the Matthews line. Can you win the frickin' face-off? Oh, my God. This linesman is torturous. Reinhart gets kicked out. So I believe that's Barkov coming in on his weak side. Hopefully it makes a difference. Matthews wins. Nice. Gets it back to McCabe. Tanev. Down low for Matthews. He tries to center it. He can't. Panthers get it out. Tanev wins the race to the puck, though. A little over 5 minutes gone here in the second. Nice. Chips it in. Matthews after it. Use your body, Mitch! Nice. Tanev. McCabe. Stutter step. On! Gloved by Bob. It's something. 14:38 to go in the second. Go to the net, please, says Nathan. I assume I hit all the inflections you wanted me to. Over 7,000 people in the chat. 3,900 likes. You know what number I want you to hit. Let's go. It's free. It takes a second. And it helps us out. Marner and Nyes talking on the bench. Offensive zone draw. Domi, Robertson, McMahon. Domi doesn't win it. And Florida. Oh, good stick from Ekman Larson. That could have been an odd man rush. Dumped. Leafs getting some shots here in the second. Woll covers it up. Panthers dumping OEL over the goal. And Greer taking the dive. Ekman Larson with the jab, but Greer goes, oh. Get out of here. Your Stone Cold and Ken Dandico sound the same. They are the same. Ekman Larson popped him with like the finger of his glove. You're a loser. Per scouting the refs, he is Jesse Marquise. That is the linesman. Mitchie for Hyman. Oh. Adam is going to have a field day on these linesmen. Oh my God, he'd be losing his mind. Brad will still give 16 Marner 16 plus sheets for this effort. No, he won't. Leafs win the draw on their own end. Benoit can't get it out though. Can Lawton? Can Kampf? Can anyone? Carlo out there with Benoit. It's out. It's in the neutral zone. High stick by Bennett. Benoit. Damn. When they're on the ice at the same time, it's a nightmare for me. Lorentz hits Kachuk. Schmidt holds the line. One-timer. They score. Off a deflection, the Panthers go up 2-0 here in Game 5. Leafs at home. Who did that hit? One-timer. It goes right off Lawton's stick and alley-oops over Wool's glove. I don't know what Lawton's doing there. I don't know what you're thinking there with your stick like that. And I love him, but oh my God. Can we bring back Phil Kessel? That'd be nice. At least now you can watch the Oilers with Adam. As a Lightning fan, most of us are rooting for the Leafs. The scumbag Panthers are smothering the Leafs like they did to us. 2-0 deficit. Now, it's not a death sentence. The Panthers came back from that. Oh, my God. Stop by Wool. Marchand after it. Nearly centers it for a goal. 13:30 to go in the second. Leafs the home team, by the way. On. That's behind the net. You guys look awful. Here comes William Nylander. He's got a partial break. He's got Forsling with him. Shovels it. Stopped by Bob and a whistle. 13:18 to go in the second. Berube effect is gone. This team looks soft. Tee-off time is 8 a.m. Saturday, boys. Did Costco hot dogs go well with Costco gravy? Yeah, no, Drew, like, fans are miserable. They're miserable. And they have every right to be. But you know what? I have something that'll cheer you up because SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season because it is still playoff season, my friends. Hey, have you got the passion? Do you want others to know you've got the passion? Well, SportChek has new Maple Leafs tees, hoodies, and hats in stock from Mitchell & Ness. I just saw the collection downstairs at the SportChek in Maple Leaf Square location, and everything I saw looked incredible, especially like those new Matthews, Nylander, and Nyes tees. A goal, perhaps two, from any combination of those guys would be awesome right about now. You wear those around town, and you're getting high fives from fellow Leaf fans all day because they will know you have the passion. Check them out. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. And that's who this watch-along is presented by. Look at this. Leafs go down 2-0. 8,600 people in here all of a sudden. Listen, click like, click subscribe, help us out. If you're going to come here to drink my friggin' tears, all right, click like. It takes a second. It's free to do, and it helps us out. If it helps us out, I'm more likely to be sad online more often. If you want to see me sad online more often, click like. Imagine spending a mortgage payment to be in the building for this. Passion. Give the Leafs some passion. Willie looks like Mikheyev on breakaways. Worst effort in a decade. This is hard to watch. Oh, they've had worse. On the plus side, at least you didn't pay $1,000 per ticket for this. Hockey needs more WWE-style chants. Can you bring back Hyman and Connor Brown? Nope, you already screwed that up. This reminds me too much of Vegas versus Minnesota. Trade everyone, please. It would have been good if it was in the other net. Oh, my God. Hey, Steve, big Oilers fan here. Big fan of your podcast. Thank you. Are the Panthers or Hurricanes the better team? They're both the better team right now. I'm sad right now. Me too. Supernova Main, welcome to SDP VIP. We got a whistle. Holy crap. Looks like the Panthers' feet are always moving a million miles an hour, and the Leafs constantly look like Bouchard's feet on a back check. Hey, Bouchard has a playoff gear. I haven't seen the Leafs one. 13-13 to go in the second. Ozone draw. Matthews comes up with it. Rings it around hard for OEL. He shovels it back in. There's no Leaf in sight. Matthews takes it away, though. Matthews shoots. Stop. Rebound. He stopped again. But it's something. You got to test the goalie, for God's sakes. There's a tax on Steve's misery. Click that like. I agree. Here comes Marner. Puts it into the corner for Mo. Mo, not a great pass. Mikkola intercepts. Panthers get out. It's behind the Leafs net. 12:30 to go in the second. OEL. The Panthers have energy drinks for blood. The pace is unbelievable. Best motors in the league. 12:15 to go in the second. McMahon loses that to Kachuk. Edmonton, Toronto final. I'm still betting on it. Okay, I'll take that. Panthers in the Leaf zone. It's Bennett. Domi. Panthers still have it in the Leaf zone. Carlo battling Kachuk. In front. McMahon comes up with it. To Domi. Can't find Willie. The Leafs' body language is atrocious. 11:35 to go in the second. Wool to Carlo. There's so many super chats, I'm not going to be able to get to all of them. Forsling. Lottenline trying to hold them in. Doesn't work. Tanev. Cross ice for McCabe, but it's off target. Oh my God, this is torture. T-shirt idea. You can go from losing your mind to losing your mind. I've tried. Steve, did I say that? I believe you. That goes out of play. 11:04 to go in the second. It's wild that I watched the Leafs beat my Sens, but I still feel bad for y'all. Even, as a hater, I don't think you guys are out of it by any means. Won't be easy, though. Great content, though, so cheers. Thank you. Speedy V is here. Costco gravy is the world's most incredible gravy. Matthews, Marner, Nyes, -15 in the shot attempts category. Good Lord. And what's crazy is they're actually taking back ground. So it's Willie out there with Domi. And who's the winger? Oh, sorry, that's Tavares. I saw the one in the left-handed shot. My feed has been terrible tonight. Which, I don't know. I don't know if I needed to see this performance so far in higher definition. Has Berube ever been a middle-of-the-game timeout guy, says producer Drew. He's taken timeouts when they've, blown a lead. But not when they're just ass. Panthers shoot. Block it away by Wool. That's the 20th shot he's faced. Little under halfway through regulation. Pacioretty to Willie. Tavares is a partial 3-on-2 here. Tavares gains the zone. Stop by Bob, and he covers it up. 10:23 to go in the second. Oh! That ref just got speared in, the neck. How about trading Marner for Costco gravy? Yeah, if you can get anything for a pending UFA, you take it. I'm explaining to my wife why you're like this, and I just pointed out 9 playoffs in a row and never got past the second round, and she would like you to know that she understands now. Thanks! They're making noise in Scotiabank Arena. They're down 2-0, but down 2-0 ain't dead. Top line out there for the ozone draw. They're putting together some good things. They need a friggin' goal. Matthews wins it clean to Riley. Riley out there with OEL. Riley, Mitch. Shoot it, I swear to God! He does. That goes off of something and wide. Can't cycle it. The Panthers break it out. They dump it. Wool out to help. OEL to Mitch. Mitch, what was that? Here come the Panthers off a spinny backhand pass, and they score. Mitch, what on earth are you friggin' doing? What was going through your head when you did that? What is your major malfunction? What made you think that was the move? The Panthers have Jesper friggin' Boquist up on their top line tonight, and he just buried you clowns. 3-0 in your own barn halfway through a game 5? You guys suck! There's a few guys on the ice right now. It's not looking like their last game is going to be in Toronto, and they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. They're getting booed. They're getting booed. And this is a penalty on Domi. Slashing on Kachuk, and it's a slash. Idiotic. Idiotic. Drew saying they can come back. With who? With who? With who? With who? With who? You got Elvis friggin' Stoico on the top line doing pirouettes and double axles, trying to in his own zone. What's the matter with you? Has Mikko Rantanen done that once in his life? Has Nathan McKinnon done that once in his life? Has Connor McDavid done that once in his life? Has Leon Draisaitl done that once in his life? Has any Panther, has any Golden Knight, has any member of the Avalanche, has any Lightning, has any Stanley Cup champion, have you ever been watching a cup run? You ever been watching June hockey that has literally never, ever, ever not once involved this friggin' jersey? Ever! Have you ever watched June hockey? Championship hockey? Hell, Final Four hockey? And seen a pass like that? Berube's shaking his head at Domi. He should be. That's a stupid call. Well, it's a stupid penalty. It's a good call. You're idiots. You two-hand slashed him in the arm. Thank you to Critical Mind for 10 STPN memberships. I'm going to miss a lot. Panthers start a power play. I know a guy who's at this game. I hope he didn't pay for the tickets. Reinhart. Barkov. On. Stop by Wall. The only player on this team. Verhaeghe to Barkov. Barkov wide. Lorentz dumps it. 9 minutes to go in this shit heap of a period. Donation for the Elvis Stoico call. Amazing. Thank you. If you don't know who Elvis Stoico is, you're missing out. Good luck Googling how to spell it. Well, Corrupted in the chat got it right. Carlo dumps it. The fans are getting real restless. Man, I'm a Blues fan. That Game 7 was awful, but I don't know how I would deal with this crap every year. How do you do it? Yeah, so you know the feeling you have? Oh, here's Marchand. Centers it. Matthews gets the turnover and dumps it. You know that feeling that you have right now because of that really unfortunate and kind of embarrassing loss to the Jets? That is just every year. That's just every year. That's just every year. That's literally every year. That's just every year. 20 seconds to go in this power play because Max Domi doesn't learn. Cleared. 5 seconds. That was actually a really good penalty kill, which is lost in my tirade. Click like, you freaks. Click subscribe. Tell your friends that's going to be icing against the Panthers with 7:39 to go in the second. Can we please admit Matthews and Marner suck? That's what people are sending me right now. 12,000 people in here, 5,400 likes. That doesn't add up. Get us over 6,000 likes. It takes a second. It's free, and it really helps us out. At second intermission, we're going to be doing trivia through the Spark app. Tavares is out there with Nyes and Willie. They lose the ozone face-off. Riley whiffs on it. Nice. Snows Bob. And the Panthers have something to say about it. 7:20 to go in the second. Hey, wow, over 6,000. Jeez. You guys are quick. After listening to the SDP for 10 plus years, you would think I would learn. You would think I would learn. I'm the S. It's SDP. I'm the S and the D. I'm Steve Dangle. I don't learn. I'm still here. Why? Idiots. Marner. It's Matthews and Marner with Pacioretty. Marner plays the body. Patches gets the puck. It went wide. Hey, though, something good-ish. Pacioretty behind the net. Gets it to the point. On. Doesn't make its way to the net. Oh, Mitch. Hey, good job. Get it deep. It's intercepted by Nosek. He can't get it out. Whoa, Pacioretty just obliterated Boquist. Lucky to avoid the interference call. Panthers get rid of it. Bouncing puck onto Wool, so no icing. OEL. Bob. Oh! Bob misplays it. Tavares digging for it. Nye's digging for it. Berube is double shifting these dudes. Nylander. On. Oh! He was looking for the tip from Nyes. He got it, but it was wide. McKay blazed the body. Atta boy. Friggin' show up 30. How many minutes? 4 minutes into the game? Tanev loses the puck. Shot from Mikula, scores. $5:59 to go in the second. This is what I was trying to tell you about. The reaction after Game 4 was too much. There's a lot of people who have nowhere left to go. I kept the faith. with a team that this year had earned it. And game 5, you either have a great redemption arc or then you get to blow your top. Guess which one I'm doing tonight. They're getting booed and booed hard. It is 4-0 Panthers. They're going to get booed for the next 25 minutes in a playoff game. Panthers with it at the point. On. Wool has to have that, by the way, but I don't know. Lawton to OEL. Kampf, Lorentz. That's just a pile of garbage into the corner. Hey, nearly 13,000 people in here. I know you're here to feast on my tears. Click like, please. It takes a second, it's free, and it helps us out a lot. McMahon. You know how many times tonight I've got the chance to say that? These guys suck. Domi, who's on the ice and not in the box. That a boy. Carlo, that shot is blocked. Under 5 minutes to go in the second. Matthews, according to Psych Ward, Matthews, 44 points in 44 career game 1-4s. 14 points in 22 game 5-7s. Yeah, wait till you see Mitch's. Matthews is not good enough. Wait till you see Mitch's. If I'm not mistaken, Mitch has 6 in 18. And right now, this is 19. Domi centers it to Bennett. Bennett is not on his team. They're offside. 4:07 to go in the second. Jacob goes, the real problem is the quiet crowd. You know what? You're right. You're right. I've done my part. Click like, folks. I agree. Habs and Sens both get a cup before us. Leaf fans are talking about hypothetical cups for rivals before they would ever dream of talking about a cup for their own piece of garbage team. Toronto should get an NHL expansion team. The city deserves at least one NHL team, says Francois Labelle. Hey, this watch-along is brought to you by SportChek. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. Did you know you can get your jersey crested at select SportChek service shop locations? I'm going to get that done tomorrow. We even heard they may be the fastest in the biz to do it. Stop by the Maple Leaf Square location for all your playoff gear and a chance to personalize your jersey with player cresting. You can get heat press cresting, player name and number, or heat press cresting, custom name and number. Those are $59.99 and $49.99 respectively. And stitch cresting, any name and number, $89.99, 3 to 4 week turnaround, but same day turnaround for the heat press cresting. I'm going to get that done tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, if you want to see some friggin' fireworks, bro, we have a Steve Dangle podcast, 2, actually. We're recording 2 episodes of the Steve Dangle podcast tomorrow, just after 11 at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Squares. Maple Leaf Squares? Maple Leaf Square. SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. There are chairs. Don't bring popcorn. It's a clothing store, but it's a clothing and apparel store, but I'm going to be pissed. Ben Radford says, I just threw my jersey in the garbage. So does Shanny count the extra round 2 win as progress? I literally never want to hear from Brendan Shanahan ever again. Torture Stevie, says my father-in-law. Sending hugs, says my mom. I'm getting texts from family members like someone died. Get us to 8,000 likes. Let me feel something. Matthews is on the wing of Tavares and Nylander. Tavares. Where is it? Nowhere is out. It's out of the zone. You guys stink. Can I personally drive Marner to the airport? No, Rocket's on it. Matthews up the ice. Icing. Hey, that line's so good they're trapped out there after an icing. Woo! My brother-in-law says I was just about to text you condolences, bro. God, my family watches me do this. William Murphy says, Steve, I'm tired. Do they run it back, though? I would drop so many F-bombs. Tavares draw against Barkov in the Leaf zone. Panthers win it. They shoot. Yeah, Drew says, do you start Matt Murray in game 6? What, on the wing? But Steve, Matthews' 5-on-5 goal differential over 11 games is still excellent. I don't know that it is. Wow. He fooled me. I'll give it to you. He fooled me. Pain is a feeling. Everyone should be gone. Why would the Toronto media do this? Love you, Steve. They did. Terry Ryan just texted me. Bro, like, you should see my phone when the Leafs suck. It is star-studded. Any other day, it's me and my buddies exchanging, like, edgelord TikToks. Like, just brain rot. Just complete brain rot. And, like, texting my wife if she wants me to, like, start anything for dinner. I made pasta sauce today. I'm definitely 5 minutes away from the Buble text. No. He usually waits for the final horn. He's a West Coaster. McCabe, 3 minutes to go. He connects a pass with Lorenz. Tanev bobbles it. I'm going to call the rest of the second period like the Leafs are about to score. Domi, hard after it. This is what I would sound like if the Leafs were relevant. Here come the Panthers, but Riley is on his man. The Panthers shoot. It's blocked by Riley. Out of the zone. The Panthers put it back in. Riley collects it. 2:35 to go in the second. Leafs deflect it. Nyes is after it. And they call it icing with 2:31 to go in the second. Can't even fake it. Panthers fan here. First, I'm sorry. I just want to say oh, God, where'd it go? The Leafs haven't posted on their IG in 40 minutes. All the Leafs fans here are in Florida's IG asking the GM to trade everyone but Wool. And don't worry, I clicked like. Thank you for that. 13,000 people in here. Please click like for the love of God. It's all I ask. It's all I ask you to do. You know what you can do to make this worth it? Play trivia with me. Just play trivia with me. Link in the description. Play trivia. There are prizes. There's a jersey. There are mini sticks. There is a discount on our shop if you just participate. The Spark app in the description. It is all I ask of you. And you can put in your phone number to get text notifications for when it starts. That's all I ask. Marner. Benoit. On. Stopped by Bob. Woo! I'm going to send Terry Ryan a voice note. The ass is falling right out of her. The Leafs already don't have a money line to bet. That's crazy. 1:51 to go in the second. Please play trivia with us at intermission, for the love of God. Please click like, for the love of God. McMahon and Nylander out there with Matthews, who doesn't have a stick. And he gets a stick. And the Leafs lose the puck. And Boquist is after it. And the puck is rolling. And Boquist is first on it. And Benoit hits him. And Reinhart gets it. What's he going to do? It is pin drop silent in Scotiabank Arena. The boos have started. Just wait for the minute to go. 1:04 to go in the second. The boos, when they announce 1 minute to go in the period, are going to be loud. Terry liked my voice message. Sign up for trivia right now in the description. We have a jersey as the top prize. We have mini sticks as the second and third prize. And we have a discount to our shop for anyone who participates. If you finish 4th, you get it. If you finish friggin' 700th, I'm looking at our sales staff, you also get one. Leafs win the ozone draw. Marner shoots it from friggin' Chile, and it is blocked. It was first minute or last minute in the second, they're getting booed. Puck goes into the Leafs bench. Love y'all at the SDPN. Genuinely feel bad for you. Me too. Round 3 revenue would be pretty sick. I am not cheering for them to lose. It's pretty chill when your small business is kind of tied to this group of perpetual losers. There's another period to go. There's at least one more game to go, but holy cow. They're getting booed. Domi, Robertson, Nyes. Domi trips his man. It was Tkachuk. And Tkachuk is smiling. Of course he's smiling. He's a reigning cup champion, and his team is patting the Leafs on their supple bottom. The bright side is what? So you won the first game, so this isn't an elimination game? Thanks, Drew. Yeah, no, they were up 2-0. You're right. Pro. 20 seconds. This is about to be the loudest boos of the playoffs. McCabe gets hit from behind. They are getting thunderously booed at the end of the second period in Scotiabank Arena. A 4-0 Panthers lead. Oh, yeah, you look sad on the bench. You look sad. You look sad. You look sad. You look sad. I'm so tired of looking at you on camera looking sad. You're not sad because of anything that like anyone said, or you're sad because you suck. You're sad because you're hot ass. What was that, Drew? The cheapest ticket heading into tonight was nearly $400. My wife just texted me, "I'm sorry, Stevie." And I'm responding, "Me too." Quick break. Drew, how long is this clip? Very short. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I see there's 13,000 of you. Don't go anywhere. Don't freaking go anywhere. We're going to show you a quick clip. Then we're going to do trivia. Link in the description for the trivia. There are prizes in it for you. And then you get to return to watching me be friggin' miserable. Throw to the clip.
Are you a go team go chant or a let's go team chant?
I'm a go
type
team
or
go.
Yeah,
type
go
of person?
Leafs, go.
Yeah, but
Go,
just because it's the Leafs, or do you think that is truly the superior chant for the team?
No, the better one is let's go.
Oh, so you're on that
Let's
side.
go Oilers.
Yeah.
So you would rather be let's go team
Yes.
than go team go.
Well,
Yes.
so maybe Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson had a point.
Yes. Let's go Leafs.
The one that's some of them are super awkward. Like some British chants are just amazing, right? Some of their EPL chants, but whenever they say "Come on, you
Reds."
or "Come on, you Whites" or "Come on,"
I hope they don't.
I hope they don't too. I always find that to be such an awkward turn of phrase, but it's the difference between British English and North American English.
Oh, yeah.
And then what's the other one?
His nan died, and we wrote a song about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
When they create those, because I was listening to a podcast actually, and that came up. How do soccer fans come up with their chants that actually catch on, that they're based on pop hits? Apparently, it's like Reddit. And somebody will be like, hey, what about this? And they'll put like, here's Natasha Bedingfield and here's our lyrics. And all right, let's all try to sing it at the next game.
You can stick your David Beckham up your ass. You can stick your, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They're creative.
It's great.
They're a creative bunch.
So
that's a real one.
Do you have any reasonings why you guys picked?
I think it flows better.
It's musical.
Let's go Oilers.
Clap, clap, clap. And it's so much less likely to just die.
Yeah.
Go Leafs, go.
So the thing with
go,
the Leafs is you can't
go.
do the Leafs or the Jets that way. Let's go Jets. Because it's one syllable. Oilers is two, right? So I think you need a double syllabled, like Panthers, Lightning, like that. You can sub those in. I think the Go Leafs Go one is, it's 1-1-1 on the syllables. And I think that's why it works.
Let's do Leafs. Let's go passion. We'll figure it out.
Let's go passion.
We'll network it.
like it.
Hey, there's a Leafs subreddit. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get this going.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Next
Figure out
question
some
comes from producer Drew.
Boo.
Producer Drew writes, about time the $13.25 million player starts scoring, eh?
Oh, that's just Drew being.
No, I disagree.
Do you have a rebuttal?
No, I don't think he needs to score. I don't think it's important. Callie Yarncroke all the way. It's no, it's important. I mean, like, listen, I think so I had a defense of Matthews after game 3. And I got a bunch of, well, what's your excuse this time after game 4? Well, he played way more poorly in game 4, you see. In game 3, he had 2 assists and was on the ice for another goal. And in game 4, they got shut out. So I'm not going to defend him, actually. I think he needs to score.
Does it matter that he's injured?
No. Someone's hurt every year. It's the playoffs. If you're waiting for a perfect injury-free playoff run, you'll be waiting for your entire life. Find a way.
So should the same criticism be on Matthew Tkachuk? And you should be saying, like, he should be in things more and blah, blah, blah. Because I feel like when it's the other team, you say, Matthew Tkachuk, he can't do it. He's hurting. He's injured still. Yeah. And there is leeway for other players. But when it comes to your own team, it's like, I don't give a shit. He better perform.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel like that's unfair.
But that was
Drew and I talked about coming back early, and we're coming back early because we should make the most of our time. One day, the sun will explode, killing all known life, including us. And we should... Oh, what happened? You know what? It's just another friggin' thing. Just another friggin' thing. We're good? That's good. We got trivia coming, folks. You can scan the QR code on your screen. The top prize tonight is sorry, I gotta screw with my screen here. It is a Wyatt Johnston jersey. That is the grand prize. Second and third place get a Spark SDPN mini stick. Spark are the lovely folks who created the app that you are about to do trivia on. You can scan the QR code on the screen. You can click the link in the description. We have fun here. Anyone who participates in this, whether you finish first, second, third, or 700th, Everyone from 4th on down, you will get 15% off at the SDPN shop. We have lots of really good stuff on our shop. And if you want to support a small business who is heavily tied to a team that just sucks so much. Oh my God, they suck so much. Holy friggin' shit, they suck so much. If you want to help support a small business that has tied themselves to the greatest group of perpetual choking friggin' losers who are going to get a raise this summer, go to the SDPN shop with a 15% discount because we don't need money or games or anything. Once again, reminder before trivia begins, it has been said by many leading scientists one day the sun will explode and all known life will be destroyed, but it's okay. We'll be long dead by then, as well as everyone we love. Yes, Drew? Oh, we got a lot of people sign up for trivia. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I'm happy about that. Drew, let's count down from a minute. We'll start in a minute. Set timer for 1 minute. That's what I'm doing. Oh. Apparently, people are leaving Maple Leaf Square, Adam says. I mean, yeah, I would. Kelly Rudy is saying put Matt Murray in. Don't subject Wool to this. Yeah, I think he's right. Honestly, like, I don't know. If you're going to win game 6, you're going to need Wool. And he's been injured a bunch of times. Like, yeah, that's actually a very good suggestion from Kelly Rudy, I think. What, are you going to win this one? All right, we are going to begin trivia in 10, 9, 8. Oh, shoot. 7, 6. I forgot to open my trivia notes. Give me a sec. I screwed up. I was like, yes, we're ready. Oh, wait, no, we're not. Where are my notes? There they are. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Before becoming the Dallas Stars in 1993, what was the team previously known as? A, the Kansas City Scouts. B, the California Golden Seals. C, the Minnesota North Stars. Or D, the Cleveland Barons. And the answer is, start off, this should be somewhat easy. You would think. 90% of you got it, the Minnesota North Stars. The other 10% of you overthought it. Hey, reminder, it is about getting it correct, obviously. But another way you get points is by being the fastest to answer correctly. Let's go to number 2. Which NHL franchise relocated to Winnipeg in 2011? A, Atlanta Flames. B, Atlanta Thrashers. C, Atlanta Knights. D, Atlanta Gladiators. Come on. The answer is B, the Atlanta Thrashers. 88% of you got it. 11% of you overthought it. Now, this is going to get harder. When is it going to get harder? We will find out. Number 3. What is the Utah Hockey Club's new official team name? A, the Utah Mammoth. B, the Utah Yeti. C, the Utah Mountaineers. Or D, Utah Maple Leafs. I think it's D. The answer is the Utah Mammoth. 95% of you got it. No one guessed the Leafs. Let's go to number 4. This is the halfway mark. Very tight race up at the top. Which NHL franchise won the Stanley Cup in their first season after relocation? A, the Dallas Stars. B, the New Jersey Devils. C, the Carolina Hurricanes. D, the Colorado Avalanche. Yeah, Drew knows the answer. It is D, the Colorado Avalanche. In the 1995-96 season, the Avalanche won it all in their first ever season, sweeping the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup final after moving from Quebec. 70% of you got it. Starting to drop. At the halfway mark, Ryan, 502 points, followed closely by Blake in second, 497. Colton rounds out the top three with 490, but there are people just nipping at their heels. Let's go to number 5. Who is the longest active NHL team that relocated to their current city? A, Dallas Stars. B, Calgary Flames. C, New Jersey Devils. D, Ottawa Senators. The longest active NHL team that relocated to their current city. Drew said he'd guess B. And you would guess correct! The Calgary Flames are the longest running franchise that relocated to their current city. 50% of you got that. Wow, 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 wow. Let's move on. Number 6. Which current NHL franchise used to be known as the Hartford Whalers? A, San Jose Sharks. B, Vancouver Canucks. C, Vegas Golden Knights. D, Carolina Hurricanes. Finally, a question that is easier to answer if you are old. An advantage if you are old. The answer is the Carolina Hurricanes, who used to be known as the Hartford Whalers. 81% of you got that. Will 7 and 8 be difficult? Let's find out. In 1982, the Colorado Rockies left Denver. What are they known as today? A, the New Jersey Devils. B, the Ottawa Senators. C, New York Islanders. D, Pittsburgh Penguins. The answer is, this helps if you play the video games, because this is an alternate jersey of theirs. 64% of you got the New Jersey Devils. Colton has overtaken Brandon in the top 3. Now, number 8. In 1976, the Kansas City Scouts left Missouri. What are they known as today? A, the New Jersey Devils. B, the Ottawa Senators. C, the New York Islanders. D, the Pittsburgh Penguins. The answer is the same as the last one. Only 26% of you got this. It's the New Jersey Devils. The Kansas City Scouts franchise became the Colorado Rockies. You may remember them from the last question, before relocating again to New Jersey. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Their top 3 looks like this. Ryan, you are the winner of a Wyatt Johnston jersey, a Dallas Stars jersey. Number 2, Dennis, you win one of these SDPN Spark sticks, as does Matt. The rest of you get 15% off at the SDPN shop. Definitely check it out. We got all sorts of stuff for summer. Tank tops, mugs. That's not for summer. It's just something you need. We got water bottles. The sweatpants are so nice. Maybe you need one for the cottage. Maybe you need a hoodie for the cottage. We got the good stuff on the SDPN shop. 9,500 likes. Get us over 10,000. This is bothering me. We're almost there. Nearly 11,000 people here at Intermission. Drew, if the Leafs were to ever win the Stanley Cup, do you think we would have 10,000 people at Intermission, like right before the third period? No, I don't. I think people are just here to watch me cry and crap my pants. Why don't you give away a Leafs jersey? Because we were given a Stars jersey. We did not go to the store and purchase a Stars jersey. It was very nicely given to us by Fanatics. Panthers broadcaster just recommended this stream. Thank you to Jacqueline D'Agostino. Jacqueline, I don't know if we know each other, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I hate my life. Anyway, it's good to meet you. Third period is coming up. Leafs are down 4-0 against the Florida Panthers in Game 5 on home ice. And they just suck so much. Oh, my God. Can you believe the team that we saw in the first few minutes was the Leafs? They looked fine. They looked okay. And the Panthers just took over the first. It got to the point where the Leafs were fortunate to get out of the first, only down 1. And then they just died. Like, I don't know what happened. Death Eater, thank you for an SDPN membership. Shout out to my sister-in-law who was 210th. You finished. Oh, wow. You finished high up. That's pretty good. Bobrovsky's shutout streak is now at 124 minutes. Thank you, Drew. Leafs losing the ozone time battle by 5 minutes. Reminder, we've only played. You guys suck. Everybody talking about quiet noise. How's my mic? Okay. Drew's like, how do you fix it? I don't do anything to break it, and I don't do anything to fix it. I don't touch it. It just does it every now and then. And I don't know why. It's a song about how I feel. Actually, I don't know the other words, so maybe I shouldn't say that. Puck is about to drop for this death march. David Kampf is out there. Friggin' set the tone. He throws a hit. It has no effect. Carlo behind the Leafs net. Reminder, Game 6 is in Florida on Friday. Panthers throw it on. It's out of play. There's a lot of fans not in their seats right now. Wouldn't be surprised if Berube's head combusted during the intermission. Either that or he was completely dumbfounded by that period. Also, cool trivia. Can't wait for the next one. Thank you. Steve, thanks for showing up when these guys don't. That's pretty much my job at this point. It's what I do. Tavares on the draw. Loses it. Panthers hold the zone. Here's Nyes. He might get a partial break. He does. Stop by Bob. Rebound. Stop by Bob. And a penalty is coming 30 seconds into the third. Maybe it starts here. Maybe, just maybe, it starts here. Nico Mikkola, big body, important body, going to the box. Good quick line change there by Berube. Tavares on the draw. Can the Leafs get a goal? Matthews gets it from Tavares. Tavares gets it back. Marner. On. Wide. No one gets it. Leafs lose the zone. Matthews cross ice to Mitch. Gains the zone. Hands it off to Nyes. Mitch falls down. Matthews to Mitch. Has it in his feet. Gets it back to Matthews. To Mitch. Matthews. On. Through traffic. That's stopped by Bob. Forsling gets rid of it. Leafs to Atlanta. What happened there? Lusterinen gets it in the Leaf zone. Oh, my God. Mitch running after it. They're getting booed. Are they booing Mitch specifically? I think they are. And Matthews probably, but we're almost at 10,000 likes. Let's get there. It's in the Florida zone. It is no longer in the Florida zone. 45 seconds to go in this power play, and they're booing. They're going to get booed for the rest of the third if they don't score. Domi dumps it. Bob out of his net to play it. Plays it a little precariously. Domi comes up with it. Domi to the point. Riley. Domi. What are you shooting? You're down 4 goals. Holy shit. Domi is stopped by Bob. Is that a penalty coming? Leafs are about to get 16 seconds of 5-on-3. Domi took the call? For what? He fell. What did he do? What did he do? They called that a hold? Oh my God. Well, there you go. 16 seconds of 4-on-4 followed by a Florida power play. Lee Ferrand, 2013, the day the Leafs blew a 4-1 lead to the Bruins and lost in OT. History repeats itself in odd ways. Maybe we are on the opposite side here. Leafs fan since being born in 86, so yeah. How do I claim the jersey I won in trivia? Someone will reach out to you, Ryan. I don't actually know the answer to that. Tatum just passed to Marner. He had no idea. Marner had no idea. Here he comes. Leafs on the penalty kill now. His pass is intercepted. His body language is in these situations every year is so horrible. Woe is me. There are 9 Oilers that have more goals than Marner and Matthews in the playoffs. There is no shame in losing to Florida. It's just how they lose is crazy. I mean, that's fair, man. You lose to the reigning Cup champs. I don't think anyone's shocked. But, like, this is embarrassing. Here come the Panthers. Kachuk, cross ice. Jones. Cross ice. Wow, moving it really well. Reinhart. Jones. Kachuk. Off target. Jones up the ice. Here come the Panthers. I think they might be offside here. Kachuk. Panthers can't hold the zone there. Verhaeghe gets it back to Jones. 37 seconds to go in this Panthers power play. 16:20 to go in the third period. Leafs down 4-0. Kachuk shoots off the post and out. 16:16 to go in the third period. It's friggin' embarrassing. Jim Dickens. New line. Bennett, Matthews, Nyes, Besser, Tavares, Nylander. Oh my God, Brandon. Steve, how many goals in beer league? Steve has as many goals in beer league as Matthews. That is from my beer league goalie, Josh. And if you can't tell what Josh is getting at here, I don't have any goals. In fact, I'm one of only 3 players on the team who doesn't have a point. And one of them is a defenseman. Kane sent 5 SDPN memberships. Hooray. Thank you. I feel bad at this point. Oh, not as bad as me. Hi, Steve. I'm depressed. Oh, not as depressed as me. Oh, maybe you are. Crazy how quiet it is in there. That's not true. They're booing. Here come the Panthers. They shoot. They don't score. Color me surprised. 5 seconds to go in the power play. In front. Off the side of the net. Penalty is done. Panthers still have it. Here comes Domi. Hemmed in his own end. Nyes had a chance to pass to Domi, and he said, there's no friggin' way I'm doing that. The Leafs, they're getting booed because their passes suck. Their D-zone passes suck. They're getting booed. That's how bad they are. Here comes Willie into a wall of Panthers. Dumps it for Pacioretty. Keep your head up, Steve. I'm proud of myself. What have I done? What have I done? I'm doing a great job, I think. Riley tries to stretch the ice for Tavares. Shorten the bench and score 5. What are you going to do? Bench the top line? Canes, another 10 SDPN memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Leafs getting booed again. They're booing when Mitch comes on. They're booing when the top line comes on the ice. They're booing when Mitch and Austin are out there. So Carlo, McMahon is out there. Wait for one of these guys to get the puck, which is a Herculean task. When they get the puck, they get booed. Okay, Matthews has it. He didn't quite get booed. Bob is playing it behind his net. Nosek dumps it. Like, the top line came, the top line went. Like, that's what that shift was. Nothing. Icing against the Leafs, 13:44 to go in the third. Not a lick of difference. No impact on the game whatsoever. None. By the way, if you were playing trivia with us on the Spark app and you want to claim your prize, including that 15% off at the SDPN shop for everyone who participated, all you need to do is head back over to the Spark website, make sure that you're signed in, and click on your profile in the top right corner. From there, you can see your prizes and claim them. Face off in the Leaf zone. Panthers get it to the point. On. Where is it? It's in the back of the net is where it is. AJ Greer makes it 5-0 Panthers in game 5. Woo! And they're not even saying stop crying, bro. They're not even saying stop effing crying, bro. Just shoot it. McCabe is saying he got the shot in the face. It doesn't matter. Thank you, Mr. Haywood, for the 5 SDPN memberships. Murray is coming in. He shouldn't have began the period. You're right, Drew. His playoff career is actually sick. 29-21. What was the save percentage? It's not on the screen anymore. It's over 920. No. Murray's career save percentage. It's incredible. Sorry to finish that. And if you need the link to the Spark website, again, it is in the description of this video. People, so Adam sent us a video in the chat. People are just leaving the game in droves. Look at all the seats. Look at all the seats. This is a second round playoff game. That's how much these guys suck. Why should anyone still be sitting through this? Thank you to Canes for the 10 SDPN memberships. I might have already said that. I don't know. 5-0. You guys suck. There's 14,000 people in here. The toll to watch me and drink my tears is click like. Please. It takes a second. It's free, and it helps us out a lot. Yes, Drew? Average lower bowl price was $930. I know a guy who's in the lower bowl tonight. Here, I'm going to text him. So how's it going, man? Let's see what he says. Trash bags in the locker rooms, man, says Pesto. Welcome to SDP VIP, Mark Farino. If you want to become an SDP VIP, click the lower right-hand corner of the chat. They just gave the Bronx cheer to Matt Murray. I'm not sure he deserved it. 12 minutes and 5 seconds to go in this mercy killing. Mike Farino, hey, 10 SDPN memberships. If you got a gifted membership from Mike, tell him thank you. It looks like there's going to be a penalty here. It's a high stick, and it's going against Aaron Ekblad. who is yelling and screaming about it. Last Leaf goal was almost 120 minutes ago. Wrong. It was more than 120 minutes ago. Wow, Tavares punched Ekblad right in the face, and the Leafs are going to get a power play out of it. Cool. David Farlight Romano, thank you for 10. Thank you. Never mind 16. Any legit reason why 34 should come back? We may be down, but hey, Steve, it's not so bad. Who's sponsoring this live stream? Tee up. Thank you, Michael. It is. Oh, no. I got the wrong email open. Steve, you stink. You're an idiot. There you go. Hey, this watch-along is brought to you by SportChek. SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. Hey, if you got the passion, if you got so much passion, do you have so much passion? Do you want others to know you've got the passion? Well, SportChek has new Maple Leafs tees, hoodies, and hats in stock from Mitchell & Ness. I just saw the new collection downstairs at the SportChek in Maple Leaf Square. I see it every time I walk in there, and I'm going to be walking in there tomorrow. They look incredible, especially those new Matthews, Nylanders, and Nyes tees. You wear these around town, oh, people are going to know that you have the passion. They're going to give you high fives. They might even give you a hug. Check them out. SportChek is your destination to gear up for the playoffs. And tomorrow, that is to say, myself, Adam Wylde, and Jesse Blake, we are going to be recording a brand new episode of the Steve Dangle podcast at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square shortly after 11 in the morning tomorrow. You may come and watch the recording, and there will be hell to pay. Letting my 5-year-old watch this as a life lesson, that is awful. So this is likely a nail in Marner's coffin. Yeah. We'll see what happens in Game 6, but yeah, it sure looks like it. Hey, Steve, why are the Panthers playing the Marlies? Please explain. Because the Leafs suck. So no way they keep Marner, right? Zero. Less than zero. Absolutely no chance. The first couple years after discovering your channel was funny. Not anymore. Now, if my team doesn't win the cup, I want the Leafs to win. You're a good man, Steve. Love the SDP. Hello, Steven. Big fan of yours. Your rage annulation. As a Panthers fan and Habs fan, wanted to say you and you only. This is a 7-game series. No, it ain't. Oh, the Panthers have the power play. Oh, okay. I thought the Leafs had a power play. One taker? Yeah, probably. Oh, that's music to Drew's ears. There are probably more people watching the stream than left watching the game in the arena. So there's 15,500 people in this stream. You're probably literally right. There are more people watching this stream than there are in the building watching the game. Oh, almost. Panthers. They're digging. They're against all odds. People said they couldn't get a 6-0 lead, but they're trying. Chicago will gladly take Marner off your hands. Take him. Murray with the save. Yeah! I almost passed out. Cries in my signed Matt Murray Pens jersey. 2024 Boston Game 4 or this game. This is so much worse. Dude, this is at home. In a tied series. You suck. If Marner gets traded, he might evolve into a Gengar. That is a Pokemon reference. My cousin just said, I'm sorry. Face off in the leave zone. Anton Lundell on the draw. Scrum draw. Sam Bennett makes it 6-0. In the 6. Do we call it that? I don't know if we call it that anymore. You know what we call this? An ass kicking. 6-0 Panthers in Toronto. You guys are humiliating. The Leafs talk a lot about blocking out the noise. And so they did everything in their power to make the building as quiet as possible. All the fans who paid $400, $500, $600, maybe over $1,000 to be there tonight are leaving. They're getting booed off the ice. Matthews denies, passes off target. The top line is getting booed every time they're on the ice. Drew says, are they going to break the shutout? Is that what this has come to? No icing. 16,000 people currently watching. I can almost guarantee there are more people watching this stream than there are watching this game in the building live. They are charging fans $15 to watch Game 6 on a screen in this building while the Leafs are on the road. Jones is hit by Pacioretty. It has no effect. Icing. These bums are going to be the death of me, says another buddy. Why aren't they trying to injure anyone? Jeez. I don't know. My feelings are pretty hurt. We love you, Steve. You make this bearable for us. Yeah? 6 in the 6 going into Game 6. Every time the going gets tough, Matthews looks so bored. Every year he is not around in huddles or anything. McCabe. Robertson. McMahon gets it to McCabe. Hey, that's how you do a spinorama pass without giving it away. Steve, does Stollers play Game 6? He's not even backing up, so my guess is no. Go grab a beer, man. No, it's just going to make shooting the LFR harder. I'm going to have to burp in the middle of a one-taker. Can we trade the Leafs for Utah? I would legitimately take that trade. Here comes Boquist. Reinhart, fans on it. Robertson, up the ice for Kampf. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the lineup changes didn't work. Steve, I feel your pain. I really hope... Wait, what? I really hope the other aspects of your life are wonderful and fulfilling. They are, They are. Thank you. Will O'Brien sent 10 SDPN memberships. Thank you. As bad as this hurts, prepare yourself for the rage that will occur when when one or more of these cowards eshes his name on the cup once traded. Oh, you know what's happening, right? I'm sorry, Steve. I'm rooting for you most of all. Leafs should sign Marchand and Bennett. Nylander said this game will be fun. It is. SDPN, I'm going to be honest. I was hoping the Leafs would make it, but the way it's looking, I don't know. I'm a Caps fan, and they aren't doing too well either. $1 million idea. LFR tomorrow. Have that drink. Join Adam. Oh, for the stream? Hey, Adam Wylde is streaming the Oilers playing the Vegas Golden Knights after this game. So if you want to see 2 NHL teams play this time, you will enjoy it. He'll join me post-game for a little chat. That's so good. CJ just tweeted someone threw an Austin Matthews jersey on the ice. And they're going to kick that guy out of the building for life. Would you ever want to go back? If you paid to be here tonight, would you care if you were banned for life? Being banned from that building for life is probably the greatest thing that has ever happened to you financially. Use this to grab UNSL some decadent dessert to try to forget this debacle. Thank you, handsome Dan. I legit might order food. No, I have Hawkins cheesies upstairs. Hawkins. Oh, what? Drew doesn't like them. That's how you know they're great. No, Hawkins cheesies. Listen, if you are watching, Hawkins Cheesies. Hawkins Cheesies, if you can hear me, Hawkins Cheesies. Please sponsor us, Hawkins Cheesies. Hawkins Cheesies, if you can hear us, Hawkins Cheesies. You just know they're winning game 6 somehow. No, I don't. My daughter's getting married Saturday. Any chance they win Friday? Yeah. Yo, there's 8:42. No one's there. No one's in the building. I think over 50% of the seats that are visible are empty. Yeah, Drew's saying it looks like a preseason game. Dude, this looks like a COVID game. Like, with a reduced, oh yeah, no, you can only have half capacity or whatever. Benoit fans on it. I cannot believe how much time is left in this game. Hey, almost 18,000 people in here. Only 12,000 likes. Please click like. It takes a second. It's free, and it helps out our little channel and small business a lot. What am I going to say if one of the players complains about the booze? I'm going to personally say I hope he's traded. I don't care who it is. Yeah, my brother-in-law just sent me a picture of the Matthews jersey on the ice. Pacioretty. My friend has not responded. My friend who's at the game, he has not responded. I can only assume he's in jail. Tavares. Here's Nylander. Buy a drink on me, Steve. Thank you. McCabe. Wide. Tavares. Stop by Bob. The Leafs have 25 shots, and I don't believe you. Neither team is still trying. Seth Jones. Stop by Murray. And the Panthers are initiating. I don't understand this. Marchand's got Willie wrapped up. Like, you're down 6-0. Line brawl. Like, literally just line brawl. Like, why are you still playing hockey? Attaboy, Willie. Attaboy, Willie. You skate away. You're better than. They're still going at it. The linesmen don't have control of this at all. Tanev's tied up with Mikkola. Nosek's tied up with McCabe. Just fight! There's going to be some misconducts. Kachuk's just laughing. He's just like belly laughing. The next shift, no Leaf should be wearing gloves. They should literally all leave the bench without gloves. So I'm guessing Woll is done for the series. No. What do you think? They're starting Murray game 6? Oh, you're assuming Stollers is back? You're assuming an awful lot. Oh, my God. The end of this game is going to take forever, isn't it? Steve, I feel so bad for you and all Leaf fans. As a Sabres fan, oh, my God. I think you guys have it worse than we do. Get yourself some ice cream. Thank you. You know what's great? The Leafs are so bad that all the, hey, Steve, you've gained weight and you're fat now comments have turned to here, have some beer and ice cream. Does Chief walk into the locker room and go number 1 on the logo and look at them and say, just thought I'd finish what you guys started? I mean, that would be nails. Literally throw throw Domi out there. Who should be out there? Marchand's talking to the ref, and I don't know why he's not wearing a letter. You're making this train wreck fun? Thanks! Let's get to 15,000 likes. Can we friggin' do it? We're almost there. Come on. Leafs need a real goal scorer like Ryan Reeves. Whoa, Handsome Dan's Vacation Rentals. Thank you for the 50 piece you just dropped on us. 50 gifted SDPN memberships. Marchand's kicked out of the game. Here's $10. Please eat a whole pint of ice cream tonight on me. That will not be a comfortable sleep for me. So, did you watch a good movie recently? No. We need Oilers fan Steve back. You might get him. Oh, here's my buddy. Here's my buddy who's at the game. Brutal, worst game in history. Shutout back-to-back. Have you been kicked out or arrested? Question mark. Were you the one who threw the Matthews jersey? Question mark. Have one on me, Steve. By the way, Matthews has 3 goals in the last 4 playoff rounds from 2023 round 2 to now. Oh my God. Can't wait to hear Jeff O'Neill on TSN lose it. Hey, I got a better idea. I can't wait to hear me lose it here on this chat that is brought to you by SportChek. And also, I'm going to be doing LFR on my YouTube channel. What are we thinking for this one, Drew? 200? We hitting 200? Yeah, close to it. People love when I'm miserable. People love it. $6:41 to go in the third. Holy cow. Get this sorted out and get the game on. Us too, Steve, from Tampa. Send Matthews to Florida. Gotta laugh at fans trying to heckle Marchand for getting to take a shower early. I mean, they're kids. I saw Marchand getting heckled by children. Steve, I love you. You deserve a better team. It depends who you ask. I want this to go back to Game 7. I don't want this to go back to Game 7. Why? I do. Leafs are getting a power play out of this. Cool. Oh, boy. They got a power play. Do you hear the footsteps? Let's go! My Siri just got activated for some reason. Should I bother to watch Game 6? Yes, here with me. Burn a jersey on the LFR. I'm not going to do that. What? Am I still in? No. Not until they give me a reason to be. The penalty box attendant is laughing. Well, someone's having fun. Matthews is out there for the power play. He loses the draw. Marner wins it back to Riley. Riley to Willie. Marner, Riley to Willie. Back to Riley to Matthews. Down low. Pass is intercepted. Marner gets hit. Do you want to be on camera? My wife, ladies and gentlemen. I love you. My wife just brought me Hawkins cheesies to make me feel better. The door opened. I'm like, what? The door never opens during the stream. Leafs haven't done anything, by the way. Riley. Matthews. Fans on it. And Booze. Here's Lindell. That goes wide. Hawkins cheesies. If you can hear me, Hawkins cheesies. Hawkins cheesies heard me. Thank you to my wife. Wouldn't a Matthews goal be pretty funny right now? It's just producer Drew. Oh, yeah! They're getting booed. Boo! Panthers, dump it. They choked. Hey, SportChek's so cool. Thank you for sponsoring these watch-alongs. I can't wait to be at SportChek tomorrow to record the Steve Dangle podcast. I'm thinking you guys might want to be there for that one. The SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. We're going to be recording a little after 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we're actually recording 2 episodes. Leafs on! And oh, we got a brouhaha! Just drop your gloves! Mrs. Dangle rules. Please hug Iggy for us. I will. No respect for the crest. No request for the city. Respect for the city or the fans themselves. W wife. Only goals tonight is wife goals for bringing snacks. You guys are friggin' bums. What a joke. Steve, I choked. Not as much as the Leafs did. That's fair. There are 4 Leafs in the box. Boo! None of you even fought. You suck. Boo! Building's empty. You didn't want any noise. Not enough silence for you? Leafs win the face-off back on the power play. It's Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Morgan Riley into the glove. I'm Sergei Bobrovsky to keep the game at 6-0. I almost broke my chair just now. This team is the bane of my existence. I was born. Yeah. You think the Leafs being asked for 1 year is your ally. I was born in it. Molded by it. By the time the Leafs made the playoffs, I was already a man. Ah! Robertson plays it back to Riley. Riley up the ice to Domi. There is cheesy dust on my microphone. McMahon is shoved to the ice like a meek little lamb. Lorentz gets it back to Benoit. Carlo. Stop by Bob to keep it at 6-0. 4:06 to go in the third. I yelled so loud my ears started ringing. Have the Leafs ever been shut out in back-to-back playoff games? Not since I started doing LFR, I don't think. Hey, Steve, here's some money for you and Mrs. Dangle. Please enjoy a bottle of wine or drink of your choice. Cheers from BC. Thank you. Still Dubas's team after all? It's Shanahan's team. They ran back the core. They got a new coach. They got a whole new D-core, right? They got new depth guys. It's the same damn team. Who did all of us want to show up tonight? Who do the Leafs need tonight? Who are we talking about? Who needs to show up? Mitch, Austin. 1, 2. JT and Willie would have been cool as well. None of us should be shocked, and here we all are. Steve, just have 6 beers and give the LFR the amount of effort they gave tonight. If they get eliminated in Game 6, that is what I'm going to be doing. Whoa, Nicholas B. Have a nice long weekend with your wife and family. Maybe skip Game 6. Thank you, Nicholas B. I won't be doing that. I am going to be working and miserable. Yeah, the worse the Leafs play, the more dialed in I have to be in my videos. Like, this actually makes my job way more difficult. So everyone who was here when there were like 6,000 people in the chat, look at the numbers. There's nearly 18,000 people in here. There's nearly 18,000 people in here. The LFR is going to be like 250,000. That's pressure. I don't block out the noise. I kind of need it to live. The noise buys me Hawkins cheesies. Hayden. What's your stat, producer Hayden? The last time the Leafs were shut out in back-to-back playoff games was against the Canucks in 1994 when they were swept. Hayden and Adam will be streaming a game between two NHL teams, the Oilers-Vegas game, coming up right after this. When does that game start? 10? They just finished the anthems. Wide of Bob. Here, you want me to do it like this game's actually close? Benoit collects it in the neutral zone. Leafs get a change. Come on, boys. Come on. Benoit leaves it for McCabe. McCabe surveys the scene. McCabe curls back, hounded by Lundell. Looking to cut the lead to 5. Up the ice. Chipped in. Matthews going around Schmidt. Stops up. Shoots. Stopped by Bob. Here comes McCabe in front. That goes through the blue paint. Tanev to Matthews. Matthews on. Stopped by Bob. It's on the side of the net. Schmidt. It's in front. Marner. Nice. Marner chasing Lucerinen to get it. He takes him down. Attaboy, Mitch. It's behind the net. 2:30 to go. McCabe holds it. No high stick. Matthews corrals it behind the net. Tries to center it. Come on, Austin. Cut the lead to 5. You can friggin' do it. You got this. I'm screaming so hard that my abs hurt. Benoit can't hold the zone. They got to go back and get it. Nylander. Benoit. Up the ice. Bobrovsky plays it. Panthers have it. They're trying to counterattack. Come on, boys. Defend with everything you have. There's under 2 minutes to go in this game. McMahon takes down his man. Here comes John Tavares. He chips it in. Bobby McMahon going to try to be first on it. Tavares digs it loose. He can't center it. Jones with it. The Leafs trying desperately to cut the lead to 5. Minute 40 to go. It's dumped. Murray out of his net to play it. Riley in his own end. 90 seconds to go. Cut the lead to 5, boys. You can do it. Riley with it in his own end. Gets center. Dumps it. Domi chasing Lorentz. Riley with it at the point. On. Tipped. It's wide. Robertson. Lorentz. Cut the lead to 5. You can do it. Domi in front. Robertson. With 1:06 to go in the third, the Leafs cut the lead to 5. Do you hear the footsteps? Ah! That's how a spinorama backhander is done, Mitch. Take notes. Yeah! Panama! Panama! It's now a 6-1 Panthers lead. Robertson, the free space after getting healthy scratched. Justin sent 20 STPN memberships. Thank you. Steve with the Bronx goal call. That's actually what I did. You're right. Yo, every muscle. Oh, every muscle here is absolutely killing me. P.S. At this point, if Florida loses the series, we need to retroactively revoke their cup and revert them to Ole Jokinen era status. I totally agree. That's the dagger, Steve. I'm actually exhausted, dude. My head hurts. Drew, can you please clip that for the LFR? They're clipping it for social? That's good. Chris Paul hits a huge 3 to cut the lead to 42. Hayden's mom is wondering if I'm all right. No. You know what? I am. When it was 6-0, which it's not anymore, Leafs just scored 6-1. My wife brought me this bag of Hawkins cheesies, and I feel really good about it. Adam Wylde is in the waiting room because he's about to stream Oilers. Friggin' Vegas, game 5. Their game is about to start. Well, when this one's done, they'll go. Solid shift, Steve. Thanks. You know what? Listen, I know I'm fat, all right? I know I'm kind of fat. I'm a heavy set 37-year-old. My workouts would snap most of you in half. I promise you. I'm a beast. You can't do what I just did at 37 without collapsing and dying on the spot if you're not kind of in shape. I think I'm in decent shape for a fat guy. I'm one of those sleeper build guys. I'm definitely fat. Leafs test. When was Nick Robertson's last playoff goal? Game 3. Game 3 to make it 3-0 against the Blue Jackets in 2020. Yep. It was the Leafs' last 5-on-5 goal of that series. That series went 5 games. Every other goal was 6-on-5 or power play or. So they've kind of been asked for like a while, huh? 25 seconds ago. Can the Leafs hold the Panthers to a 5-goal lead? Panthers at the point. Kulikov, he's working it around. Skips over the stick of Schmidt. Schmidt gets it behind the net. It's played into the corner. Into the slot. Can the Leafs keep the lead to 5? Schmidt working the point. It's behind the net now. Nosek and the Leafs hold the Panthers to just a 5-goal lead. Brouhaha at the end of the game. AJ Greer's just rock'em sock'em robots throwing punches at Steven Lorentz. Leafs up 1-0 since the cheesies were brought in. Kaylee Stibley on TV. I know her. We used to work together. Sportsnet Social. What's up, Kaylee? Leafs getting booed off the ice in what could be the last game that they play in that building. And the feed is going straight to the Oilers Vegas game. And I'm going to watch at least a couple minutes, I think, with Adam Wylde before recording an LFR. Can we bring Adam in?
Hi. Do you want to know what winners look like?
I do.
You guys want to know what winners look like? Watch this game with me. You want to see 2 teams that can win? I see a team that won a couple years ago. See a team that almost won last year that's probably going to win tonight. You want to know what winning looks like. You want to know what true heart and soul hockey players look like. Watch this series. Watch the Edmonton Oilers. Watch the Vegas Golden Knights. We're going to watch together. We're going to learn something about what it's like to win in the playoffs. What do you think about that, Steve? Want to hang out?
Adam,
Yeah.
John Tavares is a UFA.
Yeah.
You want him back?
You know, of all the guys, I would take him.
No, that's where the list starts. You want him back?
Sure.
I don't. Mitch Marner is a UFA.
The way
No, we're done there.
the
Mitch
way he
Marner's
played
a
tonight,
UFA.
I think he's gone.
Mitch Marner's a UFA. You want him back?
He's not coming back. He can't face this. He can't face this.
I wouldn't take Marner back on the Leafs if he had a negative cap hit.
Yo, man, he might need to take a pay cut. He's spending money. You think NHL GMs aren't watching this?
He's under contract. Someone gives you an offer for Matthews. You take it?
Shit. I mean, how far do you want the rebuild to go?
What? Rebuilding from what?
I mean, I guess you could get a king's ransom for it, but damn,
it's not
dude.
hard. Adam, it's not hard to rebuild a sandcastle.
That's fair.
And I'll say that in the LFR. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
That's fair.
if the Leafs have to go through a couple years of pain, like as opposed to what?
Well, you know, you would want to avoid the pain.
What do you feel right now? You feeling
Pain.
awesome?
Yeah. You know what blows my mind, Steve? And I'll say this on the show tomorrow.
What?
I've never seen a bunch of guys lose like losers the way these guys do. Like there's losing, and then there's losing like a loser. And these guys lost like fucking losers tonight. Excuse me.
No, what about that fight?
What fight?
Yeah, there wasn't one.
The grappling?
Because they suck ass.
You like I can't believe that they wouldn't like, especially at the end there. Where like what penalties are they going to hand out? Fight somebody.
You're just letting that lurch Nico Mikkola beat up on Tanev for like 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Friggin' U-Rang ass MF. Like,
Yep. You know, when Nick Robertson, Aaron Ekblad basically gives Nick Robertson a stick to the neck and a nice little face wash there.
Yep.
After he scores.
Yep.
Because, you know, he's wrecked Bob's shutout streak. I expected Max Domi to come in and earn a penalty there. Like, you took 2 dumb penalties tonight.
I don't want him
One
back.
dumb penalty. The other one was a dumb penalty by the ref.
I don't want him back.
That guy, Max, that's where you grab Aaron Ekblad and go, no. And I don't care what the fine is this time. I don't care what the suspension is this time.
He can join Alex Kerfoot on the list of dudes who scored a playoff OT winner who I won't miss in the slightest.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, he scored a playoff OT winner. Damn, that's crazy. I actually don't care, like, even a little.
I have to ask honestly, like, I know that I'm beyond rage. Like, I'm very calm. I know that the Leafs media asked for Matthews, Marner, Nylander, and Tanev. And I was going to get pissed if Riley didn't come out and speak too. But what I was told is Riley's pretty useless for quotes.
Yeah.
But like, if Marner, Matthews, Nylander are not out there, forget Tanev. Like, I love Chris, but like, I don't care what he has to say after something like this.
So who's out there?
What's that?
So who's out? Who's talking?
Oh, it better be Marner, Matthews, Nylander minimum. And if those guys decide, no, I don't feel like it tonight, like, don't even dress for game 6. I don't care. You barely played tonight. Like, I don't understand how you can, and maybe because they're fabulously wealthy, maybe they just don't understand what it's like to put a mortgage payment down on hockey tickets. But there were people there tonight that do not have the money to buy a ticket to this game that came. Steve, somebody came to visit me, and God bless him, I forget his name.
That video you sent to the chat of fans leaving is crazy.
No, I got more. I got more than that, Steve. I got more videos than that because I know somebody who was there. But I know somebody who drove from Sault Ste. Marie, came down, saw Jesse and I at the pre-show, wanted to chat with us, runs an antique store there. 7 hours, Steve.
Are those the guys who brought us those? They brought us baked goods to
I don't
that. The Shoeless Joe's downtown.
I don't think so. Not the same ones.
They were from Sioux. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, there's
Anyway.
other people from the Sioux.
Nah. Dubas's grandma. Who else?
Yeah, and those two guys. So this guy and his dad come down. They couldn't be nicer. Couldn't be more down to earth. And man, these are not rich people.
No.
They bought last row tickets to this game and drove 7 hours, and they're driving 7 hours home tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight.
Oh, no shot. No shot. No shot.
Like and that's the performance the Leafs put on.
They're gonna get home at 5 a.m? No shot.
Yeah.
No way.
Taking turns.
Oh my God.
And this is my thing. Like I don't know what you need to do. Like, what is there to say at this point? When you lose like this, you don't just lose by a little. It's not like, oh, that was hard fought. Sometimes the playoffs don't go your way. Like game 4 versus Ottawa, where they lost in overtime. It was hard fought. This is losing like a loser from about the 5th minute onwards.
I thought it's funny. Like the first few minutes, I'm like, hey, they got some jump.
Yeah.
They got some pop. They got the stick, or they got the puck on their stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plug the antique store. Yeah, Adam, what's the antique store? Do you know?
I should have got the name. He's going to email me.
He's going to email you.
Yeah, because you know what? And I'll shout him out on the podcast if I get that. And by the way, because I was asking about antique radios, and he's got a few. So I wanted to see what he had.
Christine McAvoy just got home from the Beagle, which is the Leafs bar in Vancouver.
Ooh.
I imagine it was quiet.
Just a bunch of Canucks fans outside going, ha ha, ha ha.
Join us in our misery.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I know you're going to do a one-taker tonight. And don't kill your voice because we're going to need you for the podcast tomorrow.
Kiss my ass. Don't tell me what to do.
But, like, where do you start with something like this? Like, where are you going to start?
You know what? Adam, let me tell you something.
Yep.
There are multi-billion-dollar corporations
Mm-hmm.
who run the media in this country for sports.
Mm-hmm.
There are really experienced people who break these games down.
Mm-hmm.
They're on TV. They're on national TV. They're on national radio. People with really big digital platforms. On nights like this, you get the hell out of my way and let me cook.
Mm-hmm.
You're not better at this.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows this team better than I do. What did most people do? What did most media do after game 4?
Well, they glazed the Panthers.
They glazed the Panthers, but they blew their wad on the Leafs losing 2-0. And you made that seem like the end of the world in a 2-2 series.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Leafs put on their most shocking playoff performance in a generation tonight. And you have nowhere to go.
Yep. I actually got mad at the media.
You know where you go? I'll tell you where you go. Behind me. Behind me, as I lead the pack here, no one is going to do a better job breaking down this game than me. No one is going to do a better job talking about this miserable, sad sack, piece of shit team and the humiliating performance they just put on in front of us. You know, Steve in the chat says Steve loves himself.
Oh,
generally speaking, Steve does not. But this is an objective truth. I will eat your friggin' food off your plate when it comes to nights like this. Leafs ever win, I won't know what to do with myself. And I've had a lifetime to prepare for it. This, it's like riding a bike. It's like riding a bike if I were Lance Armstrong and I just never got off my bike.
So you're saying if they actually won, that might be one of your worst videos.
If the Leafs actually win, it'll be like, man, who is this mumbling, dundering idiot who doesn't even know the English language?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
nights like tonight,
uh-huh.
The rest of you, do not bother uploading a video. Do not bother. I got this.
Let me give you one stat before we let you go, and I'm going to move on to the Oilers here. accumulated games 5, 6, and 7 playoff stats for the Leafs, 2019 to 2025. This is from Joey Ferg, who sells those awesome shirts on Twitter, who just rocks as a good person. Elite man. William Nylander, 19 games played in games 5, 6, and 7, 2019 to 2025. 16 points, 19 games. Matthews, 16 of those games played, actually 17 now. 7 goals, 4 assists, 11 points. Tavares, 16 of those games played. 5 goals, 5 assists, 10 points. Marner, 19 of those games played. 0 goals, 6 assists. 0 goals, 6 assists.
I got one that can top all those, Adam.
Give it to me.
And I got it from your producer.
Is this the McDavid Draisaitl thing?
No.
Oh. Give it to me.
In the 21 games Marner has played in elimination games, he has 13 assists, 2 goals. A player who also has 2 goals in elimination games as a Leaf, Patrick Marleau.
And when did he get those goals, Steve?
In 2018.
In the same game.
In the same game. Marleau scored 2 goals in 1 game 7 years ago, and he has as many goals as Mitch in elimination games. If he played for free, I wouldn't take him back.
But you know, Steve, the problem with you is that you're so negative about the Leafs.
Oh, yeah, the noise and all that bullshit.
Man, why can't the crowd just support this team properly?
Let me check my angry DMs. I got any angry DMs from any millionaire security detail? Let me check. Let
me tell you this. Okay, you ready for this?
Fucking
In
losers.
Oilers Stars versus Leaf Stars, this is crazy. In games in which either team could be eliminated from the playoffs. You ready for this?
Yep.
McDavid has 20 games in which either team could be eliminated. 12 goals, 21 assists, 33 points.
Animal.
Draisaitl, 20 games. And for McDavid and Draisaitl, it'll be 21 tonight.
Beast.
Draisaitl's got, in those 20 games so far, 6 goals, 19 assists, 25 points.
Beast.
Matthews, 20 games, 7 goals, 7 assists.
Horrible.
As you said, Marner, 21 games, 2 goals, 13 assists.
You suck.
Nylander, as of, well, it's still the same. 22 games, 10 goals, 11 assists, 22 points.
That's pretty good.
It's what you need. So I know who I want to keep. And here's the thing, man. Like, we could be sitting here after Game 7 and going, holy shit, they did it. But what do you think the chances of that are?
The greatest thing Tavares could do in his career is walk in that dressing room tonight and rip the C off his chest himself.
Like Matthews?
Yeah. You suck. Adam.
Yeah.
9 minutes and 3, 2, 1, no seconds to go in the first period of Edmonton, Vegas. I am going to leave you to it. Everyone stick around for what is sure to be a thrilling Game 5, Edmonton, Vegas. Adam Wylde on the call. And tomorrow, we are going to be podcasting live from the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square, and we're going to be so good. There are going to be cheers. There's going to be fun times had. There might even be a swear or two, and it's going to be great, and I'll see you there. Woo!
Good luck tonight, Steve Dangle. All right, everybody, let's do this thing. Let's do this thing, shall we? Can we have a little fun and some joy watching some hockey? Wouldn't that be great? I want to start with this. We've got a lot of people here tonight, and we're going to be here all the way to the end in this series. And I want to know who's watching and from where. How many cities from Florida are watching tonight? How many cities from the southern United States are watching tonight? How many cities from Canada are watching tonight just basking in Leaf tears? Man, if there's anything that you can rely on, more than your parents, more than your spouse, more than death and taxes, it's the Leafs losing like that. How about we watch some winners? All right? My name is Adam Wylde. If it's our first time, it's so nice to meet you. I got a group of people that join me every stream. They're called Gripper Nation. Why? Because I like to make jokes about feet. Am I really into feet? Well, maybe you should stick around. This is going to be a damn good game. It's already sort of vicious. I'm watching Keegan Colasar mix it up again with the Edmonton Oilers. Let's go through the lines, and then I want the city check-in. Howden, Eichel, Olofsson, Dorofeyev, Hurdle, Waugh, Barbashev, Carlson, Riley, Tanner Pearson, Cole Schwinn, and Keegan Colasar, who I just mentioned. Nuge, McDavid, Hyman, Podkolzin, Draisaitl, Kasperi Kapanen, Kane, Henrique, Brown, Trent Frederick, Matthias Janmark, and Corey Perry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a good time. Let's have a damn good time. We got people from Buenos Aires. We got Arizona. We got Albuquerque. We got somebody who says they're from China. No way, really? Ocala, Florida. Ottawa, North Bay, Nova. Okay, if you're going to say Nova Scotia, where in Nova Scotia? You can't just say a province. It's like, yeah, I'm from New York. The state or the city? Where? Saskatoon, Peterborough, Montreal. Let's go, baby. Muskoka. Check it in. Fort Lauderdale, check it in. I hope the weather's nice. New Zealand's check it in. Edmonton, what's going on, baby? Look at it all. Look at you all coming in. Oh, we got some Sharks fans in there, too. Sharks fan in North Carolina. What? That's crazy. You must be there for work, right? New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. I love that. Gary, Indiana, St. John's, Newfoundland. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have ourselves a night. And I don't care what time zone you're in. This game is worth staying up for. This is a game worth watching. You stayed up for the last one. You might as well stay up for this one. And this is the thing. Sometimes I wonder, as a Leaf fan, I'm like, does my team watch hockey when the playoffs are done? Because if they did, I think they'd see what the Edmonton Oilers do. I think they'd see what the Vegas Golden Knights do. And it's just a crazy little thing Steve likes to call going to the nets. Consider it, maybe. Shea Theodore gets the puck up. Let's go. It's been actually a relatively low event first period, which is good because Steve and I sucked most of it up. If there had been 5 goals scored, that would have been a problem. That would have been an issue. The man's got to go cook. Hayden, are you able to change the title for the watch-along, my friend? Actually, it's already on there. It says plus Oilers Golden Knights with Adam Wylde. We're good. We're good. Guys, I just, I want to make it about the Oilers game because I want to ignore my problems. And here we go. Oilers with a chance. 2 shots in. Perry, Henrique, Janmark, Frederick, sorry, not Perry. Oh, baby. Pietrangelo is just, he's had it with Janmark. He's had it. By the way, something you got to watch out for in this game, which is something you got to watch out for basically every game. Adin Hill versus Zach Hyman. That's the matchup we didn't know we needed. Adin Hill friggin' hates that guy. Hates him. And he probably hates Evander Kane, too, who's been ruthlessly effective. Look at that. Frederick, Janmark, Frederick again, Janmark again. And then Pietrangelo's like, I'm going to punch Janmark in the face a bunch of times. The ref's not going to do anything about it. You know what the Vegas Golden Knights do when they're down? They punch faces. Winning teams that are losing do that. Again, this is a... Look at that. Look what they're doing to Janmark. You think the Leafs would ever do that for their guy? No. 6:11 left in the first period. We're going to get a face-off here. 6:11 in the first. Here we go. I'm going to clap for the face-off. Align your streams, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope the ref doesn't fake drop the puck. There we go. Face-off, 6:10, 6:09, 6:08, 6:07, 6:06 left in the first. Here comes Nuge. Uncontested. Shot off the side of the net. Watch the Oilers in Vegas tonight. They're going to be running goalies left and right. If you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan and you haven't stayed up to watch this series, I'm telling you, it's so good. Here comes McDavid. There's a guy with heart and soul. There's a guy that wants to win a cup. There he is. He wears 97. Scores winning goals in championship games like he did in February. Might even do it again this year and just slid hard into the boards. And he is slow to get up. That could be a problem. I think he's just stung. Yeah, that's like a stung move. He's okay. He'll be all right. I need him to be all right. Now, I believe the Oilers are going to win this game. I believe they're going to win this game. But I don't think Vegas is going to make it easy like the last game. The last game, Edmonton, top to tail domination. No chance that happens tonight. Vegas are too good. And if they're not too good, you know what Vegas' management will do? Trade guys. Leaf fan, again, can't relate. Total malarkey. Why have I never heard of Milwaukee as an expansion option in the NHL? Not a huge market, but the Admirals do fairly well. There's a reason for that, and that's because there are bigger markets they need to take care of first, and they are in this order. Alberta. Alberta's taken care of. Atlanta, Houston, Phoenix. Those 3 American markets need to come first, and then maybe Kansas City. You look at the success of the Chiefs. It's not the biggest market in the world, but you got to get your big TV markets first. I think Milwaukee's central population is only 500,000 or 600,000, but I think generally around in the area, it's well over 1 million. You need a bigger market than that first, and then maybe you go into Milwaukee later. Daniel's son, why Houston? Look up Houston's population. It's a top 10, I think it's top 5 TV market in the United States. That's why. You go where all the people are. Simple. And you know where the people are? Where the money is. And Houston, there's money there. Tyler says, what about a Toronto second team? Man, I don't think the Leafs could take that kind of brand hit. Like, you would have, if that was tonight, 70% of people would be fans of the other team. The Toronto not Leafs. That's all you need to call them. Eshion B says, also no taxes in Texas. Yeah, well, that'll make it an attractive destination for a bunch of millionaires, that's for sure. Baby, bacon strip, what's up? Hey, Adam. Sorry to bring it back to the Leafs, but I was driving and I didn't get the chance to ask for a Tampa Bay Lightning fan. Would you trade Austin for Point 1-for-1? I don't know. Does that make the Leafs better? Does it make the Lightning better? I think it's at this stage, they're both circling the drain. You got to be ruthless. You got to be ruthless with these guys. They're comfortable, man. What happens? They lose, and then what happens? They get a raise. They lose, and what happens? They get to stay in a city that treats them like gods. Like, listen, I'm not advocating for trading Matthews. I know everybody's pissed. Guy needs a goal in this series. But, like, that's an insane thing to, once cooler heads prevail, you can't replace that. But I'll tell you this. If there was a game that decided Marner's fate, that might have just been it. Because if you're a Toronto Maple Leaf general manager and you're going to the board of Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, this guy wants $14 million, even if it's 12. Look what Mikko Rantanen's doing in Dallas. And he's making 12.5. Guys, like, that might have been it. Now, I will be the optimist and tell you that Game 6 and Game 7 have not been played yet. The Leafs could win. Just based on what we saw tonight. Well, what I see from the Oilers, you know what I see from the Oilers? A team that's like, we know we're flawed, and we just don't care. We just don't care. You score on us, we just don't care. We'll get 5 on you. And by the way, for 60 minutes, we will be hounding your ass. We'll be such a pain in the ass, you're going to hate us. Look at Hyman around the net. Watch Kane around the net tonight. Just watch. Just watch. Tyler Durden, Leafs need to adopt Vegas's ruthlessness. Don't perform by. Hell, sometimes even if you perform by. Yo, straight up. If Vegas loses this game, there will be changes in Vegas. Big ones. Older guys, gone. That's how they operate. You're old, you're done. Goodbye. Hope you enjoyed your stay. See you later. James Stemler, I'm not even mad at the Leafs game. I'm just straight up emotionless and numb and full of apathy. Need this game to make me feel actual feelings. James, welcome to the Oilers. Welcome to the Knights even. Welcome to a series where you can feel something and enjoy hockey again. Jiayu Wang, thoughts on the Leafs letting 4 guys on Florida scoring their first goal of the postseason. What a bunch of losers. I said it before. There are teams that lose and have heart and soul, and then there are teams that lose like losers. Whoever loses tonight, I guarantee you is going to lose with heart and soul. Like with Edmonton, Vegas. Guarantee it. Hell, I look at the Winnipeg Jets losing to the Dallas Stars, and I'm like, that team did not lose like losers. They lost like a team who's defensively breaking down and also Connor Hellebuck's glove. It's like Granlund scored all 3 of those goals glove side. The book's out on Connor. Score glove side. Buddy. Jackie James, if they keep their eyes on McDavid, it's a goal. Soapy says, will Craig Berube be the first coach to quit a team? Buddy, they quit on him. They quit on him. What kind of performance was that for Craig? Who's had their back all season long. Hasn't said boo about the team other than, yeah, we know we weren't good enough. Not a thing. Not a thing. Not a single player called out. Not one. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. Matherman, what's going to happen if Shanahan is back next year? I feel like Steve might burst a blood vessel. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about that. He's gone. That was probably already written before the season started. The second he went into the season without a contract, because his contract's up, writing's on the wall, baby. Writing's on the wall. It's over. And you know what? MLSD will look back on his tenure and go, that was pretty successful. Made the playoffs every year, except for like the first couple where they were rebuilding. Won the draft lottery. We made money. Got to the second round a couple times. Sports Talk Chud. NHL needs to prioritize hockey markets, East, Midwest. Hey, Sports Talk Chud. Dude, nobody thought California or Nashville or Florida or Dallas could be hockey markets. Nobody thought Vegas could be. And look at this. Who thought, okay, tell me 10 years ago you thought Vegas was going to get a hockey team. And look at this. They got great fans. Hockey markets are wherever hockey is played and played well. And sometimes played poorly, like in Toronto. But they had a bit of like, success 50 freaking years ago. Sedin Magic 15, this stream has 9.7 likes. Do we get grippers? You do not get grippers on a night like this. Steve Dangle got all those likes. Robert Thomas, noted St. Louis Blue. Kings Leafs fan. If I had $1 for every time I supported a team who went up 2-0 and lost the series, I'd have $2. Not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. Man, going into the playoffs, I would have been like, man, I think the Kings are going to the at least the West Final. The Oilers are they're special, man. They got that magic. And even a guy like, look at Kasperi Kapanen. Kasperi Kapanen basically sat out I don't think he played a game until last game. You know what he does? He gets out there and he just runs bodies. Just smokes guys. Is he even the biggest guy in the world? Is he the strongest? No. But I'm going to forecheck the hell out of you because I'm Kasperi Kapanen. Look at this. Here's the Zach Hyman, Aiden Hill fight. Janmark tripped up Aiden Hill. Then Hyman runs him. Gets a nice whack in the back. And then look at Kane. And Aiden Hill was pissed. Hacking Henrique there. He's got to keep his head in the game. Robert Thomas, I hope that answered your question. Adam Rogers, Leafs goon so hard they can start a fire. True, man. True. 1:11 left in the first period, by the way. It's a pretty quick first period. Mostly because we were bitching about the Leafs. Echo, Charlie, this game is a good palate cleanser. My Leafs rage is already subsiding. Echo, this is what I'm saying. Watch the Oilers. Here's a flawed team. The Leafs are a flawed team. The Oilers are more flawed. The Oilers do not have a goalie that's better than the Leafs' third goalie. Like I would take Matt Murray over Skinner and Pickard. I would. It doesn't matter. Look at how Chris Knobloch's having them play. NerdJock7 says McDavid's hurt, body language, head trauma. I don't know how you'd know that, unless you're like a concussion specialist. Was he shaking his head? Is that why? What happened here? So Trent Frederick tries to get away. Oh, Trent Frederick. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Colasar put the can opener on him. He's got to get a penalty for that. Mr. HJ, Adam and Drew. It's actually Hayden today. If Craig Berube left the bench prior to the end of the third, would he get fined? I don't think so. But I also think that's poor leadership. I don't think he did that. Alex, I think guys like Marner would be amazing in Edmonton. McDavid Draisaitl set the intensity for the entire team, and that's infectious. And it spread to others. You know what, Alex? I don't doubt that at all. Hayden thinks Marner's a Kessel. That's probably a good comparison because Kessel went to Pittsburgh. Sid and Gino set the tone, and man, were they good. Also had Letang and Fleury, says Hayden, and he's right. I mean, yeah. And listen, if you watch the Amazon documentary and you saw McDavid, like it's the Stanley Cup, that dig in. How do you not go through a wall for that guy? That's leadership. And you know what? McDavid's grumpy a lot. You know why? Because he hasn't won. Because that bothers him. Whereas I'm sure there are certain Leafs hiding in the dressing room right now. Shay says, would you consider streaming a Canes game? Only if a gun was held to my head. I'm kidding. I think very likely if the Canes get through, Steve will be doing the Eastern Conference Final. I'll be doing the Western Conference Final. Justin Curry, Oilers fan. Marner gets too much hate. 90 is a lot of points. Justin, you can't speak to that. When you got an $11 million player, along with other $11 million players, he's not the only one who doesn't show up in a series. He doesn't get too much hate. And he also got 100 points this year. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Hayden says, hey, reminder that Erik Karlsson had 100-plus points on a team that finished last in the NHL. That's true. And then he went to Pittsburgh and finished almost last. Nicholas says, I just got back from hockey, and what a pathetic joke of a game. Shanny should be fired, Marner gone, trade Matthews. I think 2 of those 3 are going to happen. Shanny won't be fired. They just won't renew his contract. Marner is probably going to leave anyway because, we're hard on him. And Matthews, buddy, you just got the captaincy. You sit in it and face the music, buddy. You face the music. Burps McGurps, Nick Kiprio said Mikko Rantanen to the Leafs might be the biggest what if in Leaf history. Would he be performing like this in Toronto? Yes. You know why? Because Mikko Rantanen's a dog. Playoff dog. Animal. You put him anywhere, except for maybe Carolina, that guy's going to perform. Mikko Rantanen would have been a monster here. Monster. It's crazy. Pronounced homie-ish. I just want to say thank you for the evenings filled with smiles and laughs. When is Gripper Nation merch happening? I got to talk to Jesse about that. We need some Gripper Nation merch. Those who worship the feet. Homie-ish, thank you so much for the message, buddy. California Oilers fan, Adam. Love what you guys do. Go Oilers. California Oilers fan, that must be awkward for you. Thank you so much for being here tonight, though. I really appreciate you. And for everybody that's sticking around, all 5,600 of you, that's incredible. So happy to have you here. Let's have some fun. First period's over. Zach, CO1. Leafs need a Dan Campbell type coach. The Lions will run through a wall, rebuild it, and run through another wall for that man. These guys are jokes. Here's the thing about the Lions, though. To have a coach like Dan Campbell be successful, you have to have people like the Lions who are willing to buy in and be that. Right? And here's what we're facing in Toronto. If you're not a Leafs fan, just listen up. You ready? It's our 3rd general manager, 3rd head coach. They've probably switched the assistant coaches. They've probably had 12 to 15 different assistant coaches. They've switched out multiple goaltenders. Some of them were bad choices. Kyle Dubas doesn't understand goaltending. It's so abundantly clear. Like in 2 straight markets, he doesn't know shit about goaltending. The guy signed Peter Mrazek. The guy signed a half-broken or traded for a half-broken Matt Murray. God bless Matt Murray coming back and playing in the NHL. Amazing. It's an amazing story. The guy, he drafted Wall, but I put that on the scouting staff. He friggin', he was smart enough to walk away from Jack Campbell. Oilers fans, you know what I'm talking about. And his big signing, which actually worked out okay for a bit, was Ilya Samsonov. It's nuts, eh? It's nuts. And then Brad Treliving gets here and he's like, yep, we're going to need a second goalie. We got Wool. We're going to need Stollers. Our defense looks like ass. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to give these guys everything. I'm going to give them everything. I'm going to trade futures. I'm going to trade prospects. I'm going to trade picks. I'm going to give the Leafs the defense that Leaf fans have been dying for years. I don't think at this point, if they were going to run through a wall for anybody, it would have happened. I think it would have happened, man. It would have happened. Dan Campbell's a great guy, but you got to have people in that system that buy in. These guys don't buy in. Nicholas Pinheiro, I think you tried to do a super chat, but nothing came through. Feel free to message us. And Adam Rogers, if the Leafs gooning actually started a fire, you can only save 3 out of the 4 core for who do you let burn gooning in the fire? Well, I don't let anyone burn. I'll let them walk. Now, I disagree with Steve. I think Tavares is still the man. And he and Willie were, at least for the first little bit, dangerous tonight. Matt Finley, assuming JT and Mitch leave, who gets an A next year for the Leafs? Man, here's the deal. I don't even know if Morgan Riley's going to be around next year. I'm not saying he won't, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced he fits this system. It's crazy. KC says Leafs could use a beast like Besser in the playoffs. Yo, so I love Brock Besser. I'm a huge fan of him from like watching all the Canucks playoffs games last year. But I think he's going to the Minnesota Wild to play with producer Hayden's team. Yeah, Hayden said, "You're goddamn right." Justin Couture, Gripper Nation, individual sock toes. That's a great idea. Justin, we will name them after you, my friend. The Justin socks. Watch Medicine. What the Panthers are doing to the Leafs in Toronto is considered illegal in 30 U.S. states. Hashtag Go Cats. Yo, man, I wish I could chirp you back. I really wish I could. What am I going to say to you? Oh, man, the Panthers sure are a bunch of winners. You're absolutely right. Just jobbing them. Sports Talk Chud, Knights down 3-1 feels less dire than the Leafs at 3-2 or 2-3. Yeah, you know why, though? Because the Knights have done it. Right? Like, if you've done it, then it can be done. Like, if anybody, let me ask you this. Leafs go out Friday night. Who's in a worse position? Colorado or Toronto? Brock Nelson is a free agent. Mitch Marner is a free agent. Marty Nietzsche is going to need an extension if he wants to stay on July 1st. Now, he's got another year, but, you know, that's a potential UFA. So, like, what do? Who'd you rather have? Nate or Austin? After tonight? Like, remember, guys, Nathan McKinnon had 7 goals in 7 games in the first in the first round. Here's another one. Kirill Kaprizov. What do you have? 6 goals against Vegas? Hayden? Yeah, and Matt Boldy had another 5 or 6. So it was 5 or 6 for Kirill, 5 or 6 for Boldy. They're operating. The Leafs are always like, oh, but we're right up against the cap. The Wild are operating at a $15 million cap penalty. You have it or you don't have it. Nicholas says, here's the thing. I don't think you need to find a replacement for Marner. You have Cowan coming up. Nicholas, I appreciate that. But if Easton Cowan becomes even Travis Konechny light, then you're lucky. I love Easton Cowan. He's not Mitch Marner, and that's not fair to put on him. Hayden thinks he probably doesn't crack 30 points in his rookie year. I would agree with that. I think he's probably tops out at a 65, 70 point player. And that's not bad. That's great. But he is not on the level of what Mitch Marner's talent is. We could talk about results. Marner's got crazy talent. Crazy talent. Crazy. New Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Sorry for being mean to Steve, but given the context, this was one of the worst playoff games in NHL history. Will it hurt more than will it hurt more when a trade brings one of these guys a cup? I don't think so. I don't think it will. Like, I think let's say Marner goes and signs somewhere and wins the cup. Then he got it done there. He didn't get it done here. Is that supposed to be, is it the team's fault? Or is it the player that's making $11 million fault? Surrounded by other guys that make $11 million, 11.5, 13.25. Like, at a certain point, it's like, okay, I don't even think it's just Marner, right? Like, I think that's unfair. I think the fairest statement I've ever heard about the Leafs is that This mix of guys doesn't work. They are all singularly talented, extraordinary players. This mix doesn't work, which is why a Mikko Rantanen would have been so great. Because Mikko is not built like these guys. He's a different dude. Not like anything we've ever had in Toronto. Nothing. Not Clark, not Andrew Chuck, not Mahovlich, not anybody. Not Lanny McDonald. None of them. Nobody has ever played for the Leafs who plays like Mikko Rantanen at that level. Nobody. And so I don't really blame Marner, Matthews, Nylander, Tavares for this. I blame management for not moving on sooner. And they had the opportunity and they didn't take it. So no, if Mitch goes and wins a cup, good for him, man. It worked somewhere else. It's just not working here. SLS. After the Leafs loss and the Scepters losing an OT to be eliminated, the city of Toronto and hockey need to take a break from each other. Yo, listen, I know we're pissed, but like there's a game on Friday, right? There's a game. And there's a game tonight. Oilers Vegas. Let's go, baby. Go Oilers. The Oilers give me hope. It's really stupid, but the Oilers give me hope because the Oilers are fundamentally a flawed team. You know who else is fundamentally a flawed team? Dallas. All offense and goaltending. You look at that defense outside of Miro Heiskanen on paper, and it's like, what in the 2017 maybe group of dudes is this? But Pete DeBoer's got them playing a system. They commit to the system. Nobody's a standout. Miro had limited minutes last night. Looked good, though. Working him back into the lineup. What do they have? Crazy offense. What do the Oilers have? Crazy offense. What do they do? Double down on what they do. Leafs changed up their play style. Maybe this will work for this group of guys. Doesn't work. It's not just the money. It's the play style. It's the ability to get it done. Tonight I was wondering, and you can tell me what you think, and I'm curious to hear from Vegas fans. I'm curious to hear from Oilers fans. I'm curious to hear from Dallas fans. You guys have all been to the finals in the last half decade, right? So I'm looking at the Leafs tonight, and I'm watching the top line go. And by go, I mean stop. They were terrible. And I'm watching the second line with Tavares and Nylander sometimes get a shot. And I just felt like, how long are we going to play Matthew Nyes with Marner and Matthews? Forget breaking up Matthews and Marner. If they don't have it, they don't have it. You know who always has it on that line? Nyes. Why not put him with Tavares and Nylander and just see when it was 3-0? Like, just try, right? If they're going to match Barkov with Matthews or Bennett with Matthews, whatever it is, and Matthews is going to lose that matchup like he did tonight, so take Nyes off the line, put him on the line that works or works a little bit. I didn't get that. I don't understand the lack of adjustment there. Brody says the 1967 Leafs in the retirement home would be better on the ice tonight. Yeah, well, they would care more. Spencer Grayson, can I say hi to my biggest brother, Gert? Hello, Gert. I'm Gert, and this is my brother, Bert. And we're here to tell you to stay alert, stay safe. Who remembers? Who remembers? Katie Eliza. Hey, Adam. Been enjoying your streams. I'm a Dallas fan, so I've been watching this series with a very particular interest. I can bet. So, Katie, here's my question to you. Who do you want? Like, who do you want to win this series? I know it looks like the Oilers will probably, but anything can happen in the next two periods. We don't know. Who do you think would be a better matchup against the Stars? Because to me, the Stars-Oilers is a crazy matchup. Because essentially you've got two teams that are good at the same things and two teams that are bad at the same things. And I would give the edge to the Dallas Stars, because they've got Ottinger. Like, put that up against Skinner and Pickard. Hayden says Stars Oilers is like magic versus science. I like that, Hayden. I like that a lot. I agree. That's a good one. Jared says, at least you already got Florida's best. Yeah, we sure did. Watch Medicine. No one is talking about the Panthers. Not a flaw. What's there to talk about? They were great. What? I mean, they got a whole bunch of guys who scored their first goal. It's like AJ Greer and Jesper Boquist. A bunch of guys who's like the only people who have those jerseys are members of their family. No one's buying an AJ Greer jersey. No one's buying a Jesper Boquist jersey. Scoring big goals. James Stemler. Hey, now don't be leaving out Thomas Harley. That's right. Team Canada hero Thomas Harley. I forgot. Burps McGurps. Dallas has Harley and Lindell too. Yeah, they're good. Listen, Harley more than Lindell. I like Lindell a lot. Well, I'm talking about like all-star guys. Now they're showing the Leafs highlights. Bloody hell. How terrible. The Leafs highlights. That's not a thing. Jake Evans. Leafs are like me in bed. Good for two and then gas for the rest. Leaving my biggest fans wanting more, but just being disappointed. Well, just like your biggest fans, James, this city deserves a better team than this. Time 33 says, stop using the MR word, the Mikko Rantanen word. I'm an Avs fan and I am traumatized. Man, I don't blame you. That was a mess. What a mistake. Banana Cowbone. That's a great name. I don't know. No, I do know exactly what that means. How dare you? What do MLSE staff do in the summer with no wraps and leaves? I think they actually listen. MLSE staff work really hard. You'd be surprised. You're gonna laugh at this. They just conducted some freaking layoffs because they were, basically bought by Rogers, and Rogers was like, "Yeah, we don't need that many people." Those people work hard. The staff at Maple Leaf Sports work hard. I'm not talking about like the GMs and stuff. They also work hard. But like the event staff, the ticket guy, everybody. I've worked there, and I'll tell you, they work hard. They go hard. What's that, Hayden? Oh, that's a good point. Hayden said, a lot of them work at BMO in the summer. True. That's true. Yeah, they go work at TFC game. And you know who sucks this year? TFC. You know how much it costs to get a TFC ticket tonight? TFC was playing tonight. Jays and Leafs were playing. TFC was playing. You could get a $5 Toronto Football Club ticket. And you know how much the Ticketmaster fee for that $5 ticket was? $5. Ticketmaster charges you as much as Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. Yuck. 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 Jacob says, it's not like the Leafs got shut out or anything. That's true. Thank God for Nick Robertson being the one redeeming guy. Randy Orton, Robertson scoring that goal harkens back to William Nylander in Game 7, 2021 when he made all of our dreams come true. It's the Chris Paul. And Chris Paul cuts the score to 42. Minty Sports, I'm 21, in love with a 28-year-old single mom. Crazy? Man, love who you love. Just make sure you guys are good to each other. Love who you love. John, both Tampa and Florida got humiliated and swept in a playoff series as President's Trophy winners and then became juggernauts. Maybe the Leafs need that in order to be a juggernaut. John, the Leafs have had their opportunities to be that. They have. Like what? Are we saying the Leafs haven't had enough opportunities yet? Come on. This is like 9 or 10 years. Justin Curry, Doncic trade. Ooh. Doncic trade versus Rantanen trade. Which is worse? Hayden's right. Rantanen, because the NBA rigged it and gave the Mavs the first overall pick. But even with the first overall pick, I know it's a strong draft in the NBA this year. There are no guarantees you get another Luka Doncic. And here's the thing. Dallas trading him to the Lakers unleashed a couple of things. First off, he's always been a LeBron fan. Second, he's always been a Laker fan, like grew up that way. Third, he's pissed. He's mad. And maybe Dallas would have never made him mad. I don't know. Maybe they should have took his cereal bowl and just threw it on his face, piss him off. Mad Luka Doncic. They were like, we're trading this guy because we don't want to sign him to a supermax, right? We don't want to pay him what it's going to cost to pay him. And that's probably the new owners being cheap. He doesn't play good enough defense. He likes a beer occasionally. Yeah, Hayden's because Jokic, the best player in the NBA, is definitely in shape. Exactly. And so, yeah, I don't know. Listen, no disrespect to any of these draft picks. Maybe they do. But to become Luka Doncic, you imagine the stress the first overall pick's going to have? Because all Dallas Mavericks writers are going to do is say, you know what? They got this guy. let's see if he becomes someone good, maybe even almost as good as Luka Doncic. It's crazy. Canes 2006. I get all the pain tonight. One win on the road changes it all. The lack of fight is concerning, but the lack of fight in Game 6 equals blow it up. Canes 2006, I agree with you, except that we said that last year and the year before. You know when they should have blown it up was 2021. When they didn't beat Montreal, when they blew that 3-1 series lead, that was it. Kyle and Shanny made a huge mistake. John says, I'm a Caniac, and I'm not as traumatized about Mr. MRAV, Mikko Rantanen. You shouldn't be as traumatized. Your team looks great. Jonathan McLeod, bad timing, but Bruins fan, he's here. Oh, great. Who do the Bruins draft, and does Porter Martone fall? I don't know. There are a lot of really interesting prospects, but I don't think Porter Martone falls that far. But, I think the Bruins did tanking right. They're going to get a really good player. You think about guys that are drafted 7, 8, 9. Guys like Ehlers and Nylander are two guys that I'm just thinking about right now. They were drafted one after the other. You get great players for that. Great players. John Cena. Leafs took a bigger beating than when I beat him for the WWE title. Who did John Cena beat for that WWE title? That's when John Cena turned heel, right? That's like a big deal. I haven't watched WWE in a while. I'm sorry, John Cena. Don't come to the studio and beat me up. Oilers are going to make this 5-on-5. By the way, the period has started. It was Cody Rhodes. Okay, it was Cody Rhodes. Hayden says that Islanders are drafting Hagans. Yeah, I think so. A guy grew up an Islanders fan, and he also rocks. Yeah, you don't want to draft another kid from Toronto who wore Leafs pajamas. Marner versus Dermott Spinorama 2021 Habs. I think the Dermott Spinorama, the Leafs came out and had, in that OT game, 13 shots on Carey Price. The Habs got 1, and it was off a Dermott Spinorama, and they scored. That's it. Arizo says they're talking Schaefer. Marvin says I'd pick Schaefer. I would pick Schaefer too. Schaefer was one of the only truly redeeming players on Canada at the World Championships until he got hurt. He was unreal. We are picking Schaefer, not Hagans, unless we trade down. Well, there you go. Islanders fans have spoken, Hayden. They don't agree with you about the Hagans thing. Maybe it's all a smokescreen. I don't know. Grogi says, as a Sharks fan, I would be happier with Misa. I don't know if you guys have seen the Michael Misa highlights, but we have them on the channel. We actually have a great deal in place with the OHL, the WHL, and the QMJHL. So we, during the regular season, run these weekly highlight packages. And in the Oh Wows, you will see one Michael Misa be incredible. So if you go back and you watch, Steve does weeks and weeks of them. You can go back, watch Michael Misa, and fall in love. You can watch him up again and again and again. Hayden says he's absolutely gross. He's disgusting. You know who else is crazy? Gavin McKenna. Oh, Draisaitl just put one off of Aiden Hill's helmet. He shook his head. Must be a concussion. Yes, no says, I can speak with authority on Hagans. He played with my brother when they were 13. He was sick as hell back then, too. Man, you can always tell the NHL players or the future ones from the kids who are just good hockey players. So when I was 13 or 14, I went to middle school with Wayne Simmons. And he was on a team called the Toronto Aces, one of the two. They were like a Double-A team. And my buddy Alex was on the Scarborough Islanders or whatever they were called. And I went to a game where my buddy Alex, who was one of the best players I knew, was playing against Wayne Simmons. And Wayne Simmons cut through that team like 4 times that night, like hot knife through butter. And he was like 13. You could just tell the guys that are like, oh, you might do this. You might actually make it. Canes 2006 sent 10 SDPN gifted memberships. Thank you, Canes 2006. We love you. Ferris Gorilla, hello from the UK, Adam. Hope you are doing better than Steve right now. At least he's not an Avs fan like me. I don't know, man. Maybe the Avs are in a better position. Time check, Guard of Life. You're going to get one. 16-17. If you want to align your stream, there's a little tussling after the whistle. I will give that to you. I'll do a little clap, and then you can align your stream with my clap. And we'll go. 16-17 left in the second period. Hayden, tell me. Okay. So Hayden says he's played beer league with a player named Dickie Redman. Or Mickey Redman? Oh, Mickey Redman is his brother. So Dickie and Mickey, hilarious. Their parents had a good sense of humor. Here we go with the clap. Here we go. Okay, ref kicks hurdle out. Here we go. Dorofeev's going to take this. Good luck. Face off. So Hayden said that Dickie Redman was 82 when he was playing him in beer league, and he would stand still and deke out entire teams. The guy was unbelievable. There are guys that just have it, man. They just have it. Michael Heap, welcome to STP VIP, my friend. You will get a brand new episode on Friday morning. That is just a little bit different. Now, if you want to upgrade, you can always go to STP VIP ad-free, and you get all the Steve Dangle podcasts, plus the VIP episode, and it's all ad-free. And you get it. This is the part that people, I think, like the most, which we didn't expect. People were like, yeah, I get it like an hour before I get the other, like the STP with ads. Yes. You're a VIP. You get it first. So if you're STP VIP ad-free, $6.99 a month, and you get all of that. Alamar1122 says, I used to work with a guy named Richard Wood. Oh, Dick Wood. Please tell me he actually wanted people to call him Dick. I think it's important that I know that he was in on the joke. There's nothing worse than somebody with a funny name who doesn't find it funny. That sucks. You were blessed with something funny. Come on. Hayden says, where does the Richard to Dick thing come from? I don't know. It is. Here's another face-off. Boom. 15:28 left in the second period. I don't know. It's like an old-timey thing. Yeah, it's my buddy Dick. Before everyone was, had their minds in the gutter. Also, I don't know why we call a dick. Straight up, I don't know. Isaac de Vult. Oh, that's a Dutch name. My wife's Dutch, too. Isaac de Vult. Welcome to STP VIP. So excited that you're here. Victoria Tucker just got home from work. Who's been the better team so far? I would say, just from, I don't have any stats to back this up. I'm not looking at the deserve to win a meter or expected goals. Edmonton has the slight edge in this game, but this game has been way better for Vegas. Aiden Hill looks locked in. He's not doing the Jordan Binnington, punching guys after the whistle or smacking them on the back with his stick or whatever he has dialed. This is the Aiden Hill you want. Everybody has a bad game. Nurse. Down to Connor Brown. Back to Nurse. Shoots. Aiden Hill again. Perfectly positioned. As I said, Edmonton definitely has the edge, but it ain't by much. Some bad rebound control there. Edmonton are able to get away from that. Oh! Nice little shot by Evander Kane on the rebound. Does not go in. 14:38 left in the second period, guys. Oilers, Knights. Knights lose, they go home. It's over. Knights win, they go back to tropical Edmonton. And they bring their flip-flops with them. Sports Talk Chuds. Oilers so far a plus 0.16 expected goals. Not a whole lot of difference, is it? So the eye test worked this time. There's Alex Pietrangelo, who, unbelievably, when the Vegas Golden Knights went to the Eastern Conference Final, or not Eastern Conference, whatever, the final against Montreal, the conference final against Montreal in 2021, Alex Pietrangelo led them in scoring. He is a beast. I cannot believe that they got that friggin' guy. It's so upsetting that St. Louis let that guy go. I think St. Louis wins like 2 more cups if that guy stays in St. Louis. Justin Curry. Everybody has a bad game. The Leafs motto. No, the Leafs motto is everybody has a bad series every year. But don't worry, we'll explain it away using advanced stats. We'll get them next time. Consequences of our action, we don't believe in that. Arizo 97, first ballot Hall of Fame defenseman, followed by Stewart saying, Petro sucks. Oh, Petro rocks. That's different. Yeah, Petro does rock. John Buisman. Hoot gewuld hockey hiefzin ons club inel. I don't know, but you know what's hilarious? If you want to look up Dutch on Google Translate, look up I think we have a problem, and it's like is wieder een problem. Hilarious. Dutch is not a real language. It's hilarious. It's the best. Tyler Durden. But what are the Leafs lessons learned per 60 though? I don't know, man. Anybody? I haven't seen any quotes from tonight because I haven't been looking, and I just don't want to die. Vegas has taken a penalty. Kapanen with a shot. Aiden Hill with the save. 12:29 left in the second period. Kids, we're getting a power play. But first, we're getting a commercial break. Not from me, but on the broadcast. Hawks 23. Seattle Kraken should hire Jay Woodcroft. You know what? Yes, I like Jay Woodcroft. Seattle Kraken need to make some personnel changes, man. I think they need a star. I think Matty Beniers is leaning that way. But you need maybe Shane Wright breaks through in the next couple years, But they need a monster. They need a monster. For me, Seattle Kraken have a bunch of really good guys. A bunch of them. Great supporting cast. I know he's not there anymore, but Nick Bukestad, Jared McCann type players. They need a friggin' guy, They need a guy. Sedin Magic 15, thoughts on Adam Foote becoming the Canucks head coach? Well, it means that Quinn Hughes is not being traded to New Jersey for at least 1 more year. Quinn Hughes likes Adam Foote. Hence, Adam Foote was hired. I know they also spoke to Manny Malhotra. And Quinn Hughes loved Rick Tocchet. But the Canucks don't want to rebuild. Who can blame them? They're hoping Elias Pettersson fixes whatever ails him. I think he's got a knee injury, and I think it's bad. I think it's something they can fix over the summer, but I don't think it's a good one. I don't think Elias Pettersson forgot how to play hockey is my point. They need to keep Quinn Hughes happy, and I hope Adam Foote does a good job. But this all comes down to keeping the last star. Miller's gone. Besser's going. Pettersson is not playing like a star. Paid like one. Demko is... Can he play? Can he give you 40 games in the regular season? It's a good question, right? So Adam Foote has got his work cut out for him. But he's a real hockey guy, so sure he'll be fine. Denise Campbell, have you read from Jesse yet? I have not heard anything from Jesse yet. But I would assume, Denise, that he is still in the post-game stuff. Although he does, it actually wraps up quicker than you'd think. Maybe he's on his way home. Here's the thing with Steve and Jesse and I. We tend not, after a game, to talk hockey that much. And we tend not to talk hockey that much right before. When we see each other, all we want to do is talk about the last night's game. But we can't, because if we talk about it, then something good will happen, and then we'll go, oh, we should save it for the show. So we will not be communicating, basically, when we see each other down at SportChek at Maple Leaf Square tomorrow until it starts. 12:15 left in the second period. 143, 142, 141, 140 left on the power play. So still pretty early. Oilers didn't really establish zone, but that's okay. Vegas got a pretty strong power play, or PK. Mark Stone not being in the lineup is huge, though. The Oilers have got to take advantage here. William Karlsson's going to have to shoulder a huge load tonight. And he's up for the task, but, it is McDavid and Draisaitl, right? This is, and Hyman and Nuge and Like, the Oilers' second power play unit would be, I think, a good enough number one unit for a lot of, like, low-level NHL teams. They are deep, man. They're deep. Hawks 23. So I heard Adam is a foot person. Ha-ha! Gripper Nation jokes. I like it. I appreciated that one. That was a good one. Michael Rudd, can we get a Steve wellness check? Steve's fine. He's recording the LFR right now. He's doing it as a one-taker. I did tell him not to mess up his voice, man. Do not mess up your voice. We need you tomorrow. It's not a great power play for the Oilers. Chat's already upset about it. I don't blame you, man. Not great. This is your chance. Nurse gets a shot. Hill covers it up. If I were to say one thing about the Oilers, I wish they shot lower on the power play more. Because what I'd want to do tonight, Hill looks like he's dialed. This is a Stanley Cup winning goaltender. Aiden Hill is dialed tonight. This guy knows how to win. Put it off his pads. Make the rebound control difficult. See if Nurse watch the replay here if they're going to show. Oh, they didn't show it. Nurse, when he walks in, if he keeps that puck low, Hill's either got to kick it to the corner, or if Nurse gets the right angle on it, he's going to kick it out to where there's Hyman, Nuge, and or McDavid. That's what I would do. Oilers' second power play unit on there. Evander Kane, Corey Perry, who's got 5 playoff goals and turns 40 on Friday. Kane with a shot. Again, a little high. We need those rebounds, boys. Wallman, by the way, great ad for the Oilers. Great ad. There you go. Kane, Perry. Henrique is out there too. He had 2 goals in 1 period last game. Power play is over. 10-16, 10-15, 10-14, 10-13 left in the second period. We're halfway through. And here comes an energized Vegas. You know who's looked dangerous all series is Jack Eichel. Hasn't converted, but that guy is really amazing. Hayden says it's weird that the conversation hasn't been around McDavid Eichel. You're right. That should have been a storyline. And I'll be honest with you, McDavid's winning so far. And Hayden says, but Eichel has a cup. Also a fact. All 4 of the top. So 3 of the 4 top picks in Draisaitl's draft have cups. I'm going to assume that's Reinhart. Who else? Reinhart Ekblad? No. Ekblad. Sorry, Ekblad, Reinhart, and who? Bennett. Yo, Ekblad and Draisaitl are the same age? Oh, here we go. Frederick almost had a great opportunity there. Damn. 9 minutes left to go in the second period. Francois Labelle. Hey, Adam. I'm trying to stay up to see a good one tonight. Does not look that good. Does not look that good so far. My new motto, we can and we will. And that's not winning the playoffs. Yeah, man. Listen, Francois Labelle, Montreal Canadiens fan, has been hanging out since the Montreal series, and we appreciate you. And you know what? Dunk on the Leafs. This is, by the way, if you're from Alberta and you're watching this, this is your opportunity to just trash Ontario. Just dunk on us, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Leaf fans, we can take it. Believe me, we've had worse. We've had Boston dunking on us for 10 years. Armis FM says, Ontario smells funny. I do live near a bit of a sewage plant, so on the occasional day, it gets a tad smelly in the air. But listen, it's a big city. What are you going to do? Hayden says, are the core 4 all Phil Kessels? Like ancillary guys? Like, no, I don't think so. I do think that William Nylander is a cut above in games that matter. I think Matthews is hurt and has been hurt all year, and I do think he's a pretty special player. But, like, you know, when the games are hard, you know what they do? They play perimeter hockey. They don't go to the net. I'm telling you, it's the mix of guys. James Stemler, Fans cheering for Murray was a wholesome moment in a time of darkness. Probably the only time I smiled all game, but I thought it was nice. Matt Murray, Stanley Cup winner 2 times, knows what it takes. Aiden Hill, 1 time, knows what it takes. Looks damn good tonight. Although the Vegas Golden Knights are not helping him out. Oh my God, that was the best chance all game. And Vegas' defense, speak of the devil, did help him out. Shots are 17-8. Shot clock getting away from the Vegas Golden Knights. I think first period was pretty even. This period, not so much. And I'm not just talking about 5-on-4 where the Oilers did have a power play. Actually, that's where the Vegas Golden Knights looked the best. 5-on-5 this period, not great. Xander Romano, Patrick Kane was a perimeter player, but when the lights were bright in the playoffs, he shone brighter. Can't relate. 6:30 left in the second period. Cannot relate. 18-8 are the shots. Oilers breaking out, and they look more and more dangerous as this game goes on. You can hear those Knights fans cheering, though. Great chance. Oh, there's a little bit of a chat going on here between Frederick. What happened here? Oh, they're not showing the replay. I hate when they do that. I want the replay of what just happened. Why are they jawing at each other? Hayden thinks that Mitch Marner is the DeMar DeRozan of the Leafs. Any hockey and Raptors fans care to weigh in? I'd love to know what you think. Franchise cornerstone once moved, they get over the hump. I like that. By the way, can I just tell you guys something? The Sportsnet panel said they had the gall to say tonight about the Leafs game. Tell me, Oilers fans, tell me, Vegas Golden Knights fans, you're a fan of anybody, I don't care. You saw that game tonight. You know what the Sportsnet panel said? It doesn't help to boo the players. Can you imagine having the balls? Can you imagine having the balls? I can't imagine having the balls. That takes balls to have a take like that. What are we doing here? What? Like, Hay just said it in my ear. I was just going to say it. What would help? Cheering? What? The balls, man. The balls. The balls. What are we talking about here? Oh my God. This is a funny one. Zeus Mid says, Adam, the type of fella to think being an Oiler fan is to sauce up his piggies with foot oil and spread them on the stream right now. Please, I'm begging you, Adam Wilde from Canada, please show your feet. This is why I love these streams so much. You guys are insane. It's my favorite. That's funny. Thank you for making me laugh. It's been an ugly night. That Sportsnet panel thing just pissed me off. I'm sorry. And listen, those are all really nice guys. Don't tell me what helps the Leafs right now. How about the Leafs help themselves and the fans will get on board? Oh, I'm sorry. Me working my normal ass job. You know what I got to do tomorrow? I get to wake up at, I'm going to be here till 1 a.m., which I love. I'm happy to do. I'm blessed. Here comes Eichel. Oh my God. Look at that move. 5:55 left in the second period. Shut. Oh man, Jack Eichel, sometimes he's like out there by himself. Where is the help? So tomorrow morning, I'm going to wake up at 6:30. I'm doing a global news hit because I do global news sports during the playoffs. I'm doing a hit on a local radio station called Chum FM. I am then taking my daughter to school between 7 and 8. And then at 8:30, I'm recording Nailing the Apex. And then at 11, I'm meeting Steve and Jesse at Maple Leaf Square to do the Steve Dangle podcast. And then after that's done, I'm doing the STP VIP episode. And I just want to say, I feel blessed to do that. I can't believe sometimes how people take audiences for granted. The fact that I get to do this is amazing. And I'm friggin' so lucky. I would never take you for granted. And I would never tell a fan. I would tell you my opinion on what things happen, but I will never tell a fan not to boo when a team loses 6-0 and puts in a garbage effort. What an insane take. Boys, do better. And I've met those guys on the panel. They're all really cool people. Don't have a bad thing to say about any of them. Be better. You could be better than that. Like, truly. Earn your audience's respect. Have some balls. Team was bad. Oh, sorry. Hey, fans, don't have feelings. You know what fan's short for, right? It's fanatic. Come on, boys. Be better. Be friggin' better. Murgle Schmurgle says, Adam, what do you say that you, Dangle, and the rest of the SDPN organize mass protests and boycotts outside Rogers Center if they don't get rid of Shanahan this offseason? First off, I would do it outside, not Scotiabank Arena, outside, not Rogers Center where the Blue Jays play. I would do it at Rogers head office where I used to work if I was going to do that, because that's where the owner is. But I don't think that helps. Like, these guys are, Ed Rogers is so damn rich. You think he cares what we think? You think he would even look at us, talk to us? No. Not a chance, dude. But I do think he wants to win. I do believe Ed Rogers wants a championship, because I do think, you got to understand this guy. His dad built that corporation, and everybody his entire life has called him a Nepo baby. You're here. We know why you're here. You're Ted's kid. Ed wants a legacy. And that's why he keeps buying sports teams. He wants championships. That's why he spent $500 million on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Oh, here come the Oilers. McDavid with a crazy. This guy's so crazy. McDavid is so crazy. Did you see that steal? He just walked. He's like, no, I'm going to score one. He didn't score. But, dude, look. There's Hyman. Also crazy. Almost beating out Pietrangelo and the other defenseman. Yo, these Oilers are so good. Learning languages. This is just for Adam's crazy schedule. Respect. Hey, man, we all have crazy schedules. We're all busy. My point in saying that was, we're all working hard here. Please don't talk down to us. Please don't condescend to the fans. Okay? That's outrageous. What an outrageous thing to say. Justin is the GOAT. For the Viagra Boys reference, Justin is the GOAT. Richard DD. You guys were talking about the Kraken need a star player, and I think it's Beckley Catton. Maybe could be that. Currently leading the WHL playoffs in points with, it's Berkeley Catton, excuse me, with 11 goals, 40 points in 19 games. Yeah, because McKenna's out, right? Yeah, why not, man? They need a star, though. And you know what? It takes a few years for guys like that in the WHL to come into the NHL and be stars. Like, it's rare that you get a McDavid who's a star, or like McDavid only played 40-something games his first year because he broke his collarbone. It's rare that you get a Matthews. It's rare that you get a McDavid who step in and they are great instantaneously. Matthews had played a year of pro hockey in Switzerland already. I don't know. McKenna seems like he's going to be, whoa, what a move! Dorofeyev with an unbelievable move. Great scoring chance. Probably the best one Vegas has had all night. Hurdle out there in front of the net, just being big. Klingberg cannot move him. Can't move him. Skinner does not know where that puck is, but it doesn't matter because they're blocking shots. Here comes Hurdle. Players adjusting. Oh, another great move. Skinner on that one. He sees that the whole way. Big save. Stuart Skinner's coming up big when he needs to. Stubbed my Taze. That's a great name. I should make my fantasy team name, by the way, this year was Reach for the Stolers. I thought that was pretty funny. And then my other one was Bring in Holmberg. Yes, I will take your compliments. Stub My Taze says, so Adam, with the Leafs in the state that they are, why not rebrand to an Oshawa Generals podcast? I know a guy with a hockey pund name who can help. Here's the thing. The Generals are down 3-1 in their series to 1 Easton Cowan. The Danford versus Cowan Cup is not going in Ben Danford's favor right now. Chloe, Quick question. Where can I email a VIP question to you guys? Really easy, Chloe. sdpvip@sdpn.ca. That's the email address. Email any question you have. And if you guys are a VIP, we will answer your question in emails. And we don't always answer them every week, but certain weeks we go through a bunch of them and we answer some. And if you have any questions, feel free. And by the way, if you send an email to that thing and you're not a VIP, you won't hear the answer, but you could upgrade to VIP and hear it. Just going to suggest. People want a time check, you will get one. 2:17 left in the second period. Here comes Vegas again. They're doing that toe drag pull move a lot, and it's working on the Edmonton defense. Creating opportunities anyway. Emo Jalapeno. Their expensive ticket, their choice. Oh! Stetcher just got creamed. Oh, I thought that was in. William Karlsson, I think, just missed the net. Oh, man. Stetcher got crushed. Oh, here we go. Oh, Vegas, I thought they had another one. 1:42 left in the second period. Vegas' best run of the game, just wide. They got to hit the net here. They got to hit the net. They're getting the rebounds. They are just not hitting the net. 132, 131. Puck is cleared by the Oilers. I thought there was like 2 goals in there. I did. I really did. Barbashev crushed Troy Stetcher. Wait till you see the replay of this. If you missed this, holy shit. Look at this. Watch. Wham! Stetcher can't, like, what's he going to do? It's Ivan Barbashev. Stetcher's small. Barbashev big. See what White Cloud does here? A little flip low. Oh, no, that's not the one I want to talk to you about. Oh, Barbashev missed one. Okay. I'm just watching the replay here. Oh, God. I wish they'd shown all of the goals in sequence, or all of the potential goals. That was crazy. That was crazy. Oh, here you go, Karlsson. Did this go off the post? How did this not go in? Oh. I thought that was in, man. Wow. Listen, sometimes you got to be lucky to be good. Oilers are lucky. Oilers are lucky on that one. Hawks 23, as a Connecticut resident, all I want is to bring back the Bridgeport Sound Tigers. I really hate the Bridgeport Islanders name. I don't blame you. Is there an island in Connecticut? Like, what island would it be named after? I'm unfamiliar with the geography. Sedin Magic 15. You'll like this one. My brother's fantasy team was called Hughes the Boards. I like that. Hughes the Boards. 109 left in the second. Draisaitl. McDavid down low. There's Corey Perry back on that line. The best job in hockey. Whatever wing you want me to play next to Draisaitl and McDavid. The best job in the National Hockey League. Who cares what you're paid when you play with those guys? Nobody cares. What are you paying me? Don't care. You don't even need to send the check. Not interested. How long is that clip at intermission, Hayden? Oh, boy, it's a long one. All right. Oh, that's cool. All right, so we got a little bit of a fun one at intermission. I'll tee it up in a second. There's still 17 seconds to go. And by the way, I'm sticking around to the end of the game, but I will take a quick break here at intermission. Grab a coffee. Get ready for the third. Steve Strangle says, my fantasy name was Nikita Kucherov. It's bad. Inappropriate. But I respect it. My fantasy team was in it to win it. And we won. Dobby's Hobbies. Seems like you're good at that. Period over. Emo Jalapeno poll for who scores first. Curious about the ratio of fans in here. All right, guys. We have had 2 periods, no goals, which is crazy for this series because it's been goal after goal after goal. It's been a really entertaining game, though. Who scores first? Is it Oilers or is it Vegas? And who on that team? You can't just say the team. You got to give me a prediction. Who can see the future? That's what I need to know. Sports Talk Chud. I was Buzz Lightyear. My fantasy team from Dusk was Dry Hard. That's great. Nick says my fantasy team was just the Tippet. That's bad. Todd Young, LOL, Wildman, buh. Yo, Todd Young. Todd Young has been trolling me for years because he's a Patriots fan, Steelers fan. He's been giving me shit since I was like 20 years old, and I started it on the radio in Toronto. He's a good man, though. Damn it. Zephyrman says I'm going to give a wild guess at Corey Perry opening up the scoring. Jason Perkins says Wallman scores. Justin B says Vegas breaks it. Oilers open. Oilers dig it out. 1 goal back for the win. Loose Leaf says Hopkins, Brown with the empty net. Hopkins? Oh, Nuge. Oh, Nuge. Okay. It's a Secret says, hey, if you're guessing Draisaitl, you need to specify which net he's scoring on. That's a good point. VGK Jameson says it's going to be Skorofeyev. He had a good one. He had a good move in that first period. Zach Hyman tip from a Bush bomb. Kane for the Oilers. Eichel for the Knights. Denise, it says echelon for the Knights. Is Eichel bringing them to a new echelon? All right, so here's the deal. I'm going to come back at the beginning of the third period, okay? So just hang in there. Let's go all the way to midnight together. It's going to be past midnight. We're going to have some fun. In the meantime, I want you to check out one of my other podcasts. It is called Nailing the Apex. And we've got believe it or not, we have a race this weekend in Italy at a track called Imola. Tim Haraney, who I do the race podcast with, is a former professional driver. He was an open wheel driver. He did Champ Car. He did Formula Renault. He was in Europe for years trying to be an F1 driver. And then the crash in 2008 hit and he lost all his sponsors and had to come home because nobody had any money. So Tim takes us around the track at Imola, and we have a beautiful sim racer in here, like a very expensive one that was donated by one of our fans, and he's the best. That's Mike Schmidt. He said, I have 3 kids and I'm not using it anymore. You guys have it. So Tim does a race. Every time we do a race, we have Tim do the sim race. So this is Tim and I doing the sim. Check it out. Even if you don't love F1, I want you to check this out. Well, there's nothing anybody loves more than a disaster. And that's how Tim has described his warm-up laps for this. So we're going to have some fun at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
You may have fun watching, Adam, but I'm not going to have fun.
And just like your favorite Italian friends, this racetrack has a million names.
It does.
Also known as Imola. One of the better tracks on the calendar. And we may not have it for that much longer. I mean, it only really returned because of COVID.
Yep.
And obviously because we're well out of COVID now, praise be. I think there are now cities around the world, countries around the world who are like, yeah, I'd really like that spot. Italy has 2 races. They're obviously never going to get rid of Monza. So this one seems like the one. So we got to sort of enjoy this because next year, Tim, we may not be doing this track.
Yeah, that's a good point, Adam. Like, it might not be on the calendar for next season. We don't know yet, obviously, because we haven't seen the full calendar yet. But, I mean, all signs are pointing towards it being replaced by something else, whether that's Madrid and Barcelona being on the calendar instead of just Imola. I mean, who knows at this point? But, yeah, I'll be sad to see it go. Look, I mean, the racing here is okay. It's not spectacular. But from a driver's perspective, this track is just so much fun to drive. Like, so much fun to drive.
Okay.
Like,
not this driver though, apparently.
Well, so I've tested here.
So you've driven this track, which is crazy. That's crazy.
Long time ago. It's awesome. I absolutely love it. However, on the sim here, 8 laps was it was something.
It was spicy. All right. Now, okay, let's once we get into the rolling start here, tell us a little bit about why this track is so fun from a driver's perspective. And I'd love to know a little bit more about what you were testing on this track. What were you doing?
So we were testing back in I can't remember. 07 maybe?
Yeah.
The reason drivers like this track is because it's fast, it's flowing, it has a good rhythm to it. But again, it's also one of those tracks where, you know, if you make a mistake, like, you're going to pay for it.
Right.
Come on.
Like that.
How is that
That's
an
insane.
invalid?
By the way, why they're so
How is that possible?
they're so quick with the black and white flags in this? Like, it's like they're quicker than the actual races themselves. It's crazy.
But seriously, though, we didn't even go
No, I
4
know.
wheels off.
I know. It's nuts. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's a little horrible. That
Good
would have been a big shunt out. This thing would have been rolled into about 1 million pieces.
thing we've got damage turned off. Now, Tim, so you would have been testing here. What kind of cars? What formulas?
I don't. We were testing road cars here.
Oh, you were testing road cars.
So it was.
So that must have been interesting.
Yeah, it was great, man. Like, full suspension systems on it for this type of stuff. Like, it was, yeah, it's fantastic. Man. It's like, this part of the world is really beautiful too. If no one's ever been to Italy, like, it's awesome. I was here for quite a bit of time back in the day, and I must say, like,
Tell
even though I
everybody.
couldn't speak the language,
Yeah, did you?
I had like a book.
Did
like,
you pick it up?
No.
There was no Google Translate back then either, right?
I had a book for it. Yeah, there wasn't Google Translate back then. We didn't even have a cell phone.
Wow. Okay.
Dating myself.
So let's talk a little bit about this because, you know, Tim, you tell everybody where you're from.
Keene.
Keene.
Yeah.
How many people in Keene?
Back in the day,
Yeah.
maybe 500.
So you're a kid from a town of 500 people,
About that,
and you're in Italy racing cars.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, okay, and you're just out of high school at this point too, right?
This was probably about 5 years removed from high school.
Okay, so you're still like 23.
Yeah.
Could you ever have imagined?
No.
Like-
I never thought I was gonna get out of Keene, to be honest with you. I
Like,
thought that was my life.
That
was going to
story
be
in
it.
and of
Like,
itself is so cool. You know that, right?
Yeah, you know me.
You don't like to talk about it, but I think that's pretty freaking cool. Now, a track like this lends itself to obviously high top speeds, but you obviously have to be quick through the corners.
Yeah.
And you know there are teams
And
on the
don't
grid
do that.
right now who are, and don't do that. There are teams in the grid right now who can get up to the top speeds fairly quickly, but their braking and their cornering is not that fast.
Yeah.
If you were to say, here's a team that's going to succeed here because, you know, or maybe over another track, right? Like a team, you know, we know McLaren's good. We know Max is good. I won't say Red Bull. We know Mercedes has had a good start. We know Ferrari can be good. You know, what kind of team is going to do well at this particular track?
I think, like a team like McLaren, I think Mercedes could be good here.
Yep.
Because of the fast flowing combination of corners. It all depends on, I think, also temperatures as well.
Yeah,
Like,
because Mercedes have been a good cold weather car
Yeah,
for like
they
2
have.
years, right?
and that's the thing with this track. I mean, sometimes it can throw up cold weather, actually. It can. So I think, you know, we could see a jumbled up grid, but qualifying will be extremely important.
Right.
But again, if no teams have really made significant upgrades, like I think Ferrari's going to have a big upgrade for this weekend, and that's why we've chosen Ferrari for this weekend. But
Yeah.
they should have a big upgrade for this weekend. I'll be curious to see how it plays out for them, because if they can get their tire deg under control, I don't know, this could be a good track for them. It could be a good qualifying track. It might be a good race for them too. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. But yeah, I think out of the top four, you know, McLaren's obviously going to be the favorite.
Yeah. of
Anywhere
course.
we go.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so good with tire degradation, like it's ridiculous. But
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but Imola is Racing Bull's home track.
it is.
Uh,
Well, it used to be, right? Because now they've moved in with Red Bull.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Essentially, they've moved close to Red Bull racing.
Right. You can't move right in because then Zach Brown would have a fit. But I'm
You wouldn't be
wondering
happy.
how many Ferrari fans versus like AlphaTauri, Toro Rosso, now Racing Bulls fans would show up? Like, would you see a higher concentration of fans of that team, or is it's Ferrari fans?
I
And
still think it's Ferrari.
yeah, that's all you see, right?
It's- yeah.
Yeah, it's Italy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's godly there.
It's Italy's team.
Now, when you are a Ferrari driver getting onto this track, even though it's not your home race, because we all know Monza is, you must feel the pressure a little bit.
Have to.
Right? How do you think a guy like Lewis Hamilton, who obviously he's handled the British pressure very well, right? Done always very, very well at Silverstone, right? Won last year.
Yep.
How do you think he handles the new stress of the Italian fans and how loud and boisterous and fun and how excited they get if you win and how disappointed they get if you lose?
It's a lot. I think Lewis would be able to handle it. I mean, Charles been able to handle it. Lewis can handle it for sure. It's a lot though, right? I mean, their reporters are really good too.
Like the Italian racing reporters?
Yeah. They're really good.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, they're fantastic. But aside from that, I think, Lewis would be able to handle this.
Okay.
Pressure from
So-
Tifosi and everything. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it also helps too if you don't speak or read Italian. Any Tifosi Instagram posts that make you look poor, you have no idea,
Right?
right? You just have no idea. Okay, and so for the drivers, obviously,
Oh, come on.
I was about to say how much fun this track is.
Like, for real. Like
In real life, why is it fun?
Because you get to drive a race car.
Yeah, but you get to drive a race car in Miami and stuff too, and that's not as fun, right?
True. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's not bad. Like, I've known some bad tracks.
Yeah?
Trust me. But I love this track again for the challenges that it proposes. I think just the big part about making mistakes is, for me, probably the reason why I like it the most. Because, any little mistake and you're going into the wall. It's like a traditional track, right?
Right.
We don't really have this. I don't want to say we don't have a ton of them on the calendar anymore. do
Right.
we? Right? Like,
Right.
do we have a load of traditional racetracks on the calendar? No, we don't.
No, we don't. We don't. A lot of city tracks.
Yeah,
A lot of and a lot of parade-like tracks where it's
Yeah.
impossible to pass.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this
Nice.
is going to be a hard track to pass on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are the passing zones? Like where are the best places? Obviously, corners are always something that people look out for. But
Oh, I would say probably. Let me just.
just
navigate this
downshift, get
here.
through. No, that's fine. A lot of elevation changes here.
I'm trying to think, like, the best places probably down to turn one.
Okay. I remember I used to have Formula One racing for N64, and this was a track that was on it, and I would. This was a controller thrower, for sure, for sure. And I remember in the N64 version of it, you had to do a speed test, a cornering test, and a brake test, and that would determine what teams that you could make it for. And obviously, I was like 9 years old, so I was really good at the speed test, not very good at the braking or the cornering. And so it would always be like, you can race for Benetton and only Benetton.
It's like, this is how good you are.
Yeah, in one of their waiting. You have an offer from Benetton. It's like, oh, great, that's cool. Everybody wants to be Ferrari because of Michael Schumacher. Benetton, there you go.
You're like Minardi.
Yeah,
Here you go.
BAR. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
right.
BAR.
Tyrell.
Oh.
Tyrell, I think, was on that.
Yeah.
Lotus was on that. But the Lotus would have been like a mid-pack team, well out of reach.
Was
for me.
Tyrrell on that?
I think so. I think
Wow.
so. Yeah. Hilarious.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Oh,
Man.
no.
Ooh.
Oh, we didn't get. How come they didn't black
They missed
flag
it.
us
They missed
there?
it. They missed it.
We're on a good lap.
Don't
too.
question it. Just go.
I am definitely.
Ah! What? Really?
How is that
Really?
possible? I literally went 4 wheels off.
Oh my God.
Like, that one I put like 2 wheels off. This
All right.
is
Are we
brutal.
doing one more?
Let me see how this one finishes.
Yeah. Otherwise, Tim's gonna get up and throw his
I'm
controller.
gonna throw this whole sim out the window. I tell you,
The Tim Sim is not cooperating today.
it's not. I can't believe how many black and white flags we've gotten.
Oh my God.
It's ruthless. Okay, so we went faster, didn't we?
Yeah, I
go
think we
faster?
did. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
let's try one.
I'm saying we as if I'm driving. All right. I am going to not ask you
A
questions.
lot of people, Adam, want to see you on this thing, eh?
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I get messages.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. You know
They're
what?
like, why isn't Adam driving?
Well, because I'm not a race car
I'm like,
driver.
all right, well, let's see Adam drive.
The whole point is to see somebody good at it. You know what I'll do? I'll jump in the sim after you for Monaco.
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 Go, okay.
Because if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do the hard one, the one that really sucks. And I hate Monaco on video games.
It's
I love watching it.
I honestly was. No. I want to see how it's like on this thing. I bet you it's going to be a crash fest. We turn the damage on.
Pain in the butt. Yeah. Oh, it's a pain. I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. When I used to do career mode in Formula One, I would literally I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go into Monaco. And then in the qualifying, I'd crash. So, start 20th. And then I get through the S curve and then get down to the ocean, and then I'd crash again right where Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly crashed last year.
Crash into the ocean.
Yeah, basically, yeah, like the original Monaco F1 movie from the 50s.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Are we there? Hey!
I don't know if that's a
big
good
finish, Tim.
I don't know if that's a good lap.
That's a good lap.
Not.
It's a good personal best. Beautiful. All right, let's get back to the show. Well, there's nothing anybody loves more. Hey, look at that. So many of you stuck around. I'm so thrilled. I hope you guys enjoyed driving around Imola with Tim Horaney and myself. And by the way, Nailing the Apex comes out on Thursdays every week. And during race weeks we got Thursdays, then we got Saturdays in between qualifying and the race, and then Monday mornings or Monday afternoons, I guess, after the race. So you can enjoy watching a sport that doesn't make you want to die. Saturday qualifying recap, by the way. I should throw that out. Anyway, just want to die a little bit. By the way, according to reports, I haven't seen the press conference yet. Austin Matthews was apparently quite emotional, and Austin's not like the most emotive guy. So when I say quite emotional, we're on a scale here, right? We're grading on a curve. But Austin Matthews apparently emotional after the game. Chris Johnson said, "It's never about the care. It's not that they don't care. It's not that they don't care." Connor Cahill, watch the vid. Steve has the quickest ever ability to turn his face red when he goes off. Even after getting 100 times, Marner can't escape his wrath. Francois LaBelle, hey dude, did you microwave a coffee? I didn't. You know what I figured? I'm like, I don't need a coffee. I'm okay. I'm fired up. You know why? Because it's an exciting game that we're watching here. And a nice palate cleanser, as Echo Charlie called it earlier in the chat. Beautiful palate cleanser. Beautiful palate cleanser. Here's a hockey game. This is where my screen is. Here's a hockey game here. I get to look at you here. I get to look at the hockey game here. It's a hockey game with two teams that showed up to play hockey in a game that matters. John says, Adam, do you have a favorite race on the F1 calendar? Sir, I have a couple. Obviously, Monaco just for the glitz and glamour, but the actual race stinks. I love Silverstone every year. Love it. And then I would say Spa in Belgium. I absolutely love Belgium. I think that racetrack friggin' rocks, and it is such a bummer that they are rotating it off the schedule and on the schedule every other year. Meanwhile, we got races like Saudi Arabia that are just, who cares? Billy Pace, how's Steve doing after tonight's game? Billy, Steve is okay. He's pissed. He's okay. He's going to do a banger LFR. This will be one of the best LFRs you've ever seen him do. I guarantee it. You will not come away from this disappointed. He's got it, man. He's gonna call it like it is. And I'm excited to see it. I'm as excited as you are. And I know the man. Right? I've seen all the LFRs. Yanaki Toronto, Adam, did you watch Ford versus Ferrari? I sure did. Great movie. Great movie. I love that thing. Net front presence, Red Bull Ring. That's a great one. It's a great track. It's fun. It's certainly one of my most favorite ones to do on if I'm racing like EA F1 2025 or whatever. That's the easiest one, so I do that one. Francois LaBelle, not an F1 fan. Does Montreal still have a race? Hell yes, it does, and it's a great race. It's a great track, classic track. It's where Daniel Ricciardo won his first race, and I'm pretty sure it's where Lewis Hamilton won his first race too. You should definitely go. I went in 2016. I watched Lewis Hamilton just dominate the field. It was great. It's really fun. Uh, Hayden says NTA live from Montreal. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. All right, here we go. Vegas on the power play. 1:10 left in this. Oilers clear. 18:33, 18:32, 18:31, 18:30 left in the third period. This could be the last 18 minutes of Vegas' season. However, they've done a pretty good job trying to stave off the Oilers. You're probably not going to outshoot the Oilers, but you can't hope to contain them. McDavid and Draisaitl have lost in the playoffs before. It's possible. Net front presence, I found an underrated track to race on in F1 2020, whatever, is Mexico City. Yeah, it's a fun one. Also, apparently the Mexican fans are just the best. 17:54 left. Oilers have finally reestablished a little bit of position here on the power play. Oh! Carlson looked like he was going to walk out front. Back to Eichel. Tries to get it to Carlson. Carlson had that pass blocked. That shot is now blocked from the point. Skinner doing a great job holding the fort, doing what he needs to do for the Oilers to win. Oilers clear. McDavid presses the speed button. Isn't quite able to get to the Vegas defense. And look at that. We have a shitty Oilers change, and it could lead to a goal right here. Oh, what a save by Skinner and a great backhand. I think that was Tomas Hertl. Here comes Bouchard with Draisaitl. Play mixed up. Pietrangelo turns it over. Oh, man, we got a wide open game here. Klingberg and Wallman back. Oh, how did he miss that goal? That should be in the back of the net. Brett Howden, how did you miss? And we got a Leon Draisaitl breakaway. Here he comes, Leon Draisaitl. Saved by Aiden Hill. Aiden Hill blown up by his own defenseman, Pietrangelo. Oh, my God, what a sequence. 16:50 left in the third period. Oh, baby. Oh, that was great. Oh, this series is so great. This series is so great. This series is awesome. I don't know how Howden doesn't score there. Look at Eichel. Look at what he does. Like, what a move. Again, a toe drag move. Vegas has been doing that all night. Perhaps the pass was a little too hard. If you look at the way it exploded off of Howden's stick, and then Draisaitl doesn't have a lot of room to make a move, and Pietrangelo does a good job trying to get a stick in there. Watch. Dude, look at that reach. Doesn't allow Draisaitl to do much, and then Pietrangelo goes boing off of. Hayden says, how is this and Carolina-Washington the same sport? I know, man. That Carolina-Washington series, listen, Canes fans, I'm thrilled for you. I'm sure going to a game in Carolina is one of the greatest experiences in hockey. I'm sure of it. Watching on television, holy shit. Loose leaf knocked the net off on purpose. Yeah, he was diving for the puck. I think that was by accident. I get what you're saying, but I think that was by accident. Draisaitl. McDavid, Nuge out there. Kulak and Bouchard back. Occasionally, Knobloch puts these guys together when he's looking for a little bit more defensive. Here comes McDavid. Shot. Looks like the Oilers have mixed up the lines again. A lot of the players think it's left the play, but they're going to play on. And now they're blowing it dead. Because I think it was offside. Oh, it's high stick. 16:27 left in the third. Sparta Praha 68. Intent is irrelevant. Actually, it is relevant. Sometimes goalies push off the post and they don't get penalty calls either. It is relevant. The ref does have to determine intent on that one. Oh, Zach Hyman got Howden accidentally, but damn. No call. Hyman got lucky there. I like that Knobloch is switching up the lines here. He's like, nah, we haven't scored a goal yet. In fact, we haven't scored 18 goals yet like we normally do. I'm going to switch the lines up. Here's Connor Brown, who's had such a great series and such a great playoffs for the Oilers. Oh, nice little tip play by Kane, who's been a real factor. Man, did he ever change that LA series. Wow. Having a guy like that, weapon. SDPN already asking, will this go to overtime? I'm going to go yes for the funsies. And listen, I'm not going to get a lot of sleep tonight. I'm not, but I'm okay with that. Billy Pace, is Steve wearing any Leafs branded underwear? I don't think his fandom runs that deep. As much as I would love to say yes, I don't think so. I don't think so. Aiden says he doesn't know if he has any other kind. Mick Biggins, tomorrow is my Fridays, ladies and gents. Well, Mick, we are jealous and also happy for you. Thrilled for you. Tomorrow's a big work day for me. But honestly, I'm okay with it. Friday is also a work day, but I don't have to go to work until like 5 in the afternoon. Friday, if there is a game 6 in this Oilers series, I will be doing the stream immediately following the Leafs game. There will be a game 6 for the Leafs. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but there will be one. The Oilers game, if it happens, again, Vegas has to win tonight for that to be a possibility, will happen immediately following. We'll do essentially what we're doing tonight. And if not, might have to pick up another game, maybe the Dallas Jets games, if they are still available. If not, I might get stuck with Carolina, Washington. Fart. Although, you know what, to be honest, the Canes could wrap this up tomorrow night. Washington has not looked in that series, except for that one game they won. They look bad. Billy Pace, did the VIP SDPN episode go up yet? No, we haven't recorded it yet. It's going to be recorded tomorrow. It's going to be released Friday morning. Yanaki Toronto, I haven't seen any bone-crushing hits thrown by anyone but the Leafs, Ottawa, or Panthers. You didn't see Barbashev on Stetcher in the second period? There have been big hits thrown in this one. I think Colorado Dallas threw some massive ones too. Oh yeah, Scheifele got wrecked by Foxa in the St. Louis series. I forgot about that. That was a big hit. I remember too, Tom Wilson wrecked Alex Carrier against the Canadiens. That was nuts. And yeah, Pietrangelo got crushed last game. Juho just mentioned that. Yeah, there have been big hits. There have been big hits. And mostly clean, too. Like, you're not seeing a lot of flying elbows that are, like, hurting guys. You're seeing elbow rubs to the head of Anthony Stolarz, but that's about it. Oh, what a play. Barbashev with another opportunity there. Vegas getting a lot going in this third period. But while Vegas cheats for offense, so then does Edmonton. Edmonton's going to ice here. 13:35 left in the third. And when this faceoff comes up, I'm going to give you guys a clap. Gyro Lamb, I'd be okay with the Dallas-Edmonton Western Conference Final. You might just get it. Here we go. And it's a clap. Leon Draisaitl at the faceoff dot. I can't see the Vegas player. I think it was Hurdle. The ref's butt was in the way. Come on, Stripes. Move that ass. Literally. 13:27 left in the third. Are we going to overtime or are we going to get a goal? A lot of you made your predictions beforehand. How good do you feel about those predictions now? Here we go. We got a race. Draisaitl. Oh, what a save by Aiden Hill. Great play. Hyman to Draisaitl. Baby. Aiden Hill looks good tonight. So does Stuart Skinner, man. Two goalies going head-to-head. Oh, Pietrangelo trying to make something happen. McDavid dumps the puck in. Nuge. Hyman passes him. Gets past Klingberg. Here comes Wallman. Number 96 for the Edmonton Oilers. Not to be confused with his line mate, number 36 for the Oilers, John Klingberg, who I've confused many times this series. Aiden Hill covers up. Oilers are going to get a offensive zone face-off here, which is probably all they wanted in the first place. Look at this play Zach Hyman makes through Pietrangelo and Hanifin, basically the best two defensemen on the Vegas Golden Knights. It's bouncing, but Draisaitl try to get it anyway. Brad DeCare, this is how you play hockey. Yes, dude. Yes. Hey, I'm going to read you this stat. Hayden's like, read the stat, Bart. And I'm like, all right. So here it is. I'm just going to look for Hayden and Robert. There it is. Okay. You guys ready for this? In games in which either team could be eliminated from the playoffs, Connor McDavid has played in 20 of these games. He has 12 goals. He has 21 assists. He has 33 points. In games where a team could be eliminated from the playoffs, either team, Draisaitl, 20 games played, 6 goals, 19 assists, 25 points. Those are gamers. They might lose, but those boys are going to score. Let me give you this. Matthews, in games in which either team can be eliminated, either a closeout game for the Leafs or a potential closeout against the Leafs. 20 games, 7 goals, 7 assists, 14 points. Marner, 21 games. Because Matthews had that injury last year, or he was sick in the playoffs. Remember that? 21 games, 2 goals, 13 assists, 15 points. Nylander, 22 games in which either team could be eliminated. 10 goals, 11 assists, 22 points. It's a gamer. It's a gamer. Pretzel Hunt says that's like comparing the Harlem Globetrotters to the OHL's Oshawa Generals. Sylvius the Mad says, by the way, I love that. You should be a king. Sylvius the Mad says 10 different Oilers have scored this series, 13 different Oilers last round. Pronix says, hey, Adam, good to see you. Can I get a go, Sens go? You're going to have to super chat me for that one. Denise Campbell, History Corner on SOEE and World War II, please. No History Corners tonight, not because I don't love you, but because we are watching a very close Edmonton Oilers Vegas Golden Knights game. There are 2,500 people sticking around. How about that? How about that? 12:33 left in the third. Shot counter, which looked a little bad for Vegas. At one point, the Oilers were out shooting them 18-8. It's now 21-17. Kind of shows you how Vegas has poured it on in the last, I would say, 20 minutes of gameplay. Since midway through the second period, Vegas has started to really turn it on. And I think they see their season potentially slipping away. Do you really want to go home? Brad DeCare, also Robertson scored. Hilarious. Hey, you don't want to hear a fun stat? You know who's got more goals in the second round in their career than Austin Matthews? Nick Robertson. You know what? You want to know how many goals Nick has? Here comes Hyman. Hold on. I'll tell you in a second. Here you go. There's Nuge. Klingberg. Shot. Off a leg. Okay, you ready? Nick Robertson and Austin Matthews. Goals in the second round. Nick Robertson has more. How many more? Nick Robertson has one more goal in the second round in his career than Austin Matthews. How many goals in his career does Nick Robertson have in the second round of the playoffs? 1. 1 goal, which means Austin, in both second round series in his career against Florida, has not scored a goal. I don't know what you do with that. Yep. Natalie Clark. Hey, Adam, I hope STPN will acknowledge the World Junior Sexual Assault trial soon. Playoffs a welcome distraction for them. Don't let them get away with it. Natalie, I appreciate what you're saying. Here's what I want to tell you. We are letting Rick Westhead and Katie Strang do that work. We have, one of the things with a trial like this is you have to be extremely careful with what you talk about. We've talked about the trial happening. We've talked about questioning, that sort of thing. But one of the things that one of the things that came out today is the witness was on doing testimony for more than a week, just sitting there taking questions, talking about this. We're not going to go into the details about what's going on in that case because I think the place for that is The Athletic and TSN. They're the ones who do the best at covering it. They're the ones who are there. So what I'm going to do tomorrow to make good on what you're asking me to do is direct people to that. I'm going to give people the basics, but I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty details because STP is not the place for it. We're a silly hockey show. Those are serious journalists, and these are serious accusations. and they need to be taken that way. I've read everything. I know what's going on, but there's, if I go and I repeat what they're saying, like it's the most devastating shit I've ever read, honestly, some of. So yes, you're right. We will do the best that we can with it, but I'd much rather have Rick on. And we tried to have him on beforehand, and he couldn't do it. But he was going to tee up the whole thing for us, so we're going to have him on after. Have him talk about it. That I know. So there you go. Hayden's also saying it's better to talk about certain things like that when it's wrapped. And I agree with that, because it's not because I want anyone to get away with anything. I don't. But what a move. McNabb with a great move on Bouchard. Great save by Stuart Skinner. It's also just right now, we have to let the trial play out. It's I'll be honest with you, as a person in content creation, it is extraordinarily hard to know what to do and have the right answers. And I don't know, our job notoriously is not that hard. It's you talk about what's in the hockey news, right? Hey, what's in the news cycle today? That's what we're talking about. This one is you have to be so careful, because so many people in the audience have experienced it, and there's trigger warnings that are attached, and it's hard to report it and do the right thing. And I'm not a journalist, neither are Steve or Jesse. We didn't go to journalism school. So, I want to make sure that we treat it right. And that's sort of why, I'm happy to amplify Rick and Katie, I would say. That's, I think, the best way that we can help. It's some of the, it's crazy. Every time, my wife has been following it. She's a lawyer, so she's been following it very closely. She's also following the Diddy trial closely. And I don't even know what to say, man. I can't believe this shit happens like that. It's crazy. .808 left in the third. Sorry, Natalie. I hope that's a good answer for you. It's the best one I got. Oh, no call there for the Oilers. Hayden says Vegas is owed a power play. That's actually true. It's funny in a game like this that, it's so tight that the refs don't want to factor in. Leon Draisaitl with a little steal. White Cloud is chasing him. Oh, hits him high. I mean, Draisaitl was down a little bit, but White Cloud hit him high. Hayden says refs are going to manage the game. Watch out, Edmonton kids. Will we get a penalty? Somebody just said this is the best 0-0 game. Best 0-0 game they've ever seen. And I agree. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's a great game. We've got 7 minutes left. It's 7:04, 7:03, 7:02, 7:01, 7 minutes. And it's been spectacular. Another save by Stuart Skinner. Dorofeyev tried to sneak a little backhand in there. Tlur says, how do you spread? T-L-U-R, Tlur? Tlur. Back from the store, I now have ice cream. Okay, you can't just say you have ice cream. You got to give us the flavor. You got to give us the flavor. You got to, if you're going to brag properly here. Justin Curry, somebody gifted me a membership. It doesn't say who, but whoever you are, kindly say thank you kindly, whoever you are. Yo, someone gives you an SDPN membership. I hope you enjoy it. Make sure you drop a thank you in the chat. It's a nice thing to do. 6:51 left in this game. Offensive zone faceoff for the Vegas Golden Knights. It's lost. Oilers win it. Throw the puck down the ice. Evander Kane chasing Pietrangelo. Pietrangelo, he can handle that. Here's McDavid. Nuge. Puck in. Behind the net. Out front. Oh, Hyman tried to get it to McDavid there. Couldn't quite. You have to ask yourself, when is Knobloch going back to McDavid Draisaitl? You need a goal. And you've got games to give. You're up 3-1. You can cheat a little offense, can't you? Hayden says Knobloch may look worried, but I don't think he is. Knobloch has resting worried face, and you can't tell me otherwise. but it's confidence. It's a worried confidence. Again, as a Leaf fan, I can't relate to that. Tom says, this is probably one of the best games I've heard you present. I have a game playing on mute and just sitting, chatting with you while I play chess. Super relaxing, especially after the earlier tragedy. Tom, thank you so much for the compliment, buddy. I really appreciate that. I just want these games to be a really good time. Because, the Steve games, I would have reacted the same way Steve did. These games I don't know, these games are just more fun. Oh, got a broken stick. Slashed. Barbashev's pissed. And the puck is out. 5:17 left in the third period. Dirty Dangles 82, 53 minutes, no goals. Are we gonna have like a one-shot wins it all here, guys? Are we going to overtime? It'd be sick. Listen, I don't know if I told a lot of you, but I'm going to tell you again. So my schedule is tomorrow morning. I'm waking up at about 6:15. Doing my first TV hit at 6:30. Doing a radio hit at 6:40. Taking my kid to school. Nailing the Apex 8:30. And then a double Steve Dangle podcast. We got the post-game reaction from the SDP. Great. And then we've got the SDP VIP to do tomorrow. So it's a busy day. If this game goes to overtime, I almost welcome it. Because I know I'll be pooped at the end of the day. I know that I'll get to sit down, sleep through the Canes-Washington game, and then wake up for the Dallas game against Winnipeg. I'm down with overtime tonight. Bring it on. Hayden says, if there's overtime tonight, then he is pushing the release of Nail in the Apex to the afternoon. I don't blame you. It's going to be sick. Murgle Schmurgle says, well, Adam, that's how sports work. If Game 7 is fun if you're a neutral fan. But if you're a fan of one of the teams, that's a leading cause of heart failure. Amen. MKI Sports, we want 7 OTs. Can you imagine? Imagine we go, there have been 3 or 4 OTs in recent memory. I basically just stay up all night. What would be the point of going to sleep? Hayden said, is there a cutoff? I don't know. Do you think there is? Can we look that up? I don't know, man. I don't actually know what they would do. There would be a physical muscular failure where you'd be putting people's lives at risk. But I think that would be because we have had 4 OTs before. So if you're 5, if you get to 6 OTs, I'm like, these guys better drink some damn water. What are they going to do? Yeah, the other one, Fleur says there was one the other year that was 5. Yeah, there was. So they've done that. Jayu Wang says, how many OTs are you in for is the question. Jayu, I am with all of them. However long it takes to get a decision in this game, I am here. Hayden might want to kill me, but we are here. Francois M. says, Adam, important question. Have you laid it on the line? Now, I spoke with my family about this today, and I told them that I felt the need that, I've been presented that question, and yes, I will lay it on the line, and did lay it on the line. Unfortunately, my team did not lay it on the line. Wasn't the Montreal-Ottawa PWHL 4 overtimes? I think so. Listen, you're asking me who has the worst memory in the world. Jay Kizzles, there was a PWHL game that went to 4 OTs. Yeah, so I don't know what the actual theoretical limit is. Hayden, I don't know. Can you look that up? So there is nothing specifically carved out for games going too long, meaning that if a game goes long, it goes long until people drop. Wes Richard, I had to take a break from hockey after that Leafs debacle, but it looks like we're heading to OT, and I can't miss that. How's the game been so far? Wes, so many people in this game have, in the chat in this game have said this is the best 0-0 game they've ever seen. It's been great. There's been a little bit of cheating for offense, and then, whoa, back up. Let's not get too crazy. Skinner and especially Aiden Hill look really dialed. I would say that the Oilers, they've mixed up their lines a couple of times. Klingberg, crossed the line there. Shot! Ooh, that looked like one of those dangerous bounce-in shots. Misses the net. Klingberg again. Pass. Draisaitl across. Oh, he tried to find a streaking Zach Hyman. But it was broken up by the Vegas Golden Knights. So, yeah, Wes, I would say you're in for a doozy. It's a great game. 3:22. Can you believe this, guys? 3:20 left in this friggin' game. We're going OT. Now, the last time I said that, the Vegas Golden Knights scored with 0.4 on the clock. This series would have been over. I think Edmonton had all the momentum in that game. They had just tied it up with 3 minutes to go. I thought it was over. Wes Richard dropping 5 SDPM memberships. Hey, if you got a membership from Wes Richard, please drop a thank you in the chat. All right, here we go. 2:50 left in the third. No theoretical end to NHL overtime, which means it keeps going until somebody scores. We're not in overtime yet, but we're getting perilously close, and I think the Oilers... Oh, Kulak. I thought Kulak was going to the box, but I think it touched Jack Eichel's stick. Yeah, okay. Hayden says, if you were at a game, how many OTs before you tap out? I was at a triple overtime game. Talk about this all the time. Gary Roberts scored at 11:51 p.m. Because the game actually started earlier that night. It was like a 6 p.m. start because it was a weird playoff schedule. And it was against the Ottawa Senators. I will never forget that moment as long as I live. I am a Gary Roberts fan forever. And it was when the Leafs played tough playoff hockey, man. They were monsters. Yeah. So to answer Hayden's question on that, and you guys, I want you to chat. I want you to tell me. I wouldn't leave. Even if my wife got tired and fell asleep. Even if my daughter was there, I'd be like, sorry, you're sleeping in the chair. Sleep in the chair. Actually, if my daughter was there, I'd have to be a responsible dad. She's only 6. Hayden says, is there's a time of day you call it a cutoff? To Hayden, are you friggin' kidding me, dude? Dude, if there was a game that went to 5, 6, 7 OTs, you think I'm going home? No, man. You're making history. You're making history. That would be Adam's history corner right there. Living it. I'm in. Snowstorm, Adam, are you rooting for the Oilers? You could say I lean Canadian. But I'm not rooting like against Vegas. I'm rooting for this series to continue so I don't have to do Washington, Carolina. So many people in the chat laying it on the line. Respect to all of you who are in the chat, laying it on the line. SDPN chat asks, how many OTs would you stay? 1, 2, 3, and forever? I would say forever. If it's 5 OTs, the concessions are closed over 2 hours. Yeah, so the one thing I would think the arena would have to start to do is offer water. Because I've been to like concerts. I was at a stupid Guns N' Roses concert back when Axl was still being an asshole. And this is when he refused to go on before 11. And I was like 18 or 19, and this is before Slash and Duff McKagan came back. So I'm at this stupid concert, and it was stupid. And they closed the beer concessions at like 10:30. Guns N' Roses were still not even an hour. Like, I don't think they got on until like 11:45, and then they played till 2 a.m. And I remember when they played Don't Cry, I fell asleep. I was like, this sucks. And they weren't selling water or anything. And I'm like, this is weird. You got to sell water at least. Everybody's a little drunk here. Hayden says, what? What'd you say, Hayden? The poll is with me. You stay forever. Yeah, because you guys are all hardcore. You guys are hardcore. You stay up, and you stay up late, baby. Drowsy Dan. Hey, Adam. Just got back from working a late shift. What did I miss? Dan, you've missed don't ask me about the Leafs game, Dan. But you've missed a hell of a 0-0 game. Everybody in the chat pretty much agrees. It's one of the better 0-0 games we've ever seen. Great chances on both sides. Lots of posts. Edmonton was, for the first two periods, largely the better team. But Vegas has really poured it on late second, early third. And there have also been some good face washes like what you're seeing on screen right now. A lot of fans there were a lot of guys just pushing and shoving. Vegas has basically shut the Edmonton Oilers down from too many opportunities. I think Edmonton's got like 5 or 6 shots this period, which is shocking. Francois Labelle dropping 5 SDPN memberships, and he's winning the battle against his couch, and he's staying up late. You would say Francois Labelle is laying it on the line while laying on his couch. By the way, if you got a gifted membership from Francois Labelle, please say thank you in the chat, or Wes Richard too. Superman Bass Fisher says, drunk and dry isn't good. Headaches start after the beer wears off. Weed runs out. Bad concert. Exactly. That's, as I told you, it's when Axl Rose, and back then they asked him about it. I remember watching an interview. I'm like, I will never pay for a Guns N' Roses ticket again, and I never have. I loved that band growing up, and I was like, okay, hold on. We got a 2-on-1. McDavid, is this the series? Aiden Hill with a monster save. McDavid and Hyman on a 2-on-1 with 1:06 to go. Aiden Hill squeezes. Wes Richard dropping 5 SDPN memberships. I'll continue the Axl Rose story in a second. Look at this. McDavid. Hanifin is back, and McDavid dangles around him. And then McDavid and Pietrangelo and Hyman all go at each other. I think, Pietrangelo gave Hyman a good whack. McDavid was like, screw you, and then Hyman whacked him back. Just a lot of whacking. Yeah, anyway, so with this Axl Rose thing, I remember on that tour, he was like, somebody asked him, like, Axl, why are you not going on stage at like 10 at least? And he's like, listen, in his dumb voice, listen, when you come to a Guns N' Roses concert, because he always likes to talk like he's fucking Count Dracula. And he was like, when you come to a Guns N' Roses concert, you should take the day off work tomorrow. You should come and you should expect a party, and you shouldn't go to work the next day and blah blah. I'm like, dude, I'm paying like $200 for this ticket. I can barely afford it. I work landscaping. I got to be up at like 6 a.m. I got to be working. Forget being up at 6 a.m. I got to be at work at 6 a.m. Screw you, dude. And that's when I was like, I will go to. I love rock and roll, but I will never go to a Guns N' Roses concert again. And apparently now he comes on stage on time because he's old. But I just was like, that's enough for me. Thanks. 45 seconds to go. Let's go, baby. Concert I went to. Oh, Hayden's like, what was the concert you went to that was shit last summer? Neil Young. Terrible. I'm going to go to a Neil Young show, and he's going to play 2 hits. And the rest of it is stuff from his new album with Crazy Horse. Fart. Windwalker 57. What we see here is proof that you don't need to increase scoring to make games more exciting. NFL, take notice. Amen. This is a great game. This is a great duel between 2 really good teams. Hayden's like, he liked my Neil Young, right? Man, I was so pissed. And my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, who lovingly bought the tickets for us, and we all went together, love Neil Young. Harvest Moon was their wedding song. And my brother-in-law looked at me and he's like, I can't believe I just blew, like, it was like $100 a ticket. He's like, and we were sitting on the lawns. He's like, I cannot believe we just blew that kind of money on this. He's like, that was terrible. Terrible. 4 seconds to go. Do the Vegas Golden Knights score with 0.4? They do not. Guys, overtime. Let's go. We're going to be exhausted tomorrow. We're going to be exhausted tomorrow. We're going to be Axl Rose tonight. Oh, you came for a party. You're going to get a party when Guns N' Roses comes through town. Don't even go to work tomorrow. I don't have a choice. I got to go to work tomorrow. I own the company. I can't call in sick. Leaf Alpstad. I've never been much of a concert guy. Would much rather listen to the music on the playlist like I did with my road trip with my dad, which is at last October, Canton, Cleveland, and Toronto. Leaf, I love a concert. Love a concert. I just hate bad ones. Overtime. Woo! Superman says, Neil Young is awesome, but you really have to look at his playlist before each tour he's doing. That's true. Listen, man, when you write, like, imagine being able to put together a set list of 20 to 25 songs that the whole world not only knows but loves, and you're 78 years old and they still love you. Do you know how young the audience was for that? There was a bunch of people in their 20s, bunch of people in their 30s, like me, bunch of people in their 40s, and all the decades through. And then imagine going, you know what? I know you guys worked real hard. And my phone's telling me to go to bed. I know you guys worked real hard all week, and I know you spent a lot of money on my concert. How about go F yourself? You're going to listen to my new shit. Garbage. Loose leaf, I saw Fred Penner in my 30s. Fred Penner! All right. That's throwing it back. Toxie Night, I wonder. Toe Drag Release says, is it 5-on-5 or 4-on-4? It is 5-on-5, my friend. 5-on-5. Get the coffee out. We're going to get nuts. Benjamin Johnson, where the grippers at? Hey, Hayden, do we have a clip to play? Hayden's got a question. What's up, Hayden? Hayden says, do I know the Lumineers? Hayden, I was a top 40 radio DJ when Ho Hey was a number 1 song. I've heard the shit out of that song. They're your favorite band? Lumineers? With their cool little hats? All right. Yeah, so Hayden said they definitely do Ho Hey at all of their concerts because there's definitely someone who's just paying to see that. Exactly. Man, people work hard. You guys work hard. You work hard. You go to work every day. You wake up every day. You work hard. You've got how much free cash do you really have that isn't going to food or the cost of living or your car or insurance or whatever? How much money do you have at the end of the month? If you're going to take that precious money and that precious few hours of the day that you aren't spending working or sleeping or eating, right? And you're going to go to a concert and the artist goes, hey, you know what? Here's my ego. I'm going to just plop that on the table. You won't be able to hear your favorite songs that I did through my ego. That's how I feel. I would tell Neil Young that to his face. I don't care that he's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. I went to see your hits. Man, enough. What do we got here? Matt says, I tuned into the stream just for Adam to remind me how much money I'm not making. Matt, listen. It's not how much money you make. You could make $10 million and you would still feel ripped off if you went to see one of your favorite artists and they didn't play their hits. In fact, you'd be like, I'll give you the $10 million I made this year to play me a private show, you a-hole. Anyway, let's play the clip. What is the clip? The new Blues logo and the Hockey World Championships. Have a look. Have a listen. Be back in OT. The St. Louis Blues.
I'm so glad I don't have to go to any more work conferences
Town
and
halls.
applaud things that objectively suck.
Microsoft team meetings. But let's have a look at the St. Louis Blues new logo. The one on the left is the one on the left facing you, by the way, is the current version. Obviously, the new version's on the right. A little bit more of an accent of white around the outside of it, and the music note's a little smaller. And so, Jesse, you didn't love this. You weren't a big fan.
Like I like the current version better.
Did you see the Tony X tweet?
What happened?
He goes, not the Ozempic Blues logo.
Yeah, where you thin it out. Yeah.
They literally just made it thinner.
Yeah.
They just put it on like a diet or something for a few weeks.
So I'm wondering,
it's skinnier.
How does this look against a Blues jersey?
Right.
Does it pop a little more?
That's the thing that matters the most, right? It's how it looks on the jersey. So it's hard to judge it. I don't know. I think the bigger note looks better to my eyes on these just logos here, but we'll see how it looks on a jersey.
Also key to the Blues, and they've been wishy-washy on this over the years, you're the Blues. So what does your jersey have to have a lot of, more than anything of, Blue, right? Okay. Remember when they wore red for a really long time? And they even had a primary red? That was weird, and they should stop that immediately. I'm okay with your weird skinny Ozempic logo as long as you don't bring back the red.
I'm gonna
The Gretzky Blues jersey.
Yeah.
I don't mind
Ew.
that jersey.
No, yuck. You're the Blues. Easiest job in the world.
Yeah.
You are the Blues.
By the way,
your jersey is blue.
When we did that segment last week, where we were talking about why is this team named this way?
Look at this stupid friggin' thing.
Yeah, it's bad. Okay, fair.
It's a red Blues jersey. Ew. Anyway, sorry.
I guess they did it for their reverse retro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Team names that don't make sense. The Blues should be up there, but the St. Louis Blues are named the St. Louis Blues because of W.C. Handy's favorite song, St. Louis Blues. I've never heard this song, but their owner, Sid Salomon Jr.
Handy?
I guess W.C. Handy was a big artist back then.
All-time unfortunate last
That sounds like a made-up character in a cartoon.
It sure does.
He owns all the businesses in the town.
Oh, that's W.C. Handy's building.
I'm afraid to Google W.C. Handy.
So the team's owner, Sid Salomon Jr., not to be confused with Sid Salomon Sr., selected the nickname in 1967 as one of the 6 expansion teams that joined the NHL.
Bad year.
Other names considered were the St. Louis Mercury, which I believe is a newspaper, and Apollo, inspired by the space capsules built in St. Louis.
Cool.
So they named it after a song. Better than your sister-in-law going, hey, this sounds nice.
Oh my God, who was that, the Flyers?
The Flyers. By the way, I had Flyers fans reaching out and going, yeah, we think it's pretty silly too. But I'm like, it is a top 10 jersey. The jersey's great.
Yeah,
I
the
love
name
a Flyers
sucks.
jersey.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, I love the Flyers jersey though.
The
I've always loved it.
Flyers. And we're here talking about the Mammoth. Like, no. You're not putting enough thought into the dumb names that are already in this league.
Exactly. Now, I did want to mention a couple of things. The World Championships are on, and they're usually, if you want to watch hockey and the playoffs aren't on, the World Championships are great. And
it's on in the afternoon.
That's what
which
I mean,
also
right?
love, yeah.
That's the point, right? It's not on at the same time as the playoffs. And, you've got, so Canada rolled a line. Crosby, McKinnon, Celebrini.
Lol. All first overall picks?
Outrageous. Like, that's what, that alone is worth the price of admission.
2005, 2013, and 2024. Wow.
It was 4. They beat Latvia and they beat Slovakia so far. They should win.
Heroic.
But what was interesting is I was watching this as I was prepping some of the show yesterday afternoon. France almost beat Finland yesterday.
Well, I love the World Championship for this crap.
So France was up 2 goals. They were up 3-1 with 2 minutes to go. And then Eli Tolvanen scored 2 in the final 2 minutes of regulation and then set up Juuso Parssinen in overtime. But France has only beaten Finland once, and it was in 2017.
Who are the 2 goal scorers for France? Go.
Tim and Kevin Bozon, the Bozon brothers. That is a great, by the way, Bozon brothers. Come on, I wish they were in the NHL.
I might actually recognize that.
And name. Antoine Keller, 47 saves for France. I remember back in the day when Cristobal Huet used to play for them.
I do remember that.
And I believe, is it Pierre-Marc Bellemare?
Pierre-Edouard Bellemare.
Pierre-Edouard. There's a Pierre
Antoine Roussel.
Terrible.
There's been a handful.
But Bellemar's playing for them.
He
now.
is?
Yeah, he's 40, and he's playing for them. He's a man.
Is he still playing pro?
I don't know. I didn't go that deep into Team France, I'll be honest with
Why not?
you. That might be like a Jeff Merrick question.
There was a time in our podcast history where we would go through every name.
That was for the Olympics when we tried to announce all the Austrian names.
And we knew none of them.
None of them. But anyway, I just thought World Championships were worth mentioning.
My favorite subplot of the World Championships is Sidney Crosby's neck guard, because Sidney Crosby in this photo is wearing a neck guard. They are required at the World Championships. Do you know where he got this neck guard from?
I do, but I want Steve to guess.
From his childhood days, back when he was playing for Rimouski, there is a picture of him on Rogers' local television wearing that exact same neck guard.
He's had it since he was 14.
That's cool.
Yeah, and he has not changed, and there it is on him today.
He's
that's insane.
For well over half of his life. That neck guard is older than a chunk of people watching the show right now.
Like a lot.
A lot. Yeah. It is. Wait. Is that neck guard older than Macklin Celebrini, his line mate?
I don't know when he acquired the neck guard.
It has to be.
It could be.
Well, because let's say he was 15. Crosby's what, 37, 38?
37, yeah.
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 It's like significantly older than Celebrini. That's crazy.
But like Crosby has always been this kind of guy. If you know about his undershirt he wears when he plays hockey, it's still a Reebok Penguins one from like when he initially joined the Penguins, and he still wears it. If you watch him in any post game when he's sitting out a locker, it's that same stupid Reebok Penguins shirt.
Yeah. And his like salty, literally salty hat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The hat's the same thing.
Oh man, remember when he had the mumps and he was wearing that hat?
It's a hell of a picture.
That hat has seen a lot of things.
It sure has.
By the way, Kasperi Kapanen off the ice at Oilers practice before Arvidsson could be potential change. Kasperi Kapanen could be playing in the year 2025.
Is he part of the mishmash?
He might be. I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's
Okay.
Hi. Apparently, Hayden's getting roasted in the chat for his music tastes. First off, people were making fun of him for the Lumineers, but Robert listens to the Lumineers, Robert Malloy, employee here at SDPN. And Hayden then said, I like the Beach Boys. And Justin and Robert started making fun of Hayden for liking the Beach Boys. One of the greatest American bands ever, the Beach Boys. How dare anyone? You listen to Pet Sounds and tell me it's not one of the greatest albums of the 60s. It's amazing. They wrote that. Brian Wilson had a breakdown, a mental breakdown, after he heard Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts from the Beatles and said, I could never create something that great. And he came out with a masterpiece. Good Vibrations. Ah! Come on, man. Wow. How can you hate? You cannot hate on the Beach Boys. And don't give me that crap about Kokomo. All right? First off, Kokomo is a great song. Second, Brian Wilson didn't write it. That was in the Mike Love years. Brian Wilson was in bed. Beach Boys are incredible. Justin Fisher says, I was a part of this conversation and there was no making fun of the Beach Boys. Robert is saying they're just fine. Robert, Justin said there was merely a lot of I don't really care about the Beach Boys. How can you not care about the Beach Boys? You have to care. Yeah. They'll have fun till Daddy takes the T-Bird away. Come on. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hayden says, somebody said, who is the Beach Boys? Or who are the Beach Boys? Hayden might ban you. I just hope you know that. He can do that. So can Robert. Robert could unban you. Robert might get banned tonight. Justin might also get banned tonight. We might have to put them on 60-second hiatuses. Stop spamming the chat with their just shocking opinions. Mooseless. Wow, how old are you, Adam? Do you have to be old to like old music? Forgive me. Do I have to be 400 years old to appreciate Beethoven? I don't know, man. I like music. They're great. How dare you? You want to know what I was listening to on the way here? I decided to put on the This Is the Spinners playlist. They're going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year. Amazing group. I highly suggest you check them out. Your parents probably know them and love them. Murgle Schmurgle says, I'm 24 and I love me some Iron Maiden and Judas Priest. I love those bands. My most listened to artist on Spotify of the last decade, so in 2020, was Judas Priest. QC Collectibles, I love this stream. Come for the hockey, stay for the random topics. SLS, wasn't Sgt. Pepper's released after Good Vibrations? And Pat Sounds also Revolver just after that too. Amazing music released in Judge Sports Fan. I don't think so, but I don't know. I also know that the Rolling Stones and Beatles, when they had singles coming out, would talk to each other. They'd call each other and be like, "Do you have something coming out?" Like Mick Jagger and John Lennon on the phone. "You have something coming out? Oh, you do? Okay, we're going to hold our single for a couple of weeks so you can get some good sales in." That's good sporting. Podkolzin, Draisaitl, out there to start. Wallman. Back to Wallman. Shoots in. Aiden Hill's got it. You bet he's got it. He's dialed. No matter what, Aiden Hill's got it tonight. Even if they don't win, it wasn't Aiden Hill's fault. Guy rocks. $19-12 left in overtime, by the way. Everybody who wants to align streams, let's go. Still over 2,000 people here, which I love. Let's go. I should probably tweet this out and be like, we are live in overtime. We are live in. Come hang out. There what? There's a poll in the chat. Oh, so the poll in the chat says, who wins tonight? Vegas, Edmonton, or the Beach Boys? It's a good question. I think we all know who she would vote for. Justin Fisher says, I just think that in this year, the year of our Lord 2025, it is not necessary for everyone to have an opinion on the Beach Boys. That's all I'm saying. Wow. False. Also, Justin, you are a connoisseur of music. I cannot believe that you would take such a stance. Unbelievable. Also, how's everybody feel about Triumph and laying it on the line? Have you ever caught the magic power of the music in me? That's another one of their songs. McDavid shoots. Oh, bit of a tricky one off of Aiden Hill's pad and wide. McDavid in behind the net. Tries to get it out front. Went off a Hill. Now we got a 3-on-3. Vegas on the rush. Howden gets the puck in. Does not hit Bouchard, but tries to steal the puck from him. Should have probably hit Bouchard there. And I believe we have an icing. Kimmy says, Adam, get Dangle on the feed. Dangle is recording LFR. And if he's not done that, he's probably in bed. He's got a big show tomorrow. Brandon Huey, Triumph is good. Triumph is great. Triumph is great. 18-11 left in OT. Last goal wins, baby. Will the series continue? Or do the Edmonton Oilers demolish? Really, a 4-1 series win is a demolishing of the Vegas Golden Knights. There'd be changes in Vegas, man. There'd be changes. Freak 13 says Dangle is in the middle of a nervous breakdown. No, surprisingly not. Actually, you can see there. He and I did a little 20-minute reaction between our streams here. And Drew, or Justin, actually. Justin was smart enough to catch it. Posted on YouTube. It's got, I think, 25 or 30,000 views already in the last hour and a half. And you'll see him in that. There's a little bit of freaking out, but I wouldn't say it's existential. I think we're beyond that. I think now we're in the calm acceptance, this friggin' sucks era. And whatever, man. Tavares and Marner are free agents at the end of the season. They can't get it done now. It's over, baby. It's over. I also told Steve to watch his voice. If I put him back on the stream, he might lose it. We have many hours of podcasting to do tomorrow. Casey Hogan, Maple Laughs? Too soon? It's never too soon to Maple Laugh. Yes, we are recording VIP tomorrow, Hayden. Why? Oh, because of his voice? If you get a particularly raspy VIP on Friday morning, that was Stevie. McDiesel, we need Adam playing the F1 game during intermissions. Yo, I'd love to do that, but you know what would be more fun? If I got a Nintendo Switch 2 and played Mario Kart during the intermissions. Then we don't even have to play SDPN clips. We'll just I'll be like, all right, guys, I'm breaking out the Switch. Let's go. Mario Kart. Who wants to join? It's gonna be 24-person multiplayer. I'm telling you guys, we're gonna have some fun. 16:06 left in OT. Both teams have had opportunities. I'd say it's tilting Oilers a little bit more after Vegas really did a great job in the third period. Couple of posts on both sides, couple of near misses. Nobody's got anything yet. Skinner with a nice little catch there. That could have been dangerous. Justin says we should do Mario Kart intermissions, but leave the lobby open to let you all join. Yeah, Justin's got it right. That's exactly what I think we should do. So I should be like, all right, everybody get a Switch, and then we play Mario Kart, and if you beat me, I will give you an SDPN mini stick. I'll be honest, though. I'm picking Shy Guy. It's my lobby, my rules. Somebody was like, someone actually a couple of games ago was giving me shit for that. I'm like, excuse me. Shy Guy rules. He's the greatest. He's faster than Toad. What are we talking about here? Speed demon. I will lay it on the Rainbow Road line. By the way, Rainbow Road for N64 in Mario Kart was crazy. Rainbow Road for Nintendo Wii for Mario Kart was like I wanted to whip that Nintendo Wii controller through my computer or through my TV screen. Unreal. So hard. Oh, somebody says Blue Shy Guy. I've never used Blue Shy Guy. I should check him out. SLS. Speaking of music, best Canadian band. The best Canadian band is probably Rush. My favorite Canadian band is April Wine. I think it's difficult to compete with Rush. Oh, here comes McDavid. Steal. Shovels it towards the net. McDavid out front. Nobody there. Shot. Kulak almost ended it. It goes off a foot. Stetcher to Kulak. Kulak floats one in. Aiden Hill did not see that, but it went wide. Oh, baby. 14:34 left in OT. Mr. Zephyrman says, I call Bowser. That's my dog's name, so I have to respect. True that. King Boo is goated. I've never played as King Boo. Brandon Huey. Billy Talent is good too. Billy Talent's great. Love Billy Talent. Emo Jalapeno says Nickelback. Okay, it is a fight between Nickelback and Rush. It is. They're the two best-selling Canadian bands of all time. Now, if we're talking solo artists, it's a fight between Bryan Adams and Celine Dion. Here we go. Here we go. We got a 2-on-1. Yanmark, Kane. Yanmark can't get the puck to Kane. Vegas Golden Knights fighting for their life to get back, and they do. That's team defense, kids. Team's defense. Jared says, I'm canceled for that. Listen, no disrespect to like the Tragically Hip and stuff like that, but they didn't sell internationally like Nickelback and Rush. Nickelback and Rush are like truly world famous. Tragically Hip is a largely Canadian phenomenon, and there's nothing wrong with that, and they're amazing, and I love them. But like, let's just call it what it is. Hayden is one of the people that cannot stand. Oh, I thought that puck went in. Hayden is not the biggest fan of Tragically Hip. Hayden, I want you to check out Little Bones and Three Pistols. Check that out when you're in the mood to rock. Tell me then that you don't like the Tragically Hip. If you don't like them then you won't like them. But those two songs are amazing. Here you go. Oh, here we go. We got another shot. Nurse, shot. Hill's keeping the puck out. Draisaitl scores like it's over. Is it Kasperi Kapanen? Kasperi Kapanen ends the game. The Edmonton Oilers are going to the Western Conference Finals. They are the first team through of the second round. Aiden Hill put up an unbelievable effort tonight. Kasperi Kapanen has played 2 games in these playoffs. Gets an overtime winner. By the way, not his only playoff overtime winner. At very least, I remember when he was a rookie in Toronto, he scored an overtime winner against the Washington Capitals. Can Vegas challenge for goaltender interference here? Probably not. So this starts with a Podkolzin zone entry. Plays the puck over to Draisaitl. Draisaitl plays it high. And honestly, Kapanen just keeps pushing. Yeah, no, that's a goal. That he takes like 3 swipes at that. And if Hill could just kick his leg out a little bit more, oh, McNabb almost gets there. That's it, though. Wow. Okay, I got to say, what a series. Oh, I feel terrible for Aiden Hill. He was spectacular tonight. Vegas was just not enough. And I wonder what this is going to look like. I wonder what this is going to look like this summer for Vegas. Like, that is not, by Vegas' standard, that's not good enough. They're going to make some changes. I know Mark Stone wasn't in, but even with Mark Stone in, Vegas was not in this series very much. The Oilers are a freight train. They are unbelievable. Like, if you're an Oilers fan right now, get geared up, kids. You're probably playing Dallas, and it's probably going to be the greatest series of hockey you've ever seen. Gird your loins, clench your butt cheeks. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be crazy. It will trounce anything the East has to offer in terms of entertainment value. The Oilers are just unstoppable. Mojo, aura, Riz, whatever you want to call it, man. They are it. They are him. But they are like 20 guys who are him. Hayden says, I'm so ready for science versus magic. Baby. It is science. Oilers versus Dallas would be science versus magic, as Hayden said, and he's right. Wow. Now, specifically, there's one person on this stream. If he's still here, I want to shout him out, and that's VGK Jameson. VGK Jameson tunes in for every stream that I do. He's a Vegas fan, dyed in the wool Vegas fan. Bleeds gold. And VGK Jameson, I just want to tell you I love you. It's got to be a hard one for you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. We love you too. We love you. I hope you're still here. If not, I get it too. Oilers fans, enjoy this, man. Your team is just fucking, excuse my language, I got to stop saying that, cracked. They're nuts. RSBQC, I feel like I blinked it at too long and boom, Vegas out in 5. What a disappointment. As someone who didn't watch the series, what happened? Edmonton are unreal. That's what happened. The series was great all the way through, but the Oilers are just so much better. Man. Minnesota Edmonton would have been a much better series. I agree. That will happen next year. Oh, VGK Jameson says he's now cheering for the Leafs. Well, get ready. If you enjoyed getting your heart broken once, we can deliver that. The one thing as a Leaf fan I can tell you is we can make you cry. Brandon Huey, do you think Journey, Boston, and Scorpions are good? Yes, I've seen all of them in concert. And I have to say the Scorpions were my favorite. They were amazing. Sedin Magic 15, silver lining. Vegas didn't lose like losers. No, they didn't. That is how you lose like a winner. That is how you lose with heart and soul. The Leafs lost tonight like a loser team. And I want better. And I know they're better than that. Vegas gave it everything they freaking had. And Edmonton was just better. Okay, fine. That happens. I've never been able to say that about the Leafs. In every series they've been in, with the exception of that Washington Capitals series in 2017, I've walked away going, they could have won that, and they probably should have. But they blew it, and they blew it because of their own mistakes. Stuart Skinner, man. He's being interviewed right now by Gene Principe. Stuart Skinner looks great. Had a really rocky go against LA. Really rocky end. Well, first couple of games in this series didn't matter. A shutout in the final game of the series. Look at Kapanen here. They're just showing the goal again. Just grit. That's just straight up, I want it bad, and I want it more. That's got to feel so good for him. He has been a cast-off from like 4 straight teams. And this guy found a spot, and he was, you know what? I'll give Kasperi Kapanen credit, too. After like game 2 or game 3, he's in the dressing room. It was game 2. They win the game, and Kasperi Kapanen is in the dressing room, high-fiving all the guys. He's wearing a suit. as they're walking in, he's like, yes, boys, yeah. He's there. He's a good teammate. He may not be an everyday player all the time. At this point in his career, who knows? But right now, he's an overtime hero, and he should enjoy this tonight. And look at those Oilers fans getting exactly what they deserve. Oilers fans have a team that they can get behind, a team the city deserves, a team that the Oilers' legacy deserves. What's that like? That must feel great. So that is officially Captain's second playoff overtime winner. And I remember his first very well because it was for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and it was against the Capitals in, I think, Game 2 or Game 3 of that series in 2017. Francois Labelle, 5 SDPN memberships. Thank you, Francois. Hey, Francois, you stayed up late. Good for you, buddy. I don't know if I could have done it. If I wasn't on this stream, I would have been like, I'd just be ugly sleeping. I would be ugly sleeping. And he was a waiver wire pickup. Damn. Wow. Edmonton Oilers. That was just great. Look at that. Look at all these former Leafs. Connor Brown, Hyman, Kapanen, Cup winners. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha! Shit! Kasperi Kapanen has more goals in his career in the second round than Austin Matthews. He has one. Crazy. Crazy. Hey, guys, listen. Justine Curry, what a redemption arc for Stuart Skinner. Back-to-back shutouts. Dude, guy was terrible. Terrible in Game 3. Great in 4, great in 5. And you know what? I'll give the Oilers a lot of credit there. They basically prevented any shots in Game 4. They were like, Stu, you're going to do like 5 shots each period. RSBQC, the bad end, Steve's half of the stream, and the good end, Adam's half of the stream. I'm not going to lie. I'm being selfish here. No offense, Oilers fans. I wish it could have been in reverse. The better ending for me is the Leafs win and the Oilers series gets extended. Because if this Jets-Dallas series wraps up tomorrow night, you know what I'm stuck doing? Canes Caps. Unless that wraps up tomorrow night. Hey, guys. This was one of the greatest streams we have done in the history of this channel. Leafs, Oilers, back-to-back, overtime to complete it. At certain times, there were 18,000 people watching at once. 18,000. Usually on a stream like this, it's got to be the Stanley Cup Finals. It's got to be a Leafs Game 7 where they're losing. Or it's got to be like the Four Nations Final. You being here tonight, and you still being here, I got to tell you, is one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in my career. And we are a small company. Literally everybody at this company is working every day right now. And they're working hard. And I just want you to know that you being here means the world, not just to me, not just to Steve, not just to Jesse, but to everybody. And I don't want to get all sappy and weird, but I do want to tell you that you being here means a lot to us. And we really appreciate you. And I just hope that we can deliver great shows, a great show tomorrow, a great LFR early tonight, tomorrow, whatever. I want to keep doing this. And even if the Leafs go out, we will still be doing this, okay? I'm following the Oilers all the way to the finals, and Steve will take over the finals. Western Conference Final. Here we go. Love you all. Love you all. Thank you for being here. Jia Yu Wang, Adam, stream Jets game tomorrow. We'll see. Remember, I'm going to have like 3 hours of sleep tonight. So we'll see. MT Cross, you dropped a super chat for $13.99, which I appreciate, but I didn't see any comment there, so feel free to hit it up. Anyway, I love you guys so much. And I hope we have a great time tomorrow. Come join us on the Steve Dangle podcast. And sign up for VIP too, because we're going to have an episode of that coming out Friday morning, okay? To Justin Fisher, to Robert Malloy, to Drew Livingston, to Hayden Matheson, all the guys behind the scenes, cutting, clipping, managing, doing all the chat stuff. You guys are amazing. Love you. Thank you so much for a great stream. It's one of the best we have ever done. Gripper Nation, I love you. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow.